we will be live. There we are. Now we are live.
We're live?
We are. We are live. Now
Whoa.
It's time to put those F-bombs away you two were using just a few minutes ago.
Friendly, fiendish, fellows.
Festive. Good evening, everyone. We are finally online here. There's this
getting my halo.
For somebody who does a lot of streaming, you would think he'd be the one that would know that you have to click stream and then OK. He didn't click OK. Yeah. It was me being an idiot. So that's why we are 15 minutes behind where we should have been. We should have been live. I mean, we've already done half the show. You know, you should. Ron was he came in. He did an opening number. He sang a beautiful song. I mean, I have not heard a rendition of that song as touching as that was.
And now my throat is a little raspy. I don't think I'd be able to redo that.
No.
Come on, Ron. I feel pretty from the
top. Raindrops and roses.
Thank you for joining us. We are just broadcasting tonight out on Facebook. If you are joining us, I thank you for that. If you are going to be part of the night and bouncing back and forth, we'll have the chat room and you got the link and we'll be bringing you in. Oh, it's going to be a long and fun.
This is an exciting time, John.
This is going to be a fun night. Now we've got everything working and going forward. Yay!
Sharing your time with Larry. I mean, it doesn't get much better than this.
Yeah, you guys need awards behind you. All I got's a staircase.
But we'll give you the award for being the best at being you.
At what I do.
Yeah.
Okay, so now
that's a participation award, isn't it?
So let's kind of Ron. What I wanted to do is what we're going to do in this first little segment here with Ron and Larry is Ron was the one who came up with the idea for doing a telethon. I want to get a little thought from Ron on what kind of brought him to that, and then Larry, of course, has been very involved, and he actually won the ADJA humanitarian award a few years back. And I wanted to have his idea because we're really going to be focusing tonight in our talks and such about how we have given back to the industry, or how sometimes those within the industry have given back to us or shared with us or helped us out. So first off, we're going to get a little, Ron, what kind of brought the idea of doing a telethon here tonight up to your attention last Tuesday?
Well, first off, I appreciate that you say it was my idea, but really whose idea it is, it doesn't really matter. It's more of an idea of trying to help people, and that's the primary goal. And I think where it started was growing up. I was a great fan of the Jerry Lewis Telethon for Muscular Dystrophy, and Larry, I know you and I were talking about that off air, and you watched it as well. And we're a little bit older than most of the DJs that are probably watching this program, and we can remember. I mean, yeah, just by a hair, but we can. Speaking of hair, but we can remember seeing. I mean, it was a classic show because the artists that. It was can you imagine a telethon today that would go 27, 28 hours that would feature everybody, all the hottest stars, music stars and actors and performers of everything from today. I mean, people would just, younger people would love it. But at any rate, the telethon over the years, just raised massive amount of money for muscular dystrophy. It was a great way of making money for that group. And after Harvey hit, it was so close to Labor Day weekend. My thoughts kind of went back to that time of giving, of kind of a fellowship, of a bringing together of entertainers. And the DJ industry is not just about playing music. We are a community of entertainers ourselves. And I just thought maybe this would be a great time for us to consider giving back at this time, because we've all gotten so much from each other. Now it's time to give back to, especially this community in Houston, which the last reporting, there's 60 casualties in a city that is the fourth largest in the country. That's awful. But it also tells you a lot about how things have gotten better as far as safety is concerned. But on the other hand, the people in Houston are going to be living with this for years and years. The water is slowly receding. A lot of the places are without drinking water. They're going to be in need of cleaning supplies and clothes and just a lot of moral support over the next few years. So this is a great time, DJs, to think about all the times that somebody has helped you get ahead in your business or in life and say, you know what, it's time to pay back. And John, you've done an awesome job of putting together an auction list, a silent auction list of just, I mean, I can't believe how much, what is it, like, I think your total was up to $15,000 worth of merchandise a little while ago, I saw. Is that right?
Yes, exactly. And it just, and we had a few more things that came in today, and it's like, I don't know if I'm going to have time to get it in there. So it's just been a great outpouring from manufacturers and other DJs and trainers and such within the industry coming together for this. I'm really excited.
Well, and that's where discjockeynews.com. What was the
/ telethon, and that's where the link is for those who would like to make a cash donation, which we'll talk more about that, but there is a donate button there, but we'll let Larry he's got a few things that he's put together for our donating, for folks donating tonight as one of the bonuses. So we'll let Larry kind of present that here in just a second. But yeah, I think that whole idea of the telethon, when you mentioned that, Ron, it was just like, this is a great idea. This is our chance to come together and we can do this. And initially, we just had very minimal goals, just wanted to basically come together and have some fun. And a few of us, chip in some money and maybe we'd raise a few. Now it's become this very large event that is, initially it's like, maybe if we get lucky, we could raise $5,000. I think with the auctions earlier today, I think there's already been somewhere between $5,000 and $10,000 committed.
Wow.
From the auctions. So that's awesome. just ecstatic. So all the funds and such, if you go to discjockeynews.com/telethon, they're all going to be going to the St. Bernard's Project, which is a group that comes in after the destruction of the area and help the rebuilding process. You've seen a lot of houses in the pictures where they basically, the garbage along the side of the road, some of that's household material. A lot of that is sheetrock and insulation being ripped out because you got to get that stuff out and get the studs and the walls dry as quickly as possible before mold sets in. And that's what you're seeing happen right now. The St. Bernard's Project is a group that comes in there, and 96% or 97% of all donated funds to them go to the houses that they're going to be rebuilding. And you can go, the link is on the page. You go there, check out their website. They're going to be showing that if you donate $50, it give you an example, it gives you this, the two buckets of paint to help paint the house. If at this level, that's sheetrocking a room, and this level is whatever. It gives you an idea, and right now we're on scale, and boy, if we can hit that 10,000 mark, we're going to be able to help.
That would be so exciting.
Yeah, it would be very much.
Larry, I know you put together a list of DJs that are in the Houston area, and I don't know that I haven't seen any posts from any of them, but can you tell us a little bit?
I have seen a few posts from some of them. Thanks, Ron. As a matter of fact, I'm sure you have too. You've been in and out of Texas, quite a bit. I've spoken there 4 times to different groups, the ADJ. Chapter out of Houston, the Austin chapter. There's many different wedding organizations as well. Gamma was there for a long time. Yeah. So there's a lot of our Houston DJ brethren that are in and around the Houston area who have been affected. I'm gonna read off a few names, and as I do this for the people listening at home, think of your Facebook list. And think of some of these people, if these names sound familiar, these are people you've interacted with. You've liked their posts, you've commented on their posts. These are people who are really struggling, either personally or they all have extended family. Everybody,
absolutely,
one way or another. You can't get that much, rain of precipitation without, having it affect at least one or more of close family members. And we have some DJs who are actually underwater, whose house is under 3 feet of water. Just to put this in perspective. You've heard over since Hurricane Sandy and some of the other hurricanes, they always talk about Katrina, and I hate to say gold standard, but that was like the big, most devastating hurricane in recent memory. That got 14 to 16 inches of rain, and of course the levees broke and that sort of thing, and they were flooded, and a lot of the neighborhoods and such were flooded. Here in the Houston area, they got more than 50 inches of rain. Which is, it's mind-boggling. How much water can fall in, what was it, a 3-day period?
It just sat over top of them.
So Hurricane Katrina, 14 to 16 inches. Hurricane Harvey, 50+ inches of rain.
I heard somebody say that that it would be like filling the old Houston Astrodome like 30-some times or 40-some times. It was incredible.
It's incredible. I mean, it's just amazing how much rain has fallen. And for those who have been to Houston, it's all city. I'm from LA originally, and it's concrete. The water doesn't dissipate anything. There's not a lot of farmland, maybe way outside of the outskirts, but it's right there on the coastline or very, shortly inland. They have some waterways that come through that fill up, sewers back up, and next thing you know, you've got, neighborhoods that are flooded. You've got coworkers, you've got friends, you've got family, you've got yourself. Everybody is affected in one way or another. There's nobody that's not affected in some way by this. And the cleanup, if you could just imagine your house, you DJs at home, imagine your house with 1 foot of water in it. Look what's ruined. Look what you got to do. You got to rip up floors. You've got to scrape and get, things turn into mold within 48 hours.
Yeah.
You've got flooring to be replaced. You've got, drywall that needs to be replaced. It's a mess. It's an absolute mess. So anybody with any bit of, flooding, whether it's 3 inches or 6 inches, is going to be left holding, a major bill on their hands. And this foundation that John was talking about is going to help people rebuild. And, we always reach out to individual DJ brethren. And I'd like to name some names here, just some people that, again, think of your Facebook list. You may have seen these names. You might say, oh, I remember that person. One of them is Lisa Gardner-Walrath. Lisa's just in a suburb out of Houston. And she's been affected as well. I believe she's got some family out there affected. Roy Dewitt, he was the president of the Houston chapter of the ADJ for a long time. He's got a beautiful family as well, and he's got family, friends, and neighbors who are affected. Olin Taylor, he was one of the guys that headed up Gamma for a long time. Tom Entwistle, we all remember Tom. He's been in the DJ game for a long time. Michael Waggett, known as Wags. A lot of people know him as Wags. He's affected as well and has family and friends affected. Samuel Reyes, if you go to his Facebook page, he's been posting an awful lot of stuff as well as Josh Yan. Josh Yan is a very Josh has been affected. He's out there. I think he's in Beaumont, and he's been posting daily about the floods and different things, and they're having a tough time down there. Wade Vanderboom is another one of your Facebook friends. R.L. Johnson, he's from Austin. Austin wasn't hit near as bad, but they did get the rain. They got a lot of rain, and with any amount of rain that much, you're going to get some residual problems with it. One of the posts that really blew my mind this morning was from David Petrie. He's under several feet of water. He shot a video this morning and posted it, and literally the mailbox was going under. I mean, it was right at the tip of the. He's got over 36 inches of water in his house. Oh. That's one of our DJs, David Petrie. Again, he shot that video of his house, and man, it's a river. The whole street's a river. And his house, his bottom floor is, underwater. Ed Madonio, I hope I'm saying that right. Jeff Landry, Mike Anthony Morellis. These are all DJs that live in and around the Houston area. Bobby Lorenzo is another one. Steve Levanon from Austin. Mark Millay, he's a lighting guy.
Eternal Lighting, yeah.
I don't know if there's been any damage to his place of business. I don't know. And see, that's another thing. A lot of people like Lisa Walrath, I know, they have a home, and they also have a place of business where they have their DJ company located. A lot of these places of business and these industrial parks and stuff that go underwater, you're not allowed back into there for a few days, and you don't know what kind of thing you're returning to. And a lot of people haven't even returned to their homes yet. Janice Crenshaw Gunnan Wilson, she's another female DJ in and around the Houston area. All these people, if these names sound familiar, all these people have had to deal with some sort of, I don't even want to say inconvenience. They've had dang near tragedy, affecting their personal property, their businesses, and everything. Either themselves, family members, close friends, or neighbors, and they're all dealing with it.
Well, and you also have to take into consideration not only the damage to their homes and maybe even their businesses, but they're not going to be working for a while either, because a lot of the venues that they're probably were working are going to be also underwater. Yep. A lot of couples, I don't know, I haven't really seen anything that says a lot of couples have postponed, but I mean, unless they're moving somewhere way far away from the area to go ahead with their events, so you can almost imagine that there's going to be a lot of postponements. So, this is a time, these folks and everyone else in that area needs a hand up.
Right.
And I know that you and I both have, through Disc Jockey News and through a number of different venues, we have always been there to try to help DJs that have come to us and said, hey, Larry, Ron, could you spend some time on the phone with us? Could you talk to us about our business? Could you give us some tips, some pointers? And I don't know. I don't think either one of us have ever said, "Hey, yeah, I'll do that," but it's here's how much it costs for us to do that. We've always given of our time and quite gladly. I'm asking all the people I've helped either through Disc Jockey News or through DJ through Disc Jockey News TV. Today I want reimbursement today, and that reimbursement I want it to go to all the people in Houston. I want it to go to help those individuals. So if you owe me, I'm collecting today, but do it through the do it through John's link.
And one thing I will underscore is most people, especially DJ friends of ours, and though this may not go directly to them, that you can still reach out to our DJ brethren in Houston and reach out to. Nobody's going to ask for help.
Yep.
That's the thing. Nobody asks. A lot of people have too much pride. They're hurting too much, and they're not going to ask you.
Absolutely.
For help. So if you have Facebook friends, reach out to them, because you're not going to see them post, "Hey, I could really use some help." It doesn't happen. They're not going to do that. But they're affected. That's why I wanted to mention names. We've got a lot of friends down there. And this is just my Facebook friends list. I know there's a lot of other people that are in the DJ community down there suffering.
Right. Well, and if you don't want to just give, make a donation through, is it St. Bernard or St. Bernard?
St. Bernard's.
St. Bernard's
Project.
If you don't want to just make a donation through that, I know, and I'll get to Larry here in a second. I have on the auction list, I have my complete DVD collection is available, and you can bid on that. If you want something in return, here's a way to do it. Not just with my DVDs, but with all of the other product and merchandise and content and everything else that's being made available on the Disc Jockey News website. Larry, what do you have in there?
Well, I didn't put anything up for auction, but I did talk to John, and the reason he put me on here is to make a little offer to the people out there who want to make a cash donation. Okay. So I have put aside and donated 100 books of customer service A to Z for anybody who makes a donation of $25 or more. So it's always nice to give, and I know it's nice to get a little something back in return, and that's why I'm doing it, to try to incentivize, if you will, the people who want to make a cash donation. So if you find it in your heart to make a quick cash donation, or come out of your debit or credit, possibly PayPal, I'm not sure how it's set up, but $25 or more, and we'll send you a copy of the book Customer Service A to Z signed. And I also have one kind of a bigger thing that I don't know if you want me to mention that now, John.
Let's do that, and we'll talk about that throughout the night. Tonight, I'll bring.
Okay. So the other thing is, for the largest cash donor during our telethon tonight, the largest cash donor, we're going to be giving you a copy of Develop Your B-Sides, my book. Okay, a copy of Rehearsal Dinner Revenue. That's my DVD. That's $159 value, and not only a signed copy of the book Customer Service A to Z, but it's also signed by entertainment legend Dick Clark. So, as many of you know, Dick Clark wrote the foreword to my book Customer Service A to Z. That, again, if you make a $25 or more donation, everybody's getting a copy of the book Customer Service A to Z. I have a copy that I'm going to put in the highest bracket. The person who donates the most money will get a copy of Develop Your B-Sides, Rehearsal Dinner Revenue DVD, and a signed copy signed by myself and Dick Clark of the book Customer Service A to Z. And before Dick passed away in 2012, I had him sign 20 books. So there's only 20 of those in existence.
Wow.
And, so somebody's going to get a signed copy of that book from Dick Clark.
That's a heck of a deal, Larry.
Cool.
Yeah, great stuff. Thank you, guys.
Spread the love. I think Dick would be proud.
Yeah, that's great stuff. Gentlemen, we are up against 6:30 and such, so we're going to need to bounce here. Trying to make sure we hit all of our notes of what we were going to talk about. Did we miss anything, Ron?
You know what? And if we did, you've got 5.5 more hours to figure it out. So it doesn't really. I hope I wasn't supposed to put it all in this what was supposed to be 30 now 20-minute
it's
segment. But yeah, I think if you forgot something, I'm sure it'll come up a little later. I mean, you got some great DJ. If I can, just real quick, you've got some great DJs coming up throughout the course of the evening this evening, and people that are watching Disc Jockey News right now, you're in for a real treat. And I don't, Larry, let me try that again. John, when did you decide? When does the auction end?
The auction, we're actually going to be extending the auctions until tomorrow evening. The reason for this is we have so many products.
Right.
And there's a couple of things that we may still have that we'll be bringing into those. But there's so many, I want to make sure that people have time, because as Bill Herman was saying last night, the ultimate goal of this is to raise money. And if
absolutely
turning it off early, it's going to keep some people from getting involved and such. So we're going to keep everything open. And tomorrow night, we're going to do a live show. We're going to close those out, and we're going to go through and talk about the winners and such of each item. And that's going to hopefully be able to knock that out.
Give people. I mean, this is the time. I mean, even if it's just a small amount, I mean, getting Larry's book for, what was it, a $25 donation, Larry?
Yep.
I kept looking off to the side while you were talking, because I usually have a copy of it right here on my bookshelf.
We've talked about it,
and it's way over there, so I couldn't get to it.
Well, here's the cool thing, Ron. This is service. Whether it's
absolutely
or community service. What we're doing, all of you listening who are giving $25 or more, or just bidding on these auction items and winning these items and bidding high, it's service. You're serving your community. You're serving your fellow man. It should make you feel good when you go to sleep tonight, knowing you did something. Because all of us around the nation, there's many people doing, different things in different areas to try to help these people. That's what they need, because this is a mental disaster, and it makes people feel good. And it's service to your fellow human being. It's service to your, fellow DJs. It's helping out a situation. It should make you feel good.
And you're talking about just a small percentage by giving. You can just a small percentage of what you make in an evening at a wedding. I mean, come on, if you're doing something like 80 weddings a year or events a year, or 90 or 100, whatever, it's not going to hurt you to give a little bit. And on top of that, it's tax deductible, which we haven't touched on. So there you go.
All right, we had a bounce here.
You want us to go away, don't you, John?
DiscJockeyNews.com.
No, it ain't happening.
Telethon.
Larry.
No, we'll be back in about 3 minutes with let's see, we got Brian, Mitch, and Bill coming up here in just a minute. Thanks, guys. And off we go. So we are recording, so whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hey, DJs, it's Mike Walter. I hope you're enjoying the telecast, and I hope you're being generous. This is a great opportunity to raise money for people who definitely need it. I'm going to offer you a tip that is so much easier nowadays than it used to be back when I got started in the industry. Seek out additional education opportunities. When I started back in the late 80s, I think there was only one DJ magazine. Obviously, this was pre-internet, so there were no websites and chat boards and Facebook pages. But nowadays, there are so many opportunities for you to learn more. Obviously, John Young's publication, the Disc Jockey News, as well as DJ Times and Mobile Beat are great publications. There are some fantastic websites, DJ Chat, and Pro DJ, as well as, God, how many Facebook DJ pages are there? You can only belong to a few of them, I know, but they're great. There are a number of podcasts out there. Joe Bunn and I have been doing one for a while, and I know John Young hosts a number on his YouTube page. Bunch of videos that you can check out, and then of course attending, whether it's a big conference, a big conference like Atlantic City or Las Vegas, the Mobile Beat Show in Las Vegas in March, and some smaller workshops like Mark Farrell's workshop or Peter Mary's, or again Joe Bunn and mine. There are so many additional educational opportunities. So if you're looking to get better in this industry, I encourage you to check out as many as you can and improve your skills, improve your business acumen, and just keep soaring, keep getting better.
I think we're good. Okay, I think we're live, guys. We are back. Woo! Yeah, this is the second session of our our telethon tonight here for the Disc Jockey News. This is our Labor Day telethon. We are raising money tonight for the Houston and Houston area flooding. And we're going to be kind of sharing, and in this block, again, about times that we have either received help from other people or times we've been able to help other people, and really just kind of reaching out and doing things, beyond the norm, because, that's what makes, humanity such a valuable thing, is that we can go and show the compassion and help when not asked. And that's what tonight is all about. So we've got Bill Herman, Brian Bonacisi, and Mitch Taylor with us. I think I got Brian. Did I get it right?
You did.
Okay.
You got it.
Yes. I was making sure, and then when somebody pronounced it differently at DJ Expo, it's like, that's not how I
All good, buddy.
I've been practicing.
I have been. You know how long it got me to say Herman? It took me like years.
Yeah, really.
Just don't.
Herman.
No. I just had to
It's Bill
roll that.
spelt with an X.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you guys for being in the chat room tonight and hanging out with us tonight. Robin and William, I see you guys are in the chat. Rick and TJ, Tom Dorsey,
Hello,
thank you.
gents.
Thank you for being Ian. A lot of folks in there. The main link or the main website, we've got our YouTube video, of course, that you're watching. Go out to discjockeynews.com/telethon. That's
Right.
where the donating link is for the people who want to do the cash donation, which Larry Williams was just talking about before, and you're going to be able to get yourself some little benefits for doing a $25 or more donations. And then the live auction items, they're up there. There's 57 or something like that going on right now, and they're going crazy. There were over 600 bids a few
Really
minutes
amazing.
ago.
John and I looked at them yesterday and went through them one at a time, and it's just incredible. And even with all those really great things, you still got a couple things from Mitch Taylor, which sorry about.
I know. And I just want to say this is an amazing idea. And I believe you said Ron came up with it. Is that right, John?
Yeah, which
yes.
is really surprising, believe it or not.
Which,
Of all the people.
and I just want to commend Ron. I think it's a great thing, and I'm so proud to be associated with this. Thank you, John, and for giving us the platform with Disc Jockey News, and Ron for the amazing idea.
Yeah,
Yeah.
this is really beginning. And thank you for you guys watching, because of your generosity and your involvement and sharing and encouraging and such. That you don't know how important, especially this past week when there was website issues, and I spent 14 hours one day trying to try to get one issue fixed, and eventually did fix it, of course. But there was times it's like, maybe we should not do this. Ron, this is a really bad idea all of a sudden.
We push forward. That's
do.
what we do, because that's what the people of Houston have to do.
That's exactly right. This is
And,
minor.
thank you to everyone who's helped to donate and make this happen.
So let's kind of go around and
It's really incredible too to see how quickly people have moved forward to be a part of it. I don't think, John, you had those silent auction items up very long before you had tons of people already throwing money at it.
They
before
were.
we started talking about it live here tonight.
Yeah, they were people were very, very active with that, and it's been a wonderful, wonderful thing for sure. Just crazy how you don't know exactly when you're putting ideas together of how they're going to be received and how people will get involved, and it's been fabulous. So
Yeah, well, and as fabulous it is, we've got the next 6 hours and beyond that, I think, don't we?
yes, we're gonna the auctions are going to continue to run until tomorrow night, and then tomorrow evening we're going to do a closing show where we will go through and close the auctions and talk about the items and talk about who won and such, so we can really kind of wrap things up and give, hopefully by the end of tomorrow night, we'll be able to give a final total, because we'll be doing a donation, not such. So anyway, let's take a few more minutes here.
Yesterday, and I think one of the things, Brian has done fundraisers before. I know, Mitch, you've done fundraisers before. And as the MC, one of the things that we regularly have to say, especially during a silent auction thing, is to remind people who came that they're not there to get a deal. You're probably going to get a deal on some really amazing things that have been donated. But, if you look at just the amount of money that these things would have to garner if you bought them, if hopefully we just went and did that, we'd have quite a lot of money we could throw down to Houston. And I know people come to these auctions with, I've got an idea of this amount of money that I'm going to spend.
Mhm.
Well, I guess I would challenge you to double that, honestly. And that's the thing we have to, as MCs, remind those people who come to these fundraisers on the regular basis.
Absolutely.
You didn't come with money in your wallet to leave with money in your wallet. So, if you got some extra cash laying around, great. If you were thinking about spending money, dinner out with the family for the next week, and you would think, hey, I could probably do without that for the next 2 weeks when I know that people down in Houston are going to be doing without that for quite a while. You start to put those things in perspective, and then being able to find more than the $20 limit you were going to spend, or the $100 or the $1,000 limit you were going to spend isn't that tough anymore. And that's where I come from when it comes to putting myself and my things behind any kind of help for anybody. It's difficult. This show is weird too, because I'm not used to getting credit. You want to point to the other people that are doing it, right? That's what we
Right.
do.
Yeah.
The other thing I would say too is not just what Bill said, open your hearts and your wallets more and spend at least double what you were thinking about spending, but also let's look at, what goes beyond this and look at the people that have stepped up to the plate. Look at those, the companies that have extended themselves and have given donations for this event. And now remember them when it comes time to actually spend money yourself.
Yeah.
For different things. I talk about that all the time, especially in rural Michigan where I am at. You want to give back to the local people that are also turning around and putting money in your pocket. You know what I mean? So that to me is also a big thing to think about for the future purchases and such. So Brian, you haven't said a word yet.
I know, man.
Well,
Brian,
one of the things we got to remember, this is a telethon to help Brian get his voice. So,
well, I can kind of speak to it a little bit. I when I was, a couple of years ago, I actually went through the BP oil spill, and we were dealing with it. We had tons of cancellations, and lost a lot of business during that time, and it was rough. To try to make up for the lost revenue and trying to figure it out. Luckily, we weren't affected, and unfortunately, the media kind of blew it out a lot worse than it really was. But it didn't matter because we were a destination location, so a lot of people listened to that reporting and just went with it. And so for about a year and a half, we struggled in just trying to rebound from that. So having something like this is amazing to see that we can come together and help our fellow brothers who are out there and sisters who are dealing with lost revenue. I can speak to it and know what it feels like for sure.
Wow. Yeah. You don't think about, okay, so this event happens and you have this initial, and then after a week or so, or 2 weeks or a month, then all of a sudden the national media is like not even paying attention anymore. But you guys probably then took a year and a half, 2 years before you could really kind of reach a level of normal again.
Oh yeah. And luckily, ours wasn't necessarily a man-made disaster. So in a sense, we got some relief from actually BP, who kind of gave back to some of the companies in the area, which these folks aren't as lucky. They're depending on us, our generosity, to really help them out. They don't have the luxury of having, a company who's kind of having to bear the burden of that. So whatever we can all do to help out, I encourage it, just like Bill said, just to kind of, make it a point to do something.
Well, and beyond this too, right now it's not just DJs that are down there having a trouble, and there's a lot of them, great people that I know by name that are dealing with things in that area. But it is just completely devastating to an entire population. Okay, from the poorest people to anybody else. The idea that you wake up one day and nothing you own is now yours anymore. It is, but it's soaked in water and completely ruined. It's like they took a vacuum and came in and sucked all of your worldly possessions away from you. And then because it's this entire area, you don't have a job. You've got no income coming in. You've got no electricity. You don't have any water, for goodness sakes. So, and John's right. It is. It's one of those. Tomorrow, when they find a new news story to talk about, the rest of the world will begin to forget, and that's when it's going to be the hardest down there. So, what we can do now And then later, when this show's over tonight and this telethon and the money we raise through Tuesday is over, what else can you do? You know, where else can you reach out? And this great place that you found to put the money towards, John, St. Bernard's, right?
Yep, St. Bernard's.
Talk a little bit more about what that is. I know what it is, but I mean, you speak very eloquently on it.
Yeah, St. Bernard's is a group that started out after Katrina. They basically developed a team that would go in and help the rebuilding process in the lower income areas. So they're the ones that will be coming in there and helping to gut these houses and to clean them, treat them for the mold issues that potentially could happen, and then reinsulate sheetrock and get them back to becoming a habitable environment. It takes a lot of money, it takes a lot of manpower, it takes a lot of time and such. But this is a group that really has a high percentage of all donated monies going to them go right to the end need, and that's why we decided to go with this group. And here we are trying to raise some money for them.
And I know you said it once before, and if there's any way to get this on the screen throughout the entire night, it'd be a good idea too. But once again, we're talking to give us money, but you got to know where to go to give the money. And it's discjockeynews.com/telethon. A place to put in any cash donation you wish. And there's lots of things that people are giving in return for those cash donations. So depending on the cash donation, you get free stuff. And John and I'm sure we'll be talking about those things throughout the night. And there's also those silent auction items where people like myself and Mitch and Mike Walter, and Jesus, the list is so long right now. I believe Ruth did some stuff. Mark Farrell did some stuff. Peter Mary did some stuff. I forget anybody.
Larry Williams.
It's like 57 people, right?
Yeah.
So those are places you can actually get something for your money, if in fact that's important to you as well. So go in there, and it's only going to be going on for a little while. So don't just put a bid on and forget about it. You got to go in there and bid and bid and bid and bid. Which reminds me, John, I don't know much about this, so I bid on a couple of things. Okay, and then, like, what happened was I put my bid down. And then seconds later, somebody outbid me.
Yes.
And then a little word that said auto.
Mm-hmm.
There's a thing called eBay.
So turn Mitch's microphone off. Driving, okay, and paying attention to the road.
Like that cold in Minneapolis is like frozen your brain.
Well, it's not eBay. This is something else. I couldn't find
I know.
the setting.
I'm teasing. Yes.
I know you are. You're just mean.
Go bid right now. discjockeynews.com/telethon. Go bid.
Yeah.
Right. Well, but I want to know how you do the thing. I want to know how are they
you auto bid?
bidding me over?
It's because somebody had bid earlier, and they had bid with the auto bid. So that means that
auto bid. Where is it?
Well, you just
Explain
have to
where that is.
You just have to put a bid in, and you have to make it. It has to be a large enough bid.
You have to actually increase your bid, Bill. You have to make
I do.
higher than.
I do. As soon as I do, I increase it by
This isn't a set it and forget it program. This isn't Ron Pope. This is you got to go back and actually look at it again to make sure you're not outbid.
I'm putting Mitch in charge of bidding for me from now on.
You're going to win a lot. I'm just saying. You're going to be winning quite a bit then.
I got you $1.
What would you?
Oh, you almost had it.
I leave that for $1. Okay. That's what our whole thing should be. What would Mitch Taylor do for $1? We should just do that right now. Everybody start sending in, what you would pay to see Mitch Dollar eat a frog.
Okay, we are completely off the topic of what John originally started with, and we only have 10 minutes left.
Okay, whatever, Mom.
I'm busy.
There have been several times that I have had people give to me in the industry. Many times. I vividly remember one of the first times that Bill Herman and I connected at Mobile Beat
in
2007. And then shortly thereafter, I'm driving over to Minneapolis for, I believe, a Disc Jockey News convention. And I happened to ask Bill what he was doing, and he invited me to have dinner that night with himself and Mark and Rebecca Farrell. And that was a huge turning point for me. Just that generosity of, hey, come break bread with us and hang and learn. And, there's in many instances, and I'm happy to give back as much as I can. That's why I do podcasts. That's why I do Live at 75. It's why, many of us, Brian, I know, has given back to many people over the years, and Bill as well. So,
well,
this
Brian
is just
has the money.
another opportunity.
Look at him. He's so wealthy. I can't believe he has more.
Do you see those teeth? Those teeth are the biggest teeth I've ever seen. I mean, can I get your dentist number?
The richest on the planet.
Good stuff.
And those teeth, gosh.
Good stuff.
Yeah,
you're right. We are. This is good stuff we're doing.
You gotta have a little comedy too.
No, but I think you're right, Mitch. I mean, I was thinking of it too. One of the things that has worked for me is just, when people who seem to be very successful are always the ones who seem to be the most generous. That's what I've always been around and noticed. And so I've tried to live my life the same way. Is if people are asking me for things, I don't take it as a threat, like someone's going to overtake me or, whatever. I look at it as, if I can help, then I know it's going to return tenfold kind of thing. And whether it does or doesn't, I mean, it's no big deal. I look at it as it's my opportunity and my chance to kind of help out. And
right. And I agree with you that, that a lot of those people seem to be some of the more successful people, but it's not always just those people. And it surprises me on a regular basis how many people will reach across any kind of an aisle to help out another human being, much less in our little industry. I mean, Mitch says nice things about me about, having him over for dinner, which nice of him to say that was a turning point for him. But, for me, I mean, I literally am standing on the shoulders of every person I've ever come before, every performer, every actor, every businessman. John Young, and I became friends a long time ago. And if not for that conversation, to the day that we met, my life and my career probably would have taken a different path as well. And I'm sure John regularly says, God, if I hadn't have met Bill Herman, man, I'd making money. I mean, dear Lord in heaven.
Exactly.
So, I mean, I'm a very happy man. I've got a lovely home, and I've got a family, and I've got a job that I love. And it is because of the path that I've been on and those people in that path. And those people in that path have given. Even the people who don't know they have. So now this is just our way of asking to do it overtly now. Not, you're already a nice person. You're already doing for everybody. Now we're saying step into the role of the giver. Step into the role of I have something actually tangible to hand you. And right now it's money. And right now, John has set it up so that you give money, you can get actual stuff that will help you in your life, in your business, even if it's just a toy. And some of these things are not just toys. Some of the gear that I've seen is really amazing. So I know that I'm excited to give anything that I could give, my time, the workshop, whatever it was. And my hope is that it garners a lot of money for that person. For those people that we're trying to raise for. But honestly, all I can do is, and all any of us can do at this point, especially within the show, is to look into your homes right now and say, okay, we hope you're enjoying watching this and we're having some fun, but now you need to go to discjockeynews.com/telethon and actually do something. And if you don't win an auction, then take the money you were going to spend in the auction and give it anyway. Do it. You have the money. You were going to spend it. Figure that out. And if you don't win the thing, give the money anyway. Because without it, we can do so much more with the money. And I wish the world was not all about money, but these people need it right now.
Yeah.
And you're never going to know what it's like to sit in a puddle that you can't get out of until it happens to you.
Well, there was that one time I peed on my shoe, and that was kind of like that.
Yeah, that was nice, though. And you and I sat for a while until it got cold.
Did Bill tell you it was raining?
He said he was drooling, but
Bill mentioned people have come before you, and I go back and look at some mentors I've had, and even I've talked about this in the past, finding your mentor's mentor. And Charlie Tremendous Jones, if you haven't read his book Life is Tremendous, I strongly encourage it. I'm going to paraphrase now a little bit, but one of his quotes is, "If you're giving just to get, you're not really giving, you're trading."
Good point. Yeah, good.
I encourage you to give. Just give. And this is great what John has set up here and Ron envisioned, and John has made a reality with all that hard work and everything else, and other people that have gived out of their give out of their hearts. There we go. I had a drink earlier. Sorry.
Just use the word.
I had a cocktail before I walked in. So
and he's driving.
No, I'm actually the restaurant parked out. Going back in. So the point is that you're giving. And yes, it's cool. You may be able to win something, but as Bill said, you need to go back. If you didn't win, you've already earmarked that money in your brain. You've already said, I was okay without it.
Mm-hmm.
Just because you didn't get it, that's okay. Now still give. Don't
And
expect
now-
anything for it. Just give. DiscJockeyNews.com/telethon. Please give.
And now Brian is going to sing a song from the Frank Sinatra catalog. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Brian.
No, yeah, I'm gonna save that for next week.
That's-
Save that for
that's
next
all the way.
That's the extra. That's the bonus show.
But I think too, it's important to think that just we can. It can sound so massive, the amount of things that people need, and that our little contribution doesn't make a difference, but it does. I mean, it does. It starts with just a little bit, and that little bit, you don't know what the full impact that can be. And it's more about even. I mean, yeah, I guess it is about dollars, but it's just, I don't know. For me, it's the feeling that I get when I actually can give back. That, hey, I don't have $1 million in my bank account to be able to give, but it's just the thought that I'm actually, something I'm doing is making a difference.
Yeah.
Whether and I don't know how vast that's going to be. It could be huge, could be a little, but it's something. You know what I mean? So
Right.
I think some people have that thought that they may not have, that what they're going to do isn't going to make a difference, but I would say it would.
Oh,
If
absolutely.
your money can buy underwear for one family, if your money
Right.
can
Socks.
go to help them, get back their home and clean out and vacuum, whatever it does,
A case
it
of
doesn't
bottled
matter.
water.
It's still worth it.
Right.
There was a time.
You have impacted someone's life positively.
There was a time when, I could have been one of those people who needed those things, and
Yes.
and you, everyone listening right now, is at a place where they didn't have it at the time, and you know what that was. And even in the worst you are dealing with right now, you were at a worse place.
Yeah.
In the past. Remember that. Remember what $10 could have done for you. Remember what a cup of coffee could have done for you. And that's where you come from when it comes to, well, I got something I can give. You give it on a regular basis all the time. You give it to your family, you give it to your kids, you give it to yourself. Okay, well, these are people that are standing with their hands out.
Mm.
And they're doing it out of actual need, people are going to be starving soon. People don't have fresh water, for goodness sakes. So yes, $1, 1 million people give $1. Okay, so just give what you can, and we're not in a position to judge you because we're not going to know.
Mhm.
And we don't care as long as you can. And even if you don't, we're not going to stand by your door going, "What's wrong with you?"
Right.
Okay? Well, you need to look at yourself and think, if for the grace of God that were me, what would I want? What could what could $5 do for me? And hopefully it's not 5, but 500 or 5,000, whatever that is. Do it and then double it.
Mhm.
Do something.
Yeah, anything.
Do something. DiscJockeyNews.com/telethon, please.
Just Jockey
We'd
News.
love to see you help.
Yep.
Gentlemen, we've got
You gave. Let me tell a little bit about what you gave.
I gave Ultimate Follow-Up Solution, which is a full suite of how to follow up by email and phone call with specific email templates for each part of the sales process of what to send when. Video explaining everything, and then also a video that shows you how to integrate it into DJ Event Planner. Bill, I know you gave a workshop seat as well for entertainment experience. And anyone who takes that, if you get to be that lucky person to win that, that is going to change your life. I will tell you that right now. So I encourage you, just go give.
Yep.
DiscJockeyNews.com/telethon is major, and I can't stress that enough. Go give something.
Brian, I understand, is giving a teeth cleaning.
Actually, we're gonna have to wrap up here, guys. But I want to give a total right
Good
now.
for everyone.
We just surpassed in cash donations. We just surpassed $300 in cash donations. We've got a couple of people who did the $25 over $25. So we've got you on the list of getting the free book from Larry Williams as he presented in the first show. So we'll be in contact with all of you to make sure we got addresses and things to get things sent out. But I want to thank those of you who are making the cash donations out at discjockeynews.com/telethon. There's a link there that's going to take you to PayPal. Somebody asked about doing it because there's PayPal fees involved with that. If you would like to forgo those PayPal fees, this is going to be a long night. What you can do is you can do a friend transfer to the John at discjockeynews.com. That's the same PayPal account as we're using for this, and that everything that comes into that PayPal going to go right to them. So if you do a friend transfer, then there isn't going to be any fees. Otherwise, there's a I don't know, $1 fee, whatever that comes out of the transaction. So just to put that out there. So Mitch,
Any
Brian,
extra fees will be there to feed John. I mean, look at how skinny he is.
Yeah. No, this
I
is.
thought they went to Brian's teeth cleaning.
Yeah. It's all about.
It comes in threes, baby.
All right,
Brian, we love you, brother.
We gotta go. Thank you, guys. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes. We've got Jason Spencer and Ben Stowe coming up next.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip for the performing DJs out there. You should always have two microphones set up in your system. And when I say set up, I know a number of guys have one main microphone and then have a secondary kind of as their backup. Just set it up. You're always better off having it plugged into the system at all times. This way, if something happens to your main microphone, you can automatically go to your backup. It's great during the toast. I give my main microphone to the best man or maid of honor, but then I have the secondary microphone. So if I have to outro them, I don't have to reach in, do that awkward, like, hey, can I have my microphone back? Which is kind of awkward. And then third, and this happens often at my events, somebody wants to sing along, right? Late in the night, you've got them out partying, having a great time. Somebody goes, give me the mic. I want to sing along. Well, I'm not giving them my main microphone. I'm giving them my backup microphone. I'm keeping the main microphone for myself. So it is always great to have that second microphone, but not just on you and kind of in your wire bag and ready to go, but plug it in, sound check it, have it ready to go. It's going to make your events better. So there's your tip.
Bright.
Right now, we are live. Da-da-da. Hey, this was almost a smooth transition. Almost. I mean,
Almost.
There was that time where Bill wouldn't leave, and and Mitch just continually sang New York, New York. I don't know what was up with that, but hey, we're past that now. Ben Stowe, Jason Spencer with us in our third block. Guys, I don't know if you heard before we did the transition. We just surpassed $300 in cash donations. So yay, thank you for those of you who are making the donations out at discjockeynews.com/telethon, which is the link right below Jason. Ben's right here.
Me.
Ben's right here.
It's a good start.
Jason's there. And then down below is the link, discjockeynews.com/telethon, that has the link for the PayPal, that has all the auctions, and we are not including any auction action so far. But earlier today, the auctions had over $5,000 worth of bids. So they're moving along very well. So we want to thank.
And I've been outbid on everything while I've been waiting to get into this.
Well, you started like 50
I've been in the
cents.
green room waiting to jump on this.
You've been like
and all my bids have disappeared, which is a good thing. That's a good thing.
So, guys, we want to talk about times of giving back, times of receiving someone else's giving, and this is going to be a great time. Ben, I'm going to start with you on this one because I know that giving back and events and groups have been really a big part of your life, and I want you to talk a little bit about that.
Well, your timing couldn't be more perfect because today I just I'm on the road right now, and I just visited my childhood home, the place where I guess it really all started. I mean, not just me, that's where I started, but also my time in the industry, because through a stroke of good fortune, when my mother had some health issues, we were sort of looked after by a neighbor a couple houses down who ran a TV repair shop out of his house. So it was an early introduction to electronics for me, and certainly, their generosity and charity to our family and his willingness to teach me that trade has meant a great deal. Obviously, I probably wouldn't be in the industry or on this show had that not occurred. And so it's very interesting today that as I was in this small community, feeling somewhat nostalgic, as it were. So
I saw some pictures where you were in the Sunday school room. I think is what that picture was.
Yeah, same town. I actually went back again today and visited a good childhood buddy of mine that I haven't seen in 30 years. More pictures probably coming, when I get to Facebook. But certainly, I think there's an old saying that it takes a village to raise a village idiot, and we're all the beneficiary of others. Both in terms of mentorship. That's an ongoing process. I know that at this point in time in the industry, I'm widely seen as an expert and someone that people call for advice, but I still have mentors. I still have people that I call and I seek out. We're always becoming better because of others. Certainly in this case, I think as we introspectively think about all the things that we've benefited from others, this is a time when we can benefit others with a very simple action. We can make the lives better for people who are in need of it right now.
For sure, and that there's definitely a need. We've been talking about that. We've all seen pictures of it, of the extreme devastation that this water has had. And I suppose you add a swimming pool everywhere, in your front yard, a swimming pool's worth of water, side by side by side by side by side. I mean, that's gonna. Mm-hmm. It's tough to even wrap your head around 4 feet of water coming down and being in. I don't know. I can't even imagine that. And yet that's what they've lived through down there. And just crazy. Just following the chat room. We are live for those who are wondering. Every once in a while, people are like, "Are we live?" Yes, we are live, and we're seeing.
This is as live as we get.
Yes, we've got folks in there. Jason's been in a chat room with us back and forth and such.
I've been trying
there.
To.
Yep. Yeah. So we are definitely live, and we're going to be live all night. The only thing that's not live tonight is the little Mike Walter segments between. He's doing. We've got a tip in each one, and I thought I had transferred over his. We had gone through and cleaned up and edited each one of those so that there was a beginning and an end to it, and we had a nice fancy little thing. And I can't find those, and I was on the road, so I basically pulled these over off Dropbox, and it's like, why aren't they there? Oh no! But well. That was my afternoon task, and this afternoon became something else. It was family time, and we had to do some family things. So
we're here for a good cause. We're not going to hold that against you.
Yeah, we're here for that, and I needed to spend the time because I knew I wasn't going to see the kids the rest of the day. So, all right. So, Jason, what are some of the things Now you've been in the industry a long time, and you've reached out and helped, and you've had people help you. I wanted to share a story with us, or a couple of thoughts that you've had with.
It's funny as I've been listening. Obviously, I came on in the chat room early on for the first 2 segments, and I think of some of the things where I've helped others, and I go, I really, although people tell me all the time what an inspiration or this or that, I'm like, I haven't really helped anybody. Like, I think of some of these other things that people are doing, I'm like, I'm so small in this minuscule world that we live in. And but one of the reasons I made sure when you hit all of us up and said, hey, we're going to do this show, who wants to be where and what time, and I saw Ben was in this time slot, and I said, I got to be on here with Ben, because honestly, the first time I met Ben, we were trapped in a car. He made me drive while he's sitting in the seat next to me the entire way going up the coast of California. We were doing a tour. We were both speaking. It was the first time I met him. And he's just hacking away on the laptop. People are pinging in. He's helping everybody the entire way up the coast of California. But I got to share some of the most intimate and personal conversations with this man after probably just the first 24 hours of getting to know him. And for Ben to open up that way to me on the way up the coast, it was like, I could ask Ben anything and he'd probably answer it. And surprisingly, I didn't learn a very important fact about him until Midwest DJs Live earlier this year. But my friendship with Ben is one that does keep me going. And I see him at all the different trade shows. And when I've spoken on Profit First, he actually was one of the people that came up to me and said, "Hey, I'm going to buy that book from you." And I don't think he ever read it, but he bought it to support me. And so that was one of those things that I knew Ben was truly an inspiration. He was someone that would go out there. He would help anybody. And after knowing more of his own backstory, which I learned earlier this year, it made even more sense to me why he is so giving and so just there to help anybody along the way. And I mean, certainly I have given back to people. I've been on the board with Wish Upon a Wedding for several years before coming on board with ADJA here locally. For those that don't know, Wish Upon a Wedding, it grants, it's kind of like Make-A-Wish Foundation, but for brides and grooms that are suffering a life-threatening illness that they may be passing away in the next 2 to 3 years. And so pulling that together was pulling wedding and event professionals into a world where we were helping someone. Very different than what we're trying to do here with the telethon, of course, but it was just being able to bring that community together, just as we're doing here with our DJ community, bringing us all together for a common cause. And we set aside our differences when that happens. And that's really kind of the key to it, is we all have our own opinionated ideas. We're DJs, we have egos, but when it comes to something like this, it's hard to really imagine the impact even just a pair of socks would make to somebody. And so for us to be able to come in here and be able to raise money and Bill was talking about it. Yeah, there are things in there. I have things in there. Everybody's got something in there that has a cash value attached to it. But the truth is that money is going somewhere else to help someone else.
Yes.
So you are getting a benefit out of this if you're the winning bid or anything along those lines for the actual items that are in there. But even a cash donation is going somewhere to truly help a cause that needs it. And so, yeah, I'm definitely glad that I'm in this room right now with you guys.
Yeah, well, thank you guys for being here. Go ahead, Ben.
Jason, I want to say, first of all, thank you for the kind words. I think your humility is showing through. It's beaming through when you say you're
back there.
Yeah, since that first car ride, I learned a lot about you as well. And one of the things that's been consistent in the many, many years of our friendship is your desire to educate and better our industry. So I think your humility is admirable, but you're not fooling me. I know you well enough to know anyone that has listened to your presentations has come away a smarter person. So,
well, thank you.
And anyone that knows you as a friend is a better person.
I don't have too many of those these days. When you tell people how it is, sometimes they don't want to be your friend anymore.
Well, you know what? So there's one of my favorite quotes is that a friend is someone who knows who you are and likes you anyway. Yes. And I think it takes a real friend to deliver some of those hard truths. Sometimes, sometimes we want affirmation. But affirmation doesn't really better us. It doesn't help us improve ourselves. No, nobody likes to be read down.
No.
Sometimes heartfelt. It's very hard to give someone bad news. It's very hard to give someone an honest assessment when we really don't want it sometimes, even if we need it. So I think your message is an important one.
Thank you.
Yeah, for sure.
Now the real reason nobody likes you.
Where's the exit button? Stop. No.
The real reason nobody likes you is because you sold me that book, and after I read it, I'm gonna have to raise all my prices.
No. You.
I know. I'm teasing.
Call me up. We'll fix that problem. I'll get you to lower the prices, then everybody will.
Everyone, it's a win-win.
Man, I'll tell you, we really can't lower them much more. That's
that is true. You guys have definitely taken care of all of us out here. But anytime I call you, Kat, Katie Lynn, any of them, it's here's the price, and you're like, I can't beat that anywhere. Okay, let's do it.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, definitely. NLFX has been an amazing asset to our industry for sure. And I know we're a drop in the bucket compared to the entire gamut of what you guys do over there, but I think many of us probably would not be where we are if it weren't for the generosity of NLFX too. So,
Well, thank you for that, Jason. And I'm excited about the collective generosity of all the people who've donated to this auction and all the people who are appearing on this telethon. And more importantly, even than those of us who put items into the auction, are the people who are bidding on those items. And I certainly don't think there's any shame in winning an item and getting that additional benefit. But like you said in the last segment, the opportunity to come out and take away some educational material that will make your business more profitable, or the amazing opportunity to have Ben Stowe present live. Nobody even laughed when I said that. Anyway,
I've seen you present live so many times.
I have too, and I've got to say, I've seen Ben early in when he first started getting up on stage presenting, and then of course I got to see him at Midwest DJs live this past summer. Ben, there's been a tremendous change from that very first couple of times when you were on stage to what you were doing at the show in Milwaukee.
Have I gotten better or worse?
People actually understand what you're saying now, a little bit. It's not so much over everybody's head.
You know what? Listen, before John answers that question,
quick bid now on the Ben Stowe speaking at your events.
This is that constructive criticism that we're talking about, because I solicited the criticism from friends like Bill Herman and Peter Mary and Randy Bartlett, and I said, please listen to me present and please be honest with me. And again, that's a difficult thing for somebody to do, because it's hard to go to your friend and say, nobody understood a word you said, and
that sounds like a Bill Herman.
I don't want to waste the time of the attendees, and I don't want to waste my own time. Mm-hmm. So the whole point of a presentation is that people come away with something, that they come away educated, they come away better than when they came in, and not just saying, wow, Ben used a lot of big words and he must be smart and I didn't understand any of it. You know what? I don't have time for that, and neither do you. So in
fairness, Ben, Randy Bartlett doesn't understand a lot of technical things. That's what he has Mike Anderson for. So
well, and listen, but Jason, that's why Randy was one of the perfect people to ask.
I agree.
Mm-hmm.
I agree.
To say, okay, how can I deliver this in a way?
And he knows I'm just rubbing with him because we're in the same market. So.
Well, no, it's true. He doesn't know an amplifier from his elbow. You're 100% right. So no, anyway, yeah. I valued the input and even criticism of those people who've been willing to help me craft the presentations in a more digestible format. So now I've got Peter, Randy, and Bill on the hook here with me, John. Am I better or worse?
Oh, by far, much, much better. Early on, it was a young man, because again, we were much younger back in that day. It was a young man getting in front of a bunch of people, and it wasn't your comfort zone. You enjoyed engaging people, but being up in front of the room, you could definitely tell it wasn't your comfort zone. And you can tell as you watch today that there's a little bit of that left. But once you start to break the ice with some humor, the Ben Stowe humor is probably the biggest addition to your presentations today than what you did 15 years ago. And it's really, really kind of neat to see how you've evolved in that area. And that's become when we're talking about speaking and such, if you watch the Zig Ziglars and the Brian Flanagans and the Brian Dodges, the guys who are doing this and doing it day in and day out, they teach. They bring it back to they catch your attention. They might feel that losing, then they do something funny. They say something, whatever. They change it up, and then they can teach again. And then they have to continually be doing this back and forth thing where they can teach, they can go so far, and then they have to come back and catch your attention. And you've really added that to your game, Ben. And that was really kind of cool to see at Midwest DJs Live, because I talk a lot about that with people. But some people are like, well, I don't know how to do that. I can't do that because they don't have that natural comedic talent, which you do have that. So it was good.
Well, one of the things is I really enjoy the stuff I'm talking about, and I think that helps. And, people have told me in the past, they said I never expected to come to a technology presentation and laugh the whole time. Because in that, Jason, there are some of those truths people don't want to. Right. Sometimes you're being told things that you don't necessarily want to hear, but are necessary to hear. They are going to make you a better performer, a better technician, a better DJ. DJs have to wear a lot of hats. You're the booking agent. You're the roadie. You're the technician. You're the talent. And so certainly I can address one part of that, and having good, solid technology and a good use of that makes it much easier for you to be a good performer.
Agreed.
And so thanks for the compliment, John. I appreciate it. And for me, I just want people who are attending to enjoy it as much as I do.
Mm-hmm.
If you keep shocking Bill on stage like you did at Mobile Beat a few years ago, we'll be fine. We'll be entertained all day long. I got that video. I was right in the front row. I watch it at least 3 times a year. Yeah, at least 3 times. Usually because Facebook pops it back up and I got to share it over.
One of my favorite videos was actually shot by an attendee in the back of the room.
Oh.
And so you hear the commentary of the people who are attending, which you don't hear from the stage. At the stage there, you're fairly isolated. So I always go back and watch these. I watch every one of our shows, John, mostly just so we have one more viewer. But but I watch every one of our shows because it's sort of like, game tape. And you say, okay, well, what went well and what didn't? How can I be a better servant to the industry? How can I perfect delivering the message? And clearly, I've got a very long way to go, but that excites me that there's an opportunity for improvement. And so one of the videos that I watched as I was looking at many different videos people posted of this electrocution of Bill, I guess, he didn't die. I mean, he didn't die, but.
Well, you revived him, but hey.
But was one of the comments from someone in the audience who said, "He really did it! I can't believe he really did it."
That was funny.
I don't think Bill could believe it either.
that was good.
I'm not sure Jason believed it either. He was on stage with you too.
I think the look in Jason's eyes when Bill got lit up was the best part. Yeah. The audience really couldn't see that, but I was looking right at Jason, and it was fantastic. So listen, there's one of the auction items is a live presentation from me, and of course I've had the wonderful opportunity to present to I think it's not an exaggeration to say hundreds of groups at this point, and I'm going to fly to you. I'll fly to the closest major U.S. city, and we can figure out the details from there. Within the U.S. continental 48 states, and we'll customize a topic that's ideal for your group, something that you're wanting to improve upon or learn more about, and that can include the electrocution of your chapter president or maybe a competitor you just don't like. You could just
let me get my wallet. Hang on. Oh.
You could just invite him as a friend and say, Ben, he's your volunteer tonight. I mean, I still have the box that we used for Bill.
Oh my gosh. That's wrong.
My safety glasses and gloves go on the plane very easily. So in fact, I carry a pair of safety glasses in my laptop bag at all times, as you know, from watching the laptop
show. Yeah, that was the backpack show. Yep.
So for a small donation that's going to help people in need, we could light up somebody of your choosing.
That isn't a promotional.
Or we could just learn something too. That'd be fine.
If we have to.
If we have to.
Well, listen, like I said, let's be honest. Most of this stuff is stuff DJs really didn't think they were going to have to learn and didn't. I mean, I don't know anybody who said, I'm going to be a DJ so I can do more math and physics. We want to be, rock stars. I mean, we want to be, talented. We want to, we don't want to necessarily have to learn about the technology. And so I'm trying to make that part easier for people. And it means a lot, Jason, for you to tell me that I've helped people with that. And John, it means a lot for you to tell me that I've gotten better over 25 years instead of worse. But I'm excited. I think every presentation, is an opportunity to just be a little better yet.
Good stuff. For those of you who are out watching, thank you for being with us tonight. Go out to discjockeynews.com/telethon, open that up in a new window in your browser, and you'll be able to kind of follow along with the different auctions. We're talking about some of the items. If you are looking to make a donation, there's 2 ways to do that. On the discjockeynews.com/telethon, there's a donate link there for PayPal. You can just click on that and do a PayPal donation that way, or you could go and to your PayPal account, you could do a transfer to a friend family transfer that wouldn't require any PayPal fees if you're interested in doing that and saving a couple of bucks and putting a couple more bucks into the group's funds for tonight. Before the show, I'm going to check it in just a few minutes, but all the links and such are down below us. I believe we've got everything right below Jason. There's the link showing up. We'll give in about 10 minutes here, just before we end here. I guess we got about 6 minutes left. We'll do another update on where we're at as far as cash donations. But yeah, please go out, make some bids on the different things that are out there. And then we've, of course, got the cash donation. And for the different donations that you put in there, there are prizes available. We'll be introducing some more prizes. But for everyone who does $25 or more, you're going to get one of Larry Williams' books, the Customer Service A to Z, I believe is the one he's doing with that.
Yeah,
but
it's this one right there.
There it is. Thank you.
I got a glare on it, but it's that one there.
He's going to do that. And then, of course, the largest cash donator of the night is going to be getting a full packet of information, probably closer to $200. But the cool part of that is one of the books that the foreword is written by Dick Clark is actually an autographed copy of that book that Dick Clark autographed. So that's kind of a cool thing.
What's the full package include, John?
Okay, I've got to dig those notes. I've got them right here. The rehearsal, Larry Williams rehearsal DVD, which basically is showing a way to make money off the rehearsals and how to set those up and to help to make that a profitable area for your Friday nights. The Mind Your Own Business book, the copy of the Customer Service A to Z, which was the one that will be signed by Dick Clark, and then you threw another one in, Develop Your B-Sides. Geez, look at there. All of them.
I keep my library. You asked me who's helped me. That's the library on this side of my room.
Very nice.
This is all my help on this side of the room right here.
Very, very nice.
I wish I had Larry's writing ability. I don't know where he comes up with all of it. It churns out information every time I meet him. He's got a new book, and I love the man and I admire the man, and frankly, I'm jealous. So.
Yeah, he does a very, very nice job. Very nice person. If you don't know Larry Williams, reach out, get to know Larry. He's a great knowledgeable person in our industry.
Class act human being. I mean, I have a hard time writing my 300-word blog every 2 weeks.
Oh, good stuff. Good stuff. Ben, you talked a little bit. Jason, take a couple of minutes. Now you've got we have a Profit Hood Academy. We
got a couple things there. We got I think there's 2 listings for Profit Hood Academy in there. The Profit First Quick Start, and so that's actually something we did a little bit earlier this year. Did it live, but we have the recordings of all those sessions in there. And it's anybody interested in getting started with Profit First, particularly for a DJ or an event type business, a service-based business. It'll get them ramped up, ready to go. And it's 4 sessions, which run about 6 hours long total. And lots of great extras that are in there, including first couple chapters of the book are in there. So you'll know pretty much kind of the crash course 101, 102 in there on how to get Profit First going in the business.
And it will be something once implemented that can really turn the profitability of your business around and make it a machine that will be
and you know what, I'm going to throw something else in there because Larry and his 4,000 books that he's offering everybody here tonight, I want to throw something else in there because we have a new one coming up. It's going to be rehashed a little bit, updated for the new version of the book, and that's probably going to drop in another month. So anybody who picks up one of those 2 will automatically get enrolled into the new version as well. So when we go through it live again at the end of this year, anybody that's picked up the old version will be able to go right into the new one at no extra cost.
Very nice. Wonderful. Great. That sounds...
Which actually makes that value worth way more than whatever we put online.
We'll just put bazillions.
Bazillions. That works.
The bottom line for your business is going to be so improved that it's worth bazillions.
Jared's looking for me to play bass guitar. I see his comments back there in the chat room. He sees it behind me. I can tell.
Let me add this to people considering bidding on Jason's stuff.
My stuff?
The things you're offering in the auction.
Yeah.
Nice guy or not, I'm a businessman. And I've run a business for 24 years, 25 next year. And I did not buy Jason's book out of charity. We have grown this company. I think everybody knows NLFX, a multi-million-dollar company. And I bought Jason's book. Just think about that.
I should clarify, it's not technically my book. I didn't write the book, but Thank you.
Okay, I bought the book you were peddling.
There we go. That's it.
And the material you're offering, anyone who is running a business should take a serious look at. So,
thank you.
Gentlemen, our time is up. Thank you much, Ben. Thank you, Jason, for being on. Yeah, we made it through. We'll be back in just a couple of moments. We've got the guys from Mobile Beat actually coming in. We've got Jake Feldman, Todd Mitchum, and Jason Weldon. If everyone is hitting the links and such, so we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Thank you for watching tonight. Go, 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 go. It's not going. We're still live.
That's fine. We'll critique Ben. Let's critique Ben while we're waiting. So Ben, here's what you needed to do.
So
I'm listening.
It's not.
You're listening.
It's not going.
I'll just watch the chat room. Somebody.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip for the performing DJs out there. You should always have two microphones set up in your system. And when I say set up, I know a number of guys have one main microphone and then have a secondary kind of as their backup. Just set it up. You're always better off having it plugged into the system at all times. This way, if something happens to your main microphone, you can automatically go to your backup. It's great during the toast. I give my main microphone to the best man or maid of honor, but then I have the secondary microphone. So if I have to outro them, I don't have to reach in, do that awkward, like, hey, can I have my microphone back, which is kind of awkward. And then third, and this happens often at my events, somebody wants to sing along, right? Late in the night, you've got them out partying, having a great time. Somebody goes, give me the mic. I want to sing along. Well, I'm not giving them my main microphone. I'm giving them my backup microphone. I'm keeping the main microphone for myself. So it is always great to have that second microphone, but not just on you and kind of in your wire bag and ready to go, but plug it in, sound check it, have it ready to go. It's going to make your events better. So there's your tip.
And hey, there we are. Yay! We're back. We're back in session number, whatever it is, of our telethon tonight. Thank you for being with us tonight. We are transmitting live all across the world. Yes, we are live. If you are watching us, thank you. And if you're watching this after the fact, the auctions are actually going to be staying open until Tuesday. That's a little bit of a change from what we initially had planned. We were going to close them tonight, but we had so many items in the auctions that there was just no way to shut those down. So, Jake, thank you for being on with me tonight.
Hey, no problem. Thanks for having me. Can you hear me okay out there in Facebook land?
You sound fabulous. You've got a nice the microphone. This must be a different mic than you used last time.
It's actually the same microphone. I don't know. It must have just been the connection.
Yeah.
It must be the wildfires that are creating the haze in the sky that are making my microphone work better this time.
Gosh, yeah, it's been nasty stuff, and of course you're getting that smoke across, and of course now it's rain and storms today. But yeah, it's been just miserable with that. But not anything like with the flooding situation. That's what we're here for tonight: is raising money for the flood victims down in Texas. I wanted to get an update on the cash donations here, so I'm just going to go and check and see where we're at with that, so we can get into that, and then we're going to talk a little bit about the Mobile Beat passes and the Mobile Beat show here coming up there. Perfect. So we're at about $350 right now for cash donations. So we've got a couple more that came in, and again, if those of you who we have different prizes, we're going to be right now for everyone who does $25 or more. You're going to be getting a Larry Williams. His customer A to Z book. A little bit later, we're going to be having some additional things that are going to go for the different dollar amounts. So keep an ear out for that. We've got some limbo polls we're going to be doing. We've got a couple of the Profit First books we're going to be doing, and a couple of other bonus items that will be happening later tonight for the cash donations that are coming in. So, Jake, let's first off. I want two things. I want to talk about the Mobile Beat passes and things, and a little bit about the Mobile Beat show. But first, before that, let's get it back up. And I want to have you share maybe a time in which that you guys have have had an opportunity to help others, or times where others have been able to help you in situations where, not at this maybe level of the hurricane victims, but times where the generosity of others has really touched your life?
Well, we did 3 summer tours, and we actually went to Houston in 2010. So we were there, and we got a great turnout and everything. So it was fantastic to see the people of Houston, the DJs of Houston, and really get to know a few of them and talk to them and everything. In terms of giving back, not only on the local level, but on the national level, we do a lot of charity. So in terms of, we're a big proponent of the Children's Miracle Network. So there's a big hospital here in Iowa City that we do a lot of dance marathons for. They raise a lot of money for those. So the University of Iowa, kind of all funnels into that hospital. I don't know if you watched ESPN this weekend. They kind of had a little blurb about the University of Iowa has a new tradition. At the end of the first quarter of the football games, they all turn around and wave to the kids, the Children's Miracle Network that overlooks the stadium. So very, very cool stuff. So we do a lot of that, and a lot of giving back in terms of donations to things and animal charities and all sorts of stuff like that. So that's one of the ways we really like to give back. And going back to the tour thing, that was the thing we did. We didn't charge any admittance fees or anything like that. It's just one of the things we did to kind of grow the DJ industry and make it a little bit more professional. So that was a great thing and it was a lot of fun to do too. And I think Todd Mitchum's trying to come in here.
Oh, is Todd there? Oh, I see. Hang on. Yes, there he is. Okay, we're going to bring Todd in. Thank you for catching that. I missed that. Just a second, Todd. Your microphone's on now, Todd, and
yes,
you should hang on 1 second. We'll get your video to click on here in just a second. There we go. And now you should be able to, Todd, hit your camera and turn it on.
Okay, hold on.
And
where is it?
Lower left corner, maybe?
Well, I got it.
Start video. Yes.
Ta-da.
Hello, Congressman. How you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you guys?
Doing
Labor Day.
Doing well.
Look at this.
Oh, beautiful.
Yeah, we got a little smoke from Montana.
Yeah,
so if you're in Montana, I feel bad for you.
It's still, he gives you a beautiful sunset. This is an unusual. The kids are like, wow, the sun is so red. And yes, and fortunately.
Very sepia.
Very sepia. Ooh, there's a
yes, it is very, very. Jake, that came out of nowhere.
Well, actually, it was his word for the day. Got that.
That's what I do. That's what I do.
Nice.
So, Todd, we're talking about ways in which we've been touched by, obviously we're here for the hurricane, but we're talking about ways we've been touched by generosity or maybe generous things that we've done in the past before, charitable things that we've done in the past before.
Yeah. Oh, that's cool. Yeah, I've done quite a few of those myself. Back when I was DJing in the early 2000s, we used to do a ton of free events for the American Cancer Society. I mean, just Relay for Life every summer, all summer long. I would go to different parts of the country. My mother, as a 2-time cancer survivor, so I would go back to Virginia and Ohio. And one summer we took a crew of about 8 people and went and did a massive show in front of thousands of people for a huge Relay for Life in Virginia. So I'm a big fan of it. I think the more you're out there doing stuff for charity, the more people, they really respect you as a business. I mean, look at what happened during Hurricane Harvey. The guy with the furniture store that gave away facility for people to come sleep on the beds and sleep on the couches. I mean, that guy's going to prosper for a long time because he did that. So yeah, I'm a huge fan. I do a lot of that.
Yeah. That helping when the need is there is so important, and it does pay back in dividends, if not only in good karma, but in, as you say, in the future, dollars. These people, when it comes time to buy furniture, who are the first one they're going to think of is this gentleman and his business.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what I think too. So, so that's awesome. What did you say you did, Jay? Besides,
we've got
pick on me, charity.
A lot of what we do, a lot of stuff with the Children's Miracle Network, dance marathons and things. And I also didn't mention before, but we also do a lot of things for the Ovarian Cancer Coalition. So the NOCC, we lost a member of the Mobile Beat family to actually ovarian cancer. So we do a lot of things for them. So.
Yeah, that's something that people who have had a family member or a close friend. When you mentioned the Relay for Life earlier, Jake, and the number of people when you talk to them, is that the Relay for Life wasn't on their radar at all until a family member something, and then it becomes something that they just get into and they pour themselves into as a fundraiser to help. And Relay for Life has been just a fabulous event.
And that's one thing to kind of note too, is that giving shouldn't just be from the government. And this is a prime example of what we're doing here. Giving should be from everybody. Everybody should give,
Yeah, because unfortunately, today we can help them, and there might become a time in the future where something horrible could happen to any one of us. And it's always nice to know we have brothers and sisters in the industry who can come together and lend a hand when needed like that. That's a great thing, and I'm glad we're able to be part of that tonight.
Speaking of a brother and sister from the industry, and speaking of the government, one of the members of this webcast could possibly be a member of Congress. And John, I don't think you're running. I'm not running. What about you, Todd?
I am running. As a matter of fact, I announced on August 24th that I'm running for U.S. Congress, the U.S. House of Representatives, representing Congressional District 2 here in the foothills of Denver, Colorado. So we just made the announcement. We've got a lot of support, and I'm very excited about it. It's going to be a fun run, and we're going to, even if we don't win, we're going to make a huge difference with all the issues. And I'm all for smaller government, so I'm ready to make some changes. It's going to be exciting. We'll see how it goes, though. It's going to be a fun race.
It'll be interesting to, after you've been in this for a while and you're working with the campaign, the differences and similarities between working in the DJ world that obviously we can relate to because we're there, and what you're finding in the political realm. Because I did some things, ran for a couple of political offices and held one for a while. And there's many skills and many things that translate over very, very well. And there's some things that are so unique to the political realm that makes you wonder why in the world anyone would ever look at this thing. Politics.
Yeah, well, I get it a lot. For me, I've done a lot of government affairs work in my work with the cannabis industry. So I got bitten by the bug, and a couple of my political friends here in Colorado said, a guy like you should run. You've got the charisma for it. You've got the intelligence, and that was very flattering. But they said, more importantly, you know how to deal with difficult situations, difficult people, and you know how to negotiate. I've had a lot of that through the marijuana industry and through government, dealing with government agencies and working in a bipartisan way. And I believe in liberty and freedom, and I believe we should be allowed to do whatever we want in our own homes, as long as we're not bothering anybody or hurting anybody. So I decided to make a run for it, and I'm gonna definitely. This is not it's not a stunt. We're going at it to win. So the good news is I don't have a lot of really solid competition in this district. I've got one guy who's been a Democrat forever, and he's liked, but he's not liked in the district at large. So I think I've got a good opportunity.
Yeah.
And you could see Todd right during the heat of the campaign. He's going to be at Mobile Beat as the host for Mobile Beat 22. So
nice transition. Right. Let's transition to talking about that a little bit here, because in the auction,
I'm excited about that. That's going to be awesome.
Yeah, we've got a couple of the show passes in the auction, the live auction area. You can go and bid on those right now, because they are going to get you the full pass with everything included with the show is right there. So let's talk more about it, guys. Todd, what do you got in store for us? Did we lose him?
Well, I mean, that's Jake and I still putting it together. Oh, you're right here. You here?
We can hear you.
Yeah,
can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. Jake and I are still talking about all the great stuff we've got coming up. I'm excited. I think it's going to be a big year. I think we're going to build on what we did last year. And Jake can talk to you more about some of the details, but it's going to be another super professional, high-end year. And I think anybody who was there last year is going to, again, see it go to another level. I think anyone who hasn't been, I'm not sure what you're doing by now. You gotta get to this. It blows my mind that so many people will say, oh, I want to do better. I want to make more money. I want to be more successful. But then they just live in their bubble. They don't go outside their bubble. They don't learn anything new. They don't work on themselves. And this is a chance to go. And Jake, you can add to this, but it's a chance to go and work on yourself and make some big things happen, I think.
And it's a chance to go, and it's a chance to network, and it's a chance to party a little bit. It's a chance to really learn from some of the who's who of the industry. Obviously we're not here to drop names or anything like that, but Talked to Mr. Janai. He couldn't make it tonight because he's got Labor Day family things going on, but he wanted to be here. But he's going to be involved in the show next year and his crew, and it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun. It's, of course, March 12th through the 15th. Going to be in Las Vegas once again at the Tropicana. And also the Photo Booth Expo is going on at the same time. So that's one of the things to come to Vegas for not one, but 2 shows for your bang of your buck right there. And we're also going to have things that we're going to kind of be cooperative with the Photo Booth Expo, shared floor passes, things like that. So it's going to be a heck of a lot of fun.
Yeah, because you were telling, we were talking about this earlier. I think maybe I was talking with Ryan, but yeah, that if I have my Mobile Beat Pass, I'll be able to go and check out the exhibit hall at the Photo Booth Expo this year.
Yep. Yeah, you're going to be able to get in the exhibits and our nighttime events, but obviously it's not a full show pass. So if you want to see the educational tracks over at the Photo Booth Expo or the educational tracks over at Mobile Beat, obviously, then you need to kind of buy your respective full show passes. But yes, in terms of the expos, you'll be able to get into both expos at both shows. So it'll be a lot of fun. We're also working on transportation back and forth for one of the days.
Oh, nice.
So we're working on that. We don't have it solidified yet, but that's one of the things that we're working pretty hard on to make sure that's a great experience for people and they don't have to, walk all the way over to the tram at the MGM and then spend the time going over there. It'll just be a quick shoot down Paradise Avenue and you're there.
Very nice. That would be very convenient because, yeah, sometimes it's like, oh, we're just going but it takes forever to get from the Trop to the MGM and get to the tram.
Yep. That takes a while. And of course, the convention center is kind of on, 6 or 7 miles away on the other side of the strip. But like I said, we want to make it as easy as possible for people. And with the people from the Photo Booth Expo coming over, there will probably be girls at our nighttime event. So that'll be good.
Oh, that's.
It always makes it better.
He went there.
He did.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Wow.
But it's going to be a lot of fun. Not that we don't love partying and hanging with DJs, but it's always better when there's a mix of guys and girls in the room. And you know that from events. It's always a little bit better. And people probably won't just sit there with their cell phones up like that.
Yeah, they will. What are you talking about?
Maybe they'll enjoy the moment a little bit more, No.
Yeah. That's one of those lessons. It's almost like you got to convince people to turn that off. It's hilarious to watch.
Well,
we do. People
we do a show or we do a seminar at the beginning of each show, especially for the first timers. It's geared towards the first timers. We look around and we see a lot of people that aren't first timers, but it's how to get the most out of your Mobile Beat experience. So, the things that especially you want to go to and you want to learn and you want to do is just your first time as an attendee. And one of the things is be in the moment. Obviously you want to take notes and you want to observe as much as possible, get those nuggets, as everybody says, but you also want to make sure that you're enjoying yourself too, because life is too short not to enjoy yourself and not to live in the moment.
Yeah.
That's the truth.
Gosh, there was this really great speaker that I saw this one time, and he talked about being in the moment.
Yeah. I wonder who that was. Maybe he was talking.
Yeah. I think he was really talented too, but.
Talented. Yeah. He was.
He was
very talented.
He was. And I think he was a lot more handsome at that time too, probably than we are today.
Yeah. Well, back then, everybody's more handsome. Back then.
Sir, you are talking to a future sitting U.S. congressman. You better watch out there.
Better be careful. I can run over to if I win, I can run over to the representatives from Minnesota, and have a chat.
Have a chat.
We might need some DJ regulations in Minnesota.
Well, it's probably like most states. I mean, there's probably a Coleman somewhere in there and a couple other people.
Yeah, right.
Around, the 4th or the 5th or something like that.
There you go.
Always seems out to work that way. But
now, when is John going to get on stage at Mobile Beat and do a big thing? That's what I keep wondering.
Well,
I was on stage. Was it 2016 or 15?
You got a Lifetime Achievement Award.
You got the Hall of Fame. They inducted me into the Hall of Fame. And pretty much, I think that means that your time on the stage is done. You're just in the back of the room cheering people on. Yeah.
I think it means you have an open invitation to come up anytime you want to. Actually, is what I think it means. So
there's that.
So
you can storm the stage. John Young storming the stage.
Well, he says, Todd Mitchum, I'm going to let you finish, but yeah. I'm gonna let you finish, but
Todd
this is the best DJ show of all time.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect.
Todd was a great. He's one of the greatest hosts ever. But
but it's John Young hour.
Yeah,
dun,
we're
dun,
gonna have to talk.
Dun, dun.
I'm going back to the show. I mean, we've got. We're working on some new entertainment options too, so you'll have to stay tuned. We're actually going to start announcing. We've got all of our presenters, save for a couple signed. So we are going to start announcing those here in the coming weeks. The actual presenters, the actual educational tracks, and everything. And of course, we're going to kind of sprinkle them in. So you're going to, get an update one day of a next presenter and an update the next day. So it's going to be kind of spread out over a period of time. So if you haven't bought your passes, they are $249 right now. So that's a heck of a value for what you're getting in terms of education, in terms of networking, in terms of everything. So they're $249 right now. So I would suggest going to mobilebeatlasvegas.com and buy your passes. Otherwise, you're going to be helping a great cause if you bid on the 2 passes, on the family pack of 2 passes that we have on the, I believe, what's the link, John?
We're out at, they can go and do the bidding at discjockeynews.com/telethon, and they can see it. It's a link right below us, guys. It's right down there if you see it. Yeah, right there.
Mm-hmm. And what are the passes going for? What are they bidded at right now?
I'm not sure. I was just going to do some checking here. I've been bouncing back and forth, and did some tweaking of the auctions because we've had some people asking when they close, and they're going to close tomorrow night at 8 o'clock Central is when we're going to close all the auctions, and then we're going to go live at 9 o'clock to talk, share who won and such, and then we'll close the where is it? There's so many of them. I'm trying to scroll through and find logo. I must have gone right past it the first time here.
And in the meantime, while he's looking for that, if anybody has any comments or anything like that, any questions for Todd about his run or about his hosting of the show, if anybody has any questions for us about Mobile Beat or anything that's maybe going to happen, any of the rumors that Elvis is going to be resurrected and appear on the stage at Mobile Beat.
So the bid right now, there are 27 bids that have gone up on the two passes, and they're up at the top bid is $280. So somebody's going to get a great deal on 2 passes. So,
wow!
If we can get, I tell you what, if we can get over $400 for the pair of passes, which is still a great deal, $400 for 2 pair of passes, we're going to go ahead and donate $250. And I tell you what, we're going to go ahead and do that anyway. So on behalf of Mobile Beat, we're going to go ahead and put $250 towards the cash donation as well.
Very nice. Thank you. Very nice.
But that doesn't mean that you guys got to stop bidding. So you got to start bidding again and get up above at least $400 for the pair of 2. We're going to do it anyway, but
that's your incentive now. They've come forward. Now it's your turn.
Help some people in need here. I heard you were talking about the 6 o'clock hour, kind of what the money's going to in terms of tell them a little bit about that. Maybe some of the people that just joined in.
Yeah, so what we're going to be doing is the donations are going to be going to the St. Bernard's Project, which is a group that started after the Katrina catastrophe, where they would come in, a nonprofit that comes into the area and helps to rebuild in the lower income housing area. Once you've got floodwater in a house, it basically has to be taken down to the studs. You have to treat it and re-insulate and sheetrock and put it all back together. And they're the group that comes in. They have teams that come into these areas and do this, teams of volunteers and teams of some professionals who do this and know what they're doing. I think it's like 97%, 96.8% of all funds that are donated go to that part of it, because they just have very little money that goes to the housekeeping or what have you of the business, because it's all run by volunteers, and they're very highly rated in that arena. So that's why we decided to go with them, because we want to be helping those in the rebuilding process. So St. Bernard's Project, you can go out to the discjockeynews.com/telethon and see the link to go check them out, find out more information about them. And then, of course, there's a link to do the PayPal donation if you want to do that. Otherwise, the auction items, all the funds and proceeds from those will go directly towards that organization. Just a lot of we're going to have a lot of money coming in and going to that, and I'm just excited that you guys are all being so generous with your time and products and information and money to help DJs helping out from the industry here. That's great stuff.
Yeah, and we obviously the pack of 2 passes. We'd love to see you come out to Mobile Beat. We'd love to hang out with you and chat with you a little bit. I know on behalf of Todd and myself, and you could meet one of the most dynamic DJ entertainers, hosts there's ever been. and that's Mr. Todd Mitchum.
Hey, how about that? That's going to be awesome. Yeah, I mean, I think we heard a lot of feedback from last year too. So we're going to add some new stuff, make some changes, give people bathroom breaks, things like that. So we're going to be doing a lot this year. Now, what I'm excited about, Jake, is that the team is going to really be like you and I and others. We really kind of got our groove now. So I think it's going to even be more fluid, more tight, and just really going to inspire people. And I love what you said to me on the phone the other day, just adding new content, just skill building content, really starting to take people, like light a fire under them, really push them to some other level, man. I think that's exciting. So I'm pumped.
And that's one of the things, one of the many things that we pushed for over the last few years is you won't see the same presentations you see everywhere else with us. Mm-hmm. So they're always new. They're always dynamic. That's what we're striving for. We're striving to be on the cutting edge of education and, bringing forward new voices and people that necessarily haven't spoken before. That's always a great thing, because then you get this next generation of industry leaders that are going to come up and be the next people that have strong voices about not just the same old topics, but new topics and topics that broaden the scope of the mobile DJ industry.
Yep.
Cool.
So that is going to be one of the things. And like I said, new entertainment offerings. There's going to be a little bit of a shift in the schedule in terms of, like I said, the kind of the nighttime activities and things. And partnering with the Photo Booth Expo is going to be really, really neat. So you're going to see a lot of fresh faces on the exhibit floor, I think, especially on Wednesday and Tuesday when we have the exhibit floor open. And we open up the opportunity for some of our attendees, if they want to, if they do photo booths as well, go over to the Photo Booth Expo and kind of check that out as well. So that's one of the cool things. Rhythm Rob Savakis, we're really partnering with him and making it really fun. The next stop for us and Todd and Mr. Jani and everything will be getting together here in a couple months and kind of fine tuning and crossing our T's and dotting our I's. And then hopefully what I'm trying to get these guys to do is we take a big bus out to the show. I want these guys we would stop in Denver and pick up Todd and have Jason Jani on there. And it's a reality show. It's a reality show waiting to happen. Is what that is.
As long as we're going to record those magical moments to play back a recap video, that I would be a part of for sure.
Yeah. Well, it could be really good. It could be really good, or it could be a bunch of us sitting around and watching March Madness on the in motion Direct TV.
Well, if you stop in Colorado and we pick up, who knows what could happen on the way out.
We could not even make it to the show. Yeah.
Yeah, we might just get stuck in Colorado in a big circle.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, well, we'll see.
Well, we'd certainly make the CNN if you were running for office. We'd certainly make the CNN if we got pulled over or something like that. So that'd be.
Yeah, I'm just not sure. I'm just not sure that's the right thing for my campaign.
Yeah,
maybe probably not. Vote for Donnelly. Yeah.
Yeah, they're not good.
I could be your Chris Farley. Vote for Donnelly and Black Sheep.
Yeah, that's what I'm afraid of. I mean, I got to be honest. Now everywhere I go with Mobile Beat, I know whoever's got that camera up, I know that I have to be very careful. Just have to be very careful.
There you go.
So that's okay. I'm not afraid.
Yeah. What who else you got coming up here tonight left to talk to, John?
We've got quite a few that are going to be bouncing in tonight. We've got next is Arnaldo, then we've got Brian Red and Howie and Jimmy coming up. Dean Carlson is going to be coming up. Dean and Barb Alley are going to be. Matt Peterson, Jared Wade. We've got basically from now until midnight. We've got people coming in talking about their experiences with helping others and talking about some of the things that they've been involved with and such. So it's going to be a fun night. And we're just about a third the way through it, I guess, how that we look at it. Yeah, we're almost at 8 o'clock Central. So,
well, when you're on your second pot of coffee, remember you got to eat something. Otherwise, you'll start shaking from all the caffeine.
I know. I was just thinking about that. It's like,
that.
I should probably go in and have supper. I didn't, because I ran right from one thing to here. So I'm going to have to probably sneak in the house at some point in time here. But got to get ready for Arnaldo. Gentlemen, Jake, Todd, thank you for being on tonight. Appreciate your time, and I'm looking forward to see you guys next March.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. It's great. I'm really excited. Hope everybody gets their tickets early. We're going to have a lot of fun. Yeah, so we'll see you guys soon. And Jake, this time our planning meeting, not in February, okay? Not in February.
It's Iowa. It's a little chilly in February. We got that going for us.
All right, good.
Just
All
tight.
right.
All right.
We'll see you guys.
Have a good night, guys.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip as you're enjoying this telethon. And again, I hope you're being very generous. Donate as much as you can. There's a lot of people in need. Here's a tip that I tell my staff all the time. Once you get set up in your banquet room, always sound check with something that's fairly mainstream. If you sound check with something, really kind of out there and dubstep and crazy, you never know. A lot of times when I'm setting up and before my events, there's a bride to be kind of touring the banquet hall and checking out the room. And if she hears me play something too crazy, she's not going to come up and take my business card. But a lot of times she sees my neat setup. I sound check with something mainstream. She comes up, hey, it's great to meet you. And she takes a business card. So I always sound check with something mainstream. And then when I'm done with that, if the wait staff is setting up the room, I say, hey, anything you want to hear, anything that's going to motivate you, anything and a lot of times they'll shout out something and I'll play a song for the staff and they just love it. So that's my latest tip for you as you enjoy our telethon.
Here we go. We are live now, back again. Okay, so thank you guys for being with us tonight. We are right in the middle of, well, actually, we just finished the first third of the first Labor Day telethon here at the Disc Jockey News. I've got in this segment Arnaldo with me. Good evening, Arnaldo.
Oh, you were just complaining how everything was kind of like you're having technical issues.
Thank you.
How are you doing today, sir?
I'm doing well. This is going to be something that for the last few days it's been kind of a combination of excitement and nervousness. Not so much, we've streamed before and there's glitches. People understand that. We know what we're doing is just sometimes it doesn't work right, and we can get through pretty much all of it. So I wasn't too worried about the technical side. It was really the okay, we put this together, and the response was incredible from the sponsors and supporters that have come out. And you can see, go to discjockeynews.com/telethon. You can see the list on the right side there. Oh my gosh, that's a long list. So we had a lot of, and it's like, okay, now we've got this, and we have things in place. We have all these auction things. Will the DJ show up? Was really what it came down to. And sometimes the DJ community can just make you go, oh my gosh, I can't believe how they've stepped up. And sometimes they'll be like, oh boy.
Yeah.
Tonight we have got oh my gosh, people are stepping up, and and it started yesterday. The auctions opened up and people just started to just really come out and open their checkbooks in essence to help support the flood victims down in Texas. I want to get an account here. I'm going to pop over to the website and get a count on the number of bids so far. That's kind of a cool thing, so we can keep track of the bids as they've been rolling through.
I was just bidding on stuff too myself, so it's crazy because, guys, one of the things that I always push, especially we've done auctions like this somewhere before. This isn't really about getting the best deal possible. You may sometimes pay more than what it may be on retail, but that's fine because it's technically a write-off because it's still a donation towards charity. But even if you don't do the write-off, it's the fact that it's going for people that need it. John, I don't know if you know, but right now Florida's in panic. Usually we have hurricane parties, but now we're all panicking because we've got Irma on the way.
I know. I've been listening a little bit to that, and I haven't heard any more today on that. So
and nobody knows what's going on. Nobody is going to know what's going on. It's a tough call for weather people, but the big difference between Florida and Texas is we're ready for it every year. We have the infrastructure, we have the capabilities to be able to get us through a hurricane. What are the chances that a hurricane just goes right underneath Florida and plows through Texas? They were not ready for that in any way, shape, or form.
And not at that scale, for surely.
If I'm not mistaken, not since Andrew or Camille has Texas really been hit like that.
Yeah, that was just incredible. And if you watched, for those in obviously Texas, you were following that but a lot of people that are watching tonight didn't maybe follow it all that closely when it was coming. You were seeing some things on the news, but the way that it comes onshore and basically just stalled out right there for, a couple of days. It really didn't move much. It just continually, I mean, that's like taking your finger and just kind of continuing to grind in one area on it's just wore the people down at the amount of water it just pounded them with. Incredible.
Absolutely. And it's I think one of the craziest because I've been watching a lot of stuff on Snapchat, and I think Mark over with Eternal Lighting, like, he's done a really good job almost making a mini documentary on his Snapchat showing how badly the streets are flooded. He even showed his own warehouse where it's just, knee deep in water, and he had to sit there and continuously pump it out. So it was definitely something very out of the ordinary. And, there's always good or bad things that come out of it. You've heard about the Cajun Army, the guys, or the Cajun Navy, excuse me. A lot of guys from Louisiana that had boats that went over and started helping them out. And you hear a lot of people being thankful for the help, but you always hear about some bungholes that start shooting them or pretending that they're rescue boats to rob people. So it's a very sad thing that a lot of people use this for their own personal gain. But at the same time, like, you see live streams where people are sitting outside of other people's businesses with a shotgun, basically shooting any looters to come in. I don't know if you've heard about this.
Yeah, I was hearing a little bit about that now.
And it's crazy because, you see some people commenting, well, you have to be careful so you don't get arrested. No, unfortunately, the police have much better things or not much more important things they have to worry about than, unfortunately, people are looting or somebody shooting somebody that's looting, because there's people that are still stuck in their houses. I have a lot of friends and, over in that area. One of them actually posted that they couldn't get in or out of the house if they wanted to. Basically, they opened the door, those waters were coming straight in. Like, she had no idea how her house didn't get flooded. So she's very thankful she got that last minute insulation on her door.
Yeah. That's just crazy. And things that it's so foreign for you talk about hurricanes and you talk about these tremendous floods. If we get 4 inches of rain, we think we're, oh my gosh, it's Armageddon for us up here. For you guys, that isn't. For you, a foot of rain, we had that, that was last week. We had that, you can understand that. So it's just the whole concept of 3 to 4 feet of rain just baffles my mind. That's for sure. So now, what I wanted to kind of have you come on and talk a little bit about is we've all, over the course of our careers and in life and such, we've had some instances where we've been able to help others in need, and there are times where others have been able to help us a little bit. And I wanted to just kind of, open it up to kind of share some stories of those times where you've been able to help others in, whatever circumstance it was in. Because I know you're people may not know this, but you're a very, I'm going to say, I don't want to say soft in that way, but I think you're a very kind-hearted person who is the guy who will give his shirt off his back. And of course, if you're a jerk, you're going to tell him to F off too, Well,
actually, I kind of want to go over on both sides of that. As a company, Four Schools only has donated a lot of time and such. Just like Jake mentioned about the Miracle Network with the dance marathons, sometimes we're not able to give out the equipment or the gear and all that for free because we have a lot of events going on, and ultimately we have to pay somebody, but I give them to them at like 1% of what it would normally cost. Some of them we don't charge. We've got a lot of schools that do the ESC proms. They have no budget, so we donate time for that. But I think that our industry, while a lot of DJs like to make fun of the word industry, we still are a very tight-knit industry.
Yes.
And I was actually on the receiving end of that generosity. When my wife had the debilitating back problem, after tens of thousands of dollars, they basically said, well, you're going to need surgery. It's a C6, C7 disc replacement. Long story short, my insurance didn't cover it. And we couldn't get financial help through the hospital as far as being able to make payments. They, you can't make payments because you're an insured patient, but your insurance doesn't cover the room, didn't even cover the surgeon because it was part of a lawsuit. Just the whole thing back and forth. After a lot of negotiating and a few $100,000 later, you still need $22,000 for the 1 day in the hospital room. You have to pay that within, 2 weeks, not even. and I was kind of freaking out. We were trying to figure out what the heck we could do. And two friends of ours, at that point, it was who started it. It was Jason Cathcart and Storm, and I can never say Storm's last name. But they started like this whole fundraiser. They didn't tell me Monica about it first. And all these DJs just, came in and started donating. And then these companies that I didn't even do a lot of work with donated stuff for an auction. And it was huge. It was very overwhelming. And then we were a couple $1,000s short. I had already paid the anesthesiologist. I already paid the surgeon, which was like almost 18, 19 grand, and all these other things that we paid off. And right as we were trying to figure out, okay, we'll just pay the last 2,000. We'll figure out what we can sell or move some funds around. Steve Lynch with Atlanta Photo Booths did like that last thing. He's like, I'll take care of the rest. It kind of started a movement within at least my followers and myself. Cause then, we tried paying everybody back, but everybody did the whole, well, pay it forward. So then when another DJ had his house flood in and he lost all his gear, we started raising money for him. I know that a lot of people kind of stepped in and started helping out when Mikey Mike, if you remember, his fence came down.
Yep.
And, and not everybody's able to help every single time, but even just a simple share, it was amazing, at least on my end, because Storm had given me the names of everybody so we could send him a quick thank you note. Him and Jason did. It was amazing. Not just the amount of DJs and people that we had no idea who the heck they were, but even DJs that outside of that whole thing, like we all have always butted heads, and things always happen or whatnot. But I think in the end, everybody's there for each other because we are in the industry that at any point that money could stop coming in. Our funds could stop and we could be screwed. So it's even worse when you think about that in a citywide thing, like what's going on over in Houston.
Oh yeah.
Houston isn't your typical size city too. I mean, it's a big freaking city.
Oh, for
so
sure.
to understand the amount of damage that happened to a city the size of Houston really tells you how big this hurricane really was.
Oh yeah, and you look at some of the pictures. I mean, just one that I saw again today. Josh Yan shared a picture of the freeway, and there are 3 foot waves, 3 to 4 foot waves going across the freeway because there's that much water. It's like a lake, and the only way you can tell it's a freeway is because of the road sign sticking up and above. And that's miles and miles and miles of flooded territory like that. It's just incredible to believe that a city that size and that much water and how people are what's going to happen for recovering for that. Ugh.
No, absolutely. And then you mentioned about as far as like, giving and all that. My wife is so much better at that than I am just because I'm too busy to organize little side projects. Like, she would basically sponsor a family that didn't have anything for Christmas, and she would find different people to donate gifts. We would donate gifts, money, whatever it took to make sure these kids went without Christmas. And it's one of the things that, we kind of push for other people to do. I don't usually talk about myself personally much in this sense, but I was raised Methodist despite growing up Episcopalian. I believe in John Wesley, the world is my parish. And we actually just had a discussion about this yesterday, that it doesn't matter, in my opinion, what somebody believes in, how they want to interpret the Bible, and even if they're atheists, how they decide to live their own life. It's not my business. All that one, in my opinion, should concern about themselves is what are they doing in this world to impact themselves, and if they believe in a higher power, to represent that higher power. If they're an atheist, just for the good karma of it. If you're just living out here for yourself, things are not going to end up very well for you. And you shouldn't just donate just to hope that you get some good karma back. But I mean, that pay it forward thing, despite all this stuff that we like to talk crap about millennials and everything else. And John, I've always come to the defense of millennials. I think they're getting a lot of flack for a lot of stuff that baby boomers really screwed up.
Yes, you do.
I think the pay it forward movement really summarizes where the millennials really stand. And that is that, yeah, some may be entitled, but they also feel that they should be entitled to help others, if that makes sense.
I think so. I definitely think so. Just watching the chat room.
Yeah. People are saying they're not used to seeing me without glasses.
Let's talk a little bit about that.
Not a good recovery day. Today is a very blurry day.
Yeah. That, and that's the weird thing about eye recovery is some days are good days and some days are bad days, and you don't really realize it. You're like, okay, when I sprain my wrist, so it hurts and it's better and it's better and it's better and it's done.
and he's gone.
Yeah, but it's not that way when it comes to eyes. So let's first off, give us the update on your eyes. How are they going with that LASIK?
Well, here, let me kind of move this a little bit closer. The blood on this one is pretty much gone.
Yeah.
This one is almost healing up there.
Oh, yeah, I see a little bit. Yeah.
The flap seems to be almost completely healed up because, the first day you could kind of see the seam around the flap. I can't see the flap as much anymore. Doctor said I have 2015. This eye is definitely healing a lot slower than this one. But again, the doctor said that's going to be normal. But 2015, that's freaking awesome.
Oh, for
I'm
sure.
like so stoked. So, I keep telling the joke this to my staff because, you got to put those eye drops on every couple hours. I'm like, I can't wait because it's going to be in the middle of homecoming season. I'm like telling all the students, put your hands in the air. All right, we're good. So every 2 hours at my event, just be ready for put your hands up. Students are like, what the hell's this DJ doing?
Man,
where do we need eye drops? How come they're not throwing eye drops? They're throwing glow sticks and confetti, but no eye drops.
Eye drops, man. There must be something in those eye drops. Look at the energy this guy's got.
So, real quick, Jake says Todd was just on. That's why your eyes are blurry.
I don't know, but I was kind of wondering if there were Twinkies around.
Okay, so people are asking if it was expensive and if it was scary. It was not expensive. I think before my AAA, it would have been close to $2,500 an eye. After it came to much less. And on my channel, Gear First, sorry for the plug, I did do a whole documentary on that. So you definitely check that out. Now, as far as it being scary, and I've mentioned this before, so if you guys do not know, I have been to the doctor once in my adult life, and then whenever I was forced to by my parents for a yearly checkup. Knock on wood, I haven't been to the hospital, despite the fact that I should have been hospitalized when I sliced my finger in half. Super glue. 103.5 fever, bathtub full of ice. I am so chicken crap scared of doctors, and luckily I've never needed them. But that being said, yeah, I haven't gotten shots, anything like that. I mean, no, I don't do any of that. And I was able to suck it up and go through LASIK even when the Valium did not kick in. And a lot of people like, oh, well, it kicked in. You just didn't feel it. No, it definitely did not kick in. Trust me. I know. So, for those that are saying that it's scary, and John, you've gone through it too. Yeah. I mean, you don't feel it anymore. I mean, you feel the pressure.
Yeah, there is pressure. Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, exactly. That's the best way to describe it. You feel the pressure as they have to put some things, and there's a thing mounted on your face in essence, but there's just pressure, and then the numbing drops do their job.
Boy, they really do. But you know what they don't tell you? They don't tell you that the numbing drops only numb your eye. So when that piece that holds your eyelid open goes underneath your eyelids, you feel the coldness of it. It doesn't hurt. It's just really weird when you don't feel anything in your eye, but you feel around it. And when they say pressure, I saw one YouTube channel because I wanted to find something that could calm my nerves, and there really wasn't anything out there, which is why I did the video that I did. But I looked at the videos that were available, and they're like, it's going to feel like your eye's getting sucked out of the socket. No, it's literally getting pushed in so you can fit this little cup around. Again, It doesn't hurt, but a warning would have been nice. And the doctor said inward pressure, but that's not what I was expecting. So that was a little bit different. But you know what? I would do it again in a heartbeat. It's wonderful. It was raining. We have some baby chicks out there. We had to relocate the baby chicks, and it was crazy because usually I can't go out in the rain with glasses. It's awful. You kind of need like
yep, yes.
Around your glasses, windshield wipers. I just wanted to make the sound effect. And it was crazy, John, because I was able to go outside and not have to worry about my glasses getting wet. I got to go to the gun range soon because I'm really excited about actually being able to shoot and not have to have my vision blurry when I'm looking over the sights or anything.
Yeah, for sure. You'll really, really enjoy that. That was one of the big things I enjoyed because we do hunting up here, deer hunting in November, which you've got the cold, so you're going back and forth, and you're sighting up a gun when you had glasses on and such, and you get the steam from your breath as you're, and the next thing you know, you're steamed up. When I didn't have glasses.
Even worse is, I mean, you're in Minnesota, so in other parts of the nation, John, there's this thing called the sun, and there's heat.
Yeah, we don't see that.
Yeah, no.
It leaves us in a few weeks, and we don't see it until next year.
When you go from when you go from your car that's all air conditioned, and you step outside, and your whole set of glasses goes, and you can't see anything. I don't have that anymore. It's wonderful. Plus, now I can wear shades.
Yeah.
So I can be like, hold on a second.
I was going to say every picture I've seen of you in the last few days is
I can wear sunglasses, but now I can do like if somebody's like, hey, how are your chickens doing? I'm like, excellent.
Right there. That was worth the LASIK right there.
Yeah, so I mean that was exactly why I spent quite a bit of the money there. So for the dad jokes. But no, totally worth it. I like Dean. What is this thing called? Sun.
Yes.
You go to Florida, I guarantee you're going to go back up north. And John, I know the snow sucks and everything else and the cold weather, but when it's cold, you can put on clothes and get yourself warmer. You can only, when in the heat, you can only take off your clothes and you can only get so naked before it's illegal and you're not allowed to do school dances again. And the church doesn't want you in their property anymore, so it's some give or takes. I would much rather be freezing cold personally than being able to cook cookies in the trunk of my car.
Yeah, there's the trade-off. But after being down in Florida in June and July a couple of years ago, yeah, it takes a special kind. As you guys refer to people up here in the middle of winter, January 30 below, that it takes a special kind. It's all over that way. So, Arnaud, let's talk a couple of minutes here before we wrap up. In the auction, we have got a Master School Dance series in there. So let's talk a little bit about that.
It's awesome. No, so basically there are I've made a couple announcements recently to a few people, but I guess we'll make it public now. Master School Dances, first I'll cover what it is. You get your 5 videos. You have your marketing and selling, what is the other thing that I was thinking about? Your performance, dealing with hotels. For those of you guys that don't know, I actually get to give writers to hotels and they follow it. And that video discusses about that. It discusses about having a flawless performance, the tech specs, designing your show, understanding the balance between spending money and not making yourself a rental company. Talks about photography, how to really get the best photos and videos to market your business, and WordPress. The WordPress video is absolutely useless at this point because WordPress has evolved so much since I've made that video. And that one is getting replaced with a whole different topic. So if you win this one, when that video is replaced, contact me and I'll give you the free upgrade. Plus, you get access to the Master School Dances private people group. Once the new video comes out, the Master School Dances, which is normally $10.99, is going to go up to $3.99, or actually may even go higher. It may go as high as $115 each video. So I tell people, get it now, especially at the price that it's going in. If you do not win, but you were still interested, up until noon tomorrow, I was able to change some things around on my end. Up until noon Eastern on Tuesday, if you order Master School Dances, half of it will be sent directly to you, John, as a cash donation.
Sweet. Very
cool. But yeah, it's basically my entire business plan all in one shot. Also, here's a little fun fact. Master School Dances is not available to anybody in Florida. But if you bid on it and you're in Florida, this is the only way you'll be able to purchase Master School Dances in those markets where it is not available. So if you're in Florida, please don't bid. No, just kidding. Do it. Jack it up.
Yep.
Make it. And of course, you still get the full Master School Dances love, meaning if you have questions, right now I'm difficult to get a hold of because I'm in a homecoming season. But, I'm always there to answer questions as best as possible. In my opinion, and based on the hundreds of DJs that have given it, a 5-star review on it, it's the only it's the only school marketing series out there.
Mm-hmm.
But it's the only marketing or the only educational series aimed towards DJs that focuses on helping you make more money. Everything else talks about the performance and, being a better MC. Mine covers a little bit on that, on the sense of school dances. But it's about how to make more money. You will make more money if you follow the steps in your video. And more importantly, it's not just for school dances. A lot of people, like for example, my friend George Penn, he took a lot of the stuff that he learned on the MSD series and applied it for his corporate events. And there's a lot of DJs that did that for weddings and everything else, and they're seeing their bottom line go up besides doing school dances. Some of the guys bought the videos not even for school dances. They did it for other events because they wanted their weddings to be more energetic, because they wanted to do bigger corporate events, and they took those tips and they were able to modify them to fit their particular business.
Right. Yeah, because a lot of the lessons that are taught, and a lot of it is just common business sense applied.
Exactly.
And that's something that can be transferred to different aspects of what we do. So you're getting, even if you're not into school dances or maybe just looking to get started in there, you're going to be able to apply lessons in other areas. And then if you want to go into that realm, you certainly can. If not, you're still going to get the value of learning some lessons that are going to help your business bottom line. That's a fabulous aspect.
Absolutely. And, this show has been all full of positivity and I love it. And everybody's been all nice to each other, but we're going to break that real quick. I actually had a DJ that messaged me. He's like, well, I only need one video because I don't think there's anything else that I can learn. I'm like, Okay, that is problem number one.
Yep.
I'm like, if you don't mind me asking, how much money do you make in school dances? And he gave me it was less than $30,000. And I asked if I could share the story because he wound up buying the full series.
Mm-hmm.
It was less than 30,000. I looked at his market. He's in a big area, bigger than my area.
Oh,
the average income was higher. I know how much the schools spend in that area, and I send that information. They spend, or they are able to spend more money. I'm like, my dude, between you and I, four schools only, just between homecomings and proms, we're grossing almost 400,000 just on homecomings and proms. Don't tell me there's nothing you can't learn when I'm making a heck of a lot more than you. And he's also a multi-op. So it's one of those that, first of all, when it comes to education, you never say, oh, there's nothing I can learn, especially if the person's making more than you. You know, if let's say Mike Walter or Jason Jani is doing a seminar, and it could be a seminar on, how to tie your shoes. Listen, these dudes are making more money than I am. So yeah, I'm going to sit down and listen to what they have to say.
You bet.
And it's not well, you shouldn't listen to people that make more money than you, but yeah, I kind of want to go up. So I'm not saying that somebody that makes less has a seminar, I'm not going to pay attention. But if somebody that has a seminar and I know they're a company that I'd like to be like, I don't care what they're charging. I don't care where it's at. If I can drive up there or make the webinar, yeah, I'm going to do it. It would be stupid not to.
Yeah, they're talking about the thumbs down. So that's what they're doing that.
There's always thumbs down. I saw a thumbs down when I first logged in. I'm like, bruh, are you kidding me?
Yeah, who did that?
And you know what? We've ranted about this before. I guarantee that the person that's putting the thumbs down will never man up and tell you who they are. As a matter of fact, I will personally have Master School Dances give $100 donation if what the heck is going on? Sorry, just played the thing twice on my hand.
We're good.
I will personally give $100 if the person that's doing the thumbs down will man up and show me the screenshots of the ones doing the thumbs down, so I can call you out. That's crap.
And I know we've had some of the friends who, as a joke, will click thumbs down. There it was, and then they take it away.
Right? They're like, oh, it was me that did it. All right, you're gonna be part of the next What Grinds My Job Reel show. No, but I definitely do want to talk to you, John, because I do want Master School Dances to be able to help out with some cash donations in some way, shape, or form. Cool. So on a serious note, yes, guys, if you don't win the auction, if you're still interested, please let me know. I'll be happy to work with you. I want to make sure we get some money sent out John's way for sure.
Yeah, that sounds great, Arnaldo. Appreciate it. So, thank you guys.
John, real quick, because I know we got a couple minutes left. If you don't mind, I've been watching this for like maybe the last hour and a half or 2 hours, but haven't heard exactly, obviously we know the money is going to help out, but how exactly is the money going? Because there's other people that want to do something similar, but they don't know where to send money to.
Well, in this particular case, what we're going to do is all the money that comes in, I've got some people who are doing a direct donation to the organization. They're going to their website and they're doing a donation to that. And to get, I'm going to call it credit for that so that it's part of our event, they're taking a screenshot or sending an email of that, so then we know, so we can get them the bidding bonus items, which right now we've got some books and such that are going out there. Some people are doing that. Some people are going to our PayPal link, which is at discjockeynews.com/telethon, and they're doing a donation right to our PayPal, and then we're going to take all the monies from that, and then we're going to go and donate that to St. Bernard's project. And then, of course, everything from the auction, once the auctions are paid up, that's all going to be bundled. And again, everything that's auctioned is donated. So those items, it's 100% of everything that comes in for that is going to be going to St. Bernard's project, which is helping rebuild the houses and such in those lower income parts of the communities that were affected by the floods. So we'll be later this week. Hopefully, we'll have everything finalized by tomorrow night, and then people will get the auctions paid for within the next day or so. And then by the end of the week, we'll be able to get everything all transferred over to them, so they have these funds to be able to help and get down there and get the products that they need. So we're really looking forward to it.
Doing this for sure.
Yeah, well, thank you. And it's just one of those. I could put it together, but if it wouldn't be for people like yourself who are donating and the different manufacturers that are bringing things in here to help give a little bit of love to those who are putting the money on the line to help down there. I mean, I just basically pulled it together, and it's the donating people, the companies that are doing it, and then the people who are donating their money and are watching the show and sharing the links for these shows and the donating pages. I mean, there's where the magic's happening. I mean, they're the ones who are making it happen. We definitely appreciate all those of you who have been sharing and encouraging in the last few days as this has come together, because it's way larger than I thought it was going to be, for sure. I mean,
absolutely. No, it's incredible so far. And by the way, now all these people are hitting the thumbs down button because they totally did not get what I was trying to say. As soon as I said that, I'm like, wait a second. There's no way to prove who is hitting the thumbs down. So thanks a lot, Ian. I hate you so much. And I was like, fine, if you don't want to donate, there's kids in Texas who will see this. Ian, I've got a Texas flag to show you. All right, send me your email.
Oh, funny.
No, but you have some really loyal people that have been reading and helping donate. I've seen that Robin has been posting nonstop the links to the telethon, and there's some really cool stuff that you're definitely giving away. So that's being not given away, excuse me, but it's up for auction.
Up for auction.
Although the price that some of these things are going for, they are literally being given away.
Yeah, that's for sure. So we're excited to have that variety and different things there, and hopefully we can get continue the bidding. I think we just surpassed. I think we're over $600 in cash donations, and a big part of that was thank you to Mobile Beat who donated $250 to our awesome cash donation. So thank you very much for Mobile Beat. And then I think we were at almost 700 bids going on for the auction so far.
Wow.
So,
and you know what? Let's spice it up a little bit, John. Let's not make it one copy of Master School Dances. Let's make it 2 copies of Master School Dances.
I think we can do that. I can do a little tweaking here, and we can get a second one on the auction. We can do that. Thank you, Arnaldo. We'll get that up here.
Yeah, let's make it rock. So
yeah, that sounds great. Arnaldo, we got to jump here because we have more show going on. We need to have our little break. So thank you for being on, and I'll get that listed. Thank you for your generosity. And gang, we'll be back here in just a couple of minutes.
All right. Thanks for having me.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip as you enjoy the telethon. Your personality, your body language, your facial expressions matter a lot at your events. Our job as DJs is to get the party going and create some enthusiasm and create some fun moments. It's hard to do that if you look like this at your event. So I am always moving around, especially when the music is upbeat. I always try to keep a smile on my face and add energy. And I do think those things really, really matter. If you follow me on social media, you might have seen my latest Facebook profile picture. It's one that one of my photographers got just from this past weekend. I'm behind my sound system, but I've got that high energy kind of look and a smile on my face. I'm really proud of that shot. As a matter of fact, I saw a couple of other DJs put up a similar picture, but they don't really look like they're into the party too much. And I looked at mine and I said, man, I'm so proud of that picture because that's my personality at my events. And I'm a firm believer that helps make my parties better. So keep in mind that you're not just providing music at your parties, but people look at you and they say, wow, that guy's having a good time. Maybe I should be having a good time too. So your personality, your body language, your facial expressions, they all matter and they all factor into the success at your events.
In the right-hand corner.
Yep, we are. Yeah, just click to gallery view. We are live now, guys. We are back for our next segment here for the Disc Jockey News Telethon. The link is down below us, right there, discjockeynews.com/telethon. You can go out there and you can see the auction items. You can do the donating there, and we are just continuing our way through. And guys, I wanted to we've been talking a little bit about some of the things with donating and helping and giving a hand to the industry and such, or different people. And then I wanted to spend a little time kind of talking music in this segment, especially getting into some of the because Jimmy likes to do this game with me where he's talking and showing me links to old house music and things like that, and it's just like beyond me. It's like, this is something that you guys would know much more about. So this segment, I'm going to step out here and I'm going to go grab something to eat. I'm going to let the three of you just have a good time here for the next about 20 minutes, and I'll be right back then with you guys.
You better come back.
I will be back, but it's time to go get something to eat. I'm hungry.
Am I the leader?
You are. You're going to be the leader of the pack.
God. Fine.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Okay, cool. So the first thing we got to talk about is our telethon and how we really need to give money to the people there because I'm doing the Sarah McLachlan version of this. You know, like we're giving to the animals and stuff. Got this piano music going on, right? You like that? Everybody feel sad now? Everybody feel guilty and sad? Okay, we can move on now. So, guys, you know what I've been doing for the last half an hour?
Tell us.
I've been watching old Jerry Lewis telethon videos.
Really?
Kind of what they were doing, because I was watching some of the early segments, and all they were really doing was talking about the victims. And they're not victims, by the way, they're survivors.
Yeah.
So they're not victims. The victims died. The survivors are the ones that we want to help. So we don't have any victims here. We have survivors. But I noticed when I was watching the Jerry Lewis telethon that they did other stuff. You know, they didn't just say give. Like Sammy Davis Jr. would come on and chain smoke, like for like 14 years.
I could do that for you.
And he did the Candyman, right?
Yes, he
So
did.
you know, I was thinking one of us probably needs to sing Candyman, because this is a telethon. It is Labor Day weekend in honor of Jerry Lewis. Who's going to do Candyman?
I think we'll let you have the honor.
I have to do Candyman. You guys won't do it?
I don't know the words.
Well, I just happen to have the karaoke version queued up for you guys, so that's the good news. By the way, go to the links and check out the bid items. There's some good bid items out there. I'll show you some of that stuff a little later. Check out those JTS microphones. Somebody's going to get a deal on those. There's 2 of them out there. I've got one right here. See, it's a cool mic, and I'll show you more on that later. But first, as promised, I'm going to do the Candyman for you. So I'm going to try to. Okay, you ready?
I'm ready.
You sure?
No.
Listen, I'm not listening.
Who can sprinkle the sunshine? Sprinkle it with dew. Cover it with chocolate and a miracle or two. The Candyman.
I'm the chorus.
Oh, the Candyman can. Okay, that's all you get. You guys didn't step up to the plate. I went ahead and did it just in honor of being a telethon. Somebody had to sing Candyman. It was me.
I got the chorus.
You did. Nice. Okay. All right.
Chuck
Cool.
it to me, baby.
Right on. So, guys, what's up? We're gonna talk about music in this segment.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, we can go anywhere with this. I mean, you know, music is so broad. You know,
we are live.
I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
Do you remember the one thing that I remember the most? And Brian, this harkens back to you and I both.
Okay.
Both DJ'd in skating rinks.
Yeah.
And they used to have the ROA like champions come on the telethon and do like a skating routine.
Yeah, they had all kinds of weird stuff on the telephone.
I'm telling you, it was like a party.
I was just watching, and Jerry Lewis was constantly screwing it up because he was haggard. I mean, the guy had been on for 36 hours. He was tired. He was telling like dirty jokes.
Oh yeah, I mean, as a kid, all right, I was, you know, I went through this when I was a kid. It was like the first time that I was allowed to stay up all night.
Right.
All night. I looked forward to it. I was like, yeah.
I did too. I don't know why, but I thought it was cool because you get people on there that you want to see, I guess.
Yeah, well, I mean, no, it was just the fact that it was always excitement and it was through the whole night. And you got your parents let you stay up all night for this one thing.
That forbidden fruit, right, Jimmy?
Yeah, exactly.
All night.
It's like
Thanks,
all of a sudden, middle of the night, it's like 12, 1 o'clock. Mom's popping popcorn on top of the stove, man.
Right. Yeah. You know, I just saw a segment where he was with Mr. T. And Mr. T, there was this thing I remember a long, long time ago in Chicago. Everybody was mad at him because he bought this wooded lot and he was cutting all the trees down, and it was this big news story. So Jerry Lewis was kind of messing with him, and Mr. T said, "Yeah, here's the thing: donate money, or I'm going to cut all the trees down. I got my chainsaw with me, and I'm going to cut them all down." Just weird stuff like that. That just like, where did that come from?
I met Mr. T.
My favorite part was just Sammy Davis Jr. just smoking constantly. He just smoking through the whole thing. He'd sing the Candyman. Then like a kid would come out and tap dance. It was
Dean Martin was constant chimney.
Oh, and Ed McMahon would come out. and he'd make Jerry Lewis would make fun of Ed McMahon for having so many kids.
Oh, he had a
God,
ton of
you can't do that to anybody.
Could you imagine some of the stuff that you did back then now? People would lose their minds.
No, people lose their minds anyway. They're absolutely no fun.
That they do.
Everybody's sensitive.
Hey, since we're supposed to talk about music,
yes,
I was thinking, you were mentioning about the Guardians of the Galaxy.
Oh my gosh, it's so much fun.
Right?
Yeah.
Now and you know, I can't remember the name of the guy picking the soundtrack, but there were all these deep cuts.
Yeah, a lot.
They were all songs that I've been doing for a long time at these summer chill events and picnics and whatnot.
Yeah.
You know, stuff like Spirit in the Sky and Sweet. The song Sweet I was playing. And
Fox on the Run.
Fox on the Run.
Fox on the Run. And people would come up and they go, "Wow, I haven't heard that in a long time."
They're all songs.
There goes my deep cut crate now, you know.
Well, no, I think it's kind of cool. There's so many that you can,
Yeah.
pick from on that. It's that you're not limited at all. There are other tracks that you can grab that are deep cuts. But yeah, he did something really cool with that. I think where he went in and he picked songs that everybody kind of knew, but they didn't know who did it. And when I say everybody, I mean people who were alive when those songs were popular.
Exactly. But now this summer, when I played those songs, it was really interesting to see the young kids go, ooh, right. And parents were pleased that, the kids know my music. It was a magical summer.
Yeah.
It really was. I mean, it was, but now I have to get another crate of cuts for next year. But it was a blessing, actually, just to see that the young kids and grandparents like bonding over these old songs.
It was funny. I was telling my mother about these movies yesterday. We were over there, and I was explaining to her that there were two movies. This first one, second one. She needs to watch them. I've got the second one on DVD. The first one I don't, but come over and we'll look at it on demand or something. And she was kind of curious, and she's, "Well, I don't like outer space stuff." I'm like, "Yeah, well, you didn't like zombies either until I turned you on to Walking Dead. So, and now you're like the biggest Walking Dead fan." So I'm like, "Just watch the trailer because it's funny, it's ridiculous." So she's watching it. There's no reaction until Hooked on a Feeling comes on and go, "Ooga, ooga, ooga," and she starts just dying laughing. Just that alone was funny to her. That they'd be in outer space doing all this stuff and listening to Hooked on a Feeling was funny to her.
And the kids, the little kids, I'm talking little kids, 5 to 7 years old, they just loved that part. And they were all like chanting and jumping around at the picnic going, "Ooga chaka, ooga chaka." And the parents were just delighted. And the grandparents, especially, because that was their era.
I think it's kind of the same thing that maybe was happening when the Grand Theft Auto video games came out.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because they were doing all those different radio stations.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not to the extreme of this, though. I think movies are more powerful than the video games. But
Pick a favorite oldies song. What's your go-to fun, your favorite oldie song?
Me personally, it's like picking one of my favorite children. I love that stuff.
Mm.
My general rule, and this is very general, is I don't listen to too much music that was recorded before I was born. So 71 up.
All right, but if you had to pick one,
I can't.
Oh, come on, just throw one out there that you enjoy.
Let me think about.
All right,
this.
I'm going to give it to Howie. Howie, you go for it first.
See,
one that I would go. Oh boy,
like my personal favorite.
You personally enjoy.
That I personally enjoy.
That's tough.
There's too many.
There are. Like, give me a year. You know
what I'm going to go with, because sometimes I am just in the mood. When I see some wacky stuff going on at some of these picnics and the pool parties, and I'll play Lunatic Fringe.
Red Rider.
Red Rider. Yep, I will.
I remember that. It was like the only cool song on the whole album, but it was a really cool song.
Yeah, that was it. Yeah, that was the only song on that album.
Yeah, the Canadians, right? They're Canadian.
Yes, I believe.
Like Aldo Nova. It's like this Canadian invasion. We had Chili Whack, and all of those bands came out like about the same time. You know, if I had to think like oldies, like 70s stuff, like a tune that my go-to song that I want to listen to just because it sounds so cool to put headphones on and listen to a good recording of, believe it or not, would be Help Me by Joni Mitchell. That's a tune that there's so much going on in that song. I think Alan Parsons produced it.
Yeah.
And he's just like a super producer anyway.
He produced for everybody. He's the one that did Dark Side of the Moon.
Did he? I didn't know that.
Yes.
I didn't know Alan Parsons
Pink
did
Floyd, they had, I think, 3 or 4 albums out that weren't charting. And then they brought in Alan Parsons, and he produced Dark Side of the Moon. And
wow.
Pink Floyd exploded.
I didn't know Alan Parsons did that. That's crazy.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's known as the godfather of that genre. Oh, now I'm having a brain fart here. It's one of your favorite genres you were mentioning.
Me?
Yeah, you had.
But progressive or no?
Progressive rock, yeah, prog rock. Yeah,
prog rock. Well, yeah, that was just anything weird and long and.
Yeah, and well, he has 8 of his own albums out. They're
all right.
Yeah.
And he has one that he has. Orson Welles reading Edgar Allan Poe in the background. I mean, this guy was really out there.
How about you, Jimmy? Favorite oldies track?
All right.
Oh yeah,
Mickey's Monkey. Mickey's Monkey by Smokey Robinson.
Oh wow, yeah, that's going way back.
Wow.
It's a fun song.
That's going way back.
It's a fun song.
You know, I do like things like select tracks here and there before I was born. I really enjoyed.
Yeah.
Like Jethro Tull's Teacher. I love that song, and that song came out before I was born. Zombies, Time of the Season. For some reason, I really like that track.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Man, either by Chicago or Spencer Davis Group. Doesn't matter which. I like both versions.
Oh,
those tracks I dig.
I was a Doors fan.
I like the Doors too.
Yeah.
And he died like right after I was born.
It's like what draws me is his vocals, but those the keys are just crazy.
Yeah,
I love it.
So we went into that's the oldies. Where do you cut oldies off, by the way? This is a good question. If we're going to talk music, where do we? Because I mean, I'm the young guy here. You guys are a little older than I am.
That line keeps changing.
It depends on who you're talking to. For me, oldies is like, oh boy, I don't even know. The cutoff it's probably,
I'd say
around 1980. Is oldies for me.
If your music when you were in high school, all right, is on the oldies station now, that's oldies.
Well, I know technically, but I mean, where do you personally say that's an oldies song?
When you become 50 and you're the music of your generation.
But what's your cutoff?
Yeah, I don't have a cutoff because I'm still in the business. So
yeah,
I keep up with all the new stuff.
Well, I do too, but there's a certain point where you go, okay, everything before that's an oldies track.
Oh, I'd say for me, it's 70s.
Are we talking personally or looking?
Personally, where do we cut that off?
Oh, personally.
Where we think to our, because contemporary to me is anything this century.
Because I'm thinking, a high school 10th reunion, that's oldies.
Yeah.
But for me, I don't have a cutoff. I
think of, I mean, it's a certain sound too.
I just don't want to be that guy. That guy that says they haven't made good music since the 80s.
I already started doing that. I've already started doing that.
There's still good stuff out there. If you
Everyone does it.
Mumble rap irks me to no end.
Well, I'm not here to hate. I mean,
No, I'm just saying. It's just like
it's not for me, and that's fine. It's not supposed to be for me. I'm not a 14-year-old angst-ridden teenager, so why would I gravitate towards that? That's
I like current stuff.
Me too. I just don't particularly want to hear, because basically top 40 for the most part is anymore. It's a formula, and that stuff is pretty much marketed to who the record companies perceive as the most likely group of people to buy music, be it download or whatever. And for years, that's been a 14-year-old. So a top 40 song is for a 14-year-old person. It's not for me or you. Once in a while, something happens that we like. It doesn't mean that they don't exist. But for the most part, as a whole, that's kind of the marketing ploy with top 40. So having said that, there are other things out there that are cool that you can hear.
Yeah, but it's always been like that, though. I remember, there was top 40, back in the day, and then there was, album-oriented rock that we could to and go to FM and then to be cool, you didn't like top 40,
There's always that, but there are things that come out, and I don't see those things as anything that was marketed to a 14-year-old. Like the Fleetwood Mac Rumors album at the time, and I don't know, I was young. I was 6 years old when it came out. Was that marketed to 14-year-olds?
I liked it when I was 12.
Well, I understand that, but adults really liked it.
Well,
adults really enjoyed
that. Whole album was played on album-oriented rock as well. I mean, I know the local radio station here after midnight. Every night they would play, from midnight until 4 and 5 in the morning, they would pick out certain albums and play the whole album.
Yeah, album rock, album
played
radio. Yeah.
So they were kind of a crossover, and they became so popular. Yeah, a lot of the songs off that became top 40, but they were big album-oriented rock.
I just don't think that particular like something like that. I don't think that was particularly marketed to a 14-year-old. I think, and the reason I say that is because I remember I bought the 8-track off my neighbors when they had a rummage sale because they bought the album or put it on reel to reel or whatever, and it was the first 8-track I bought. They were 30 something, and they bought that. They didn't have any kids, and they bought that. When Michael Jackson's Thriller came out, a lot of adults bought that. It wasn't just something that the kids bought. Adults picked it up. Same thing with Prince's 1999. When that album came out, a lot of adults bought it because Little Red Corvette was such a strong song. And of course, some people got angry about it, like Tipper Gore, and because of what they were married, but that's another show. But yeah, I don't see a 30-something person going out and buying, not that you buy an album anymore, but I don't see them buying a Justin Bieber album.
I'd have to agree with you there.
Yeah.
So it's more focused now as to who they're marketing to.
Well,
that was my point, I guess.
Some of the early Lady Gaga stuff was good. 10 years ago, we were.
Yeah.
Now, not so much.
Well, what you have to realize is back then, a lot of times, like today, singles are singles. All right. For a point there, it was all about selling 45s.
Right. Yeah. The single.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I still have 45s. I have
a few.
I have a jukebox. I have an old Seabird jukebox.
You got all the cool stuff.
I do. I have a lot of old stuff.
You have the old cool stuff, though.
Yeah, I even have an oscilloscope. You know what? When we're long gone, Brian, and you open your museum, I'm going to roll my stuff and we'll merge it together, and we'll put it in Milwaukee there, right next to Harley Davidson.
Right next to Harley, yeah. And hopefully, we'll get more visitors than they do.
Yeah, yeah.
The sad reality is this big record collection back here. If something were to happen to me, as far as like family members go, nobody's going to want any of that stuff. It's so weird. And I don't know a single DJ who would say, "Ooh, I want that. I want VSR's collection." Nobody's going to say that because it's so weird and eclectic.
Well, I got a friend of mine that has been paying, I think it was like close to $100 a month on a storage unit out in California, where he has all his vinyl, and he hasn't had a chance to go get it.
Yeah.
He's never going to see that money back. I mean, it's crazy.
No, I don't own a storage unit. I don't believe in that stuff. If I got to put it in storage, I don't need it.
Well, he moved back east, and he thought he was coming back, and just
Oh yeah, I've heard those stories before. I know people.
That's going to wind up on that TV show where they auction off the rentals, and that's going to happen. That guy.
Well, I've heard the stories of people having stuff in either their garage or somewhere from way back. But yeah, I mean, it's here. I mean, if I couldn't keep it here, I wouldn't have it, or I'd have a more condensed version of it that I could carry it with me. I don't think I could deal with putting it in storage. When I say something's in storage, it's actually at my parents' house. It's like free storage. Just leave it there.
Along with the old pickup truck and the Mustang.
Yeah. And there's a lot of other things out there. I went out there yesterday, and every time I go out there, before I leave, my mom fills my back seat with my crap. I'm like, why did you do that? Well, I'm trying to clean. I'm like, yeah, I am too, and now you're making it harder for me. So we've got this thing. Now, she was going to come and visit me today. She didn't, but if she does, I have stuff she's taking back with her. Oh, I don't need this anymore.
Return.
I'm going to load her up. We're going to just play this game. Just keep passing this crap back and forth. But I still have a lot of CDs. I got a lot of CDs out there, and most of my LPs are out there. I've got probably, I don't know, I probably got 20 crates of LPs out there. Not just 12 inches, but LPs. I gotta bring someday eventually.
You need to cash in. Need to cash in on all that.
Oh, there's cash in with old music on those formats. There's no such thing anymore. It's all pennies, nickels, and dimes.
Sometimes I've got some stuff back here, especially the Dance Mania stuff. I've got a record back here worth like $400.
Wow.
Yeah.
Some of the stuff is worth money. I've slowly been putting it into Discogs, and once in a while.
Just because it's not worth money here, it's worth money across the ponds.
You know, Brian Dowdle he might still be doing it, was on a crate dig, and he was taking pictures of things and showing it to me, saying, is this worth anything? Is this worth anything? And a lot of it was just kind of weird stuff that I've seen a lot. Probably not, but check. Some of this stuff's valuable. There are collectors out there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and a lot of the most valuable 12-inch stuff is actually 90s house on like weird labels for some reason.
Strictly business.
Dance Mania mostly is what I'm seeing that's demanding the most money is the Dance Mania stuff. And it's all stuff that I could take it or leave it because it's worth money. Now I covet it because it's valuable to somebody.
I like most of the stuff on Strictly Rhythm.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that's good stuff. But that I've got a crate of Strictly Rhythm. None of that really is high dollar.
Mac.
It's the Dance Mania that's the high dollar stuff. A couple other weirdos that I've got that are kind of high dollar.
I gotta dig through and see what I got. I got a little more than 4 crates left.
And then there's Huey Lewis.
Yeah.
You know, the greatest artist of all time. It's John's favorite, by the way, if you didn't know. John's favorite is Huey Lewis.
And what, yours is John Mellencamp? Yeah.
Mine. Well, hey, he's from Indiana. A lot of famous people are from Indiana. Yeah. John Cougar Mellencamp, David Lee Roth, Axl Rose, Michael Jackson, myself, all from Indiana.
All from Indiana. Mm-hmm. We got a lot of famous people in Jersey.
Oh well, yeah. You got Bruce Springsteen and Bon Jovi and half of the other people who have ever been in entertainment.
Yeah. You're gonna hate me.
What do you got, Prince?
Band.
You guys got Prince. You got Information Society. I'm trying to think of Minnesota. I don't know, some polka band.
There's many a polka band. But,
Alexander O'Neill.
I mean, we've got from Dylan from out state.
That's right. Yeah.
We got in St. Cloud, Bobby V was out this direction. Yeah. There's quite a few, but let's face it, after Prince, the rest of.
We in Wisconsin, we have Liberace and the Violent Femmes. That's it.
Oh my God.
There's no one else. Who's like, we're a Wisconsin band. No, that's not true. Steve Miller.
That's right. Yeah, Steve Miller.
Yeah.
Your way. Yeah.
But I got nothing after that.
Okay, let's get some updates here. So far, right now, our total bid number of bids that have been placed on the auctions is up to 731 bids.
Wow.
That have been bid out there. Many items now are at or exceeding the value of the item. So thank you, because this is, again, all going towards the victims of the flooding from Hurricane Harvey. So if you end up paying more for the item, you're going to get the item, and the money, all of it, 100% is going to be going towards.
Sorry.
Oh, wait a second. I need to fit that music. And all of the money that'll be donated is going to Hurricane.
Wait. Sorry, what? Ready? 1, 2, go.
And all
dogs. Buy some dog food.
I'm Sarah McLaughlin. Please give.
Please give.
Sorry.
There are puppies starving in the streets of Houston.
Now I'm thinking of that song again.
Yeah.
Okay, and then
it's called sad piano music. Just YouTube it.
Really sad piano music.
Are we off on a tangent, John?
Might be. Cash donation, then we got to wrap up here. Cash donations, we are now over $700. We had actually closer to $800 is looking like. A couple of donations came in. So yay, thank you very much. For those of you who are donating $25 or more cash donation, you are going to be getting a book, Larry Williams' book. If you're donating $100 or more, we have got a series of things we're going to be giving you. We've got show passes for Armed DJ. We got a couple of those we're giving away. We have, let me just go back to that list. Where's my list so I can make sure I'm saying this right. We've got show passes to Armed DJ. We've got a social media review of your social media channels that we can get into. We've got some classes, some coaching, different things. So there's a variety of different things for those who are going to donate $100 or more. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to contact those people and basically, in the order in which they donated, and basically give them first choice of the $100 or more items, and they can pick out which one they want as a bonus for donating $100 to the event tonight. So thank you for all who are are donating and bidding and purchasing, and yeah, our time is up, guys.
I was gonna dance. We ran out of time.
Oh,
we're done already?
We are. It's 9:00. It's time for us to.
I was gonna do the cripple dance.
No.
Okay, reason to tune in.
Graphics.
Next. Oh, we didn't.
All over.
We didn't get to talk about graphics. Jimmy's got. If you guys haven't checked it out, and I know they are because people are bidding on it. Jimmy's going to be doing a graphics makeover, extreme graphics makeover. Check that auction out. He's the guy who's doing the cool graphics for the Disc Jockey News. If you've seen something that looks really nice, the front cover of the paper, he's doing a fabulous job with that. When you see dumpy graphics, those are mine. Just saying, his are good, mine not so good. So Jimmy's
I've done some work for both of these goofballs.
Yep. So Jimmy's been doing a lot of the graphics.
Jimmy does great work.
He does great work, and you're going to.
And people are bidding on that.
Yeah.
So there's some money on there.
Yeah.
I looked at it earlier.
Yep. Check that out, and it's a full business card folder. It's basically a logo, anything you're going to need.
The
that
whole
way.
package to get your
whole package. Image.
Button gear.
Yep, all package right there. So thank you guys. We're gonna
Thanks, John.
have a pause. Thank you for being on, and we'll be back in about 2 minutes.
Hey, everybody, Mike Walter with another tip as you enjoy this telethon, and I hope you're being generous. Everybody dig deep. We've got a lot of people in need, and this is a great cause, so we're all pitching in to help out. Here's a tip that I always tell my staff, and it's paid off for me personally as well. Always have business cards on you at your event, even when you're loading out. This happens to me a lot. End of the night, event is over, I packed up all my gear, we're wheeling it out, and as we're wheeling through the lobby or through a hallway, somebody will say, hey, you were awesome, we had a great time. Now, there's two things you can do in that exchange. You can say, thanks, I appreciate the compliment, or you can say, hey, thanks a lot, I happen to have a business card on me, take it if you ever need a DJ. So always, always, always have business cards on you. Every single jacket I own has a couple of business cards in it. I stick a few in my pants when I'm loading out. Just, you never know when you can plant that seed and it's going to come back to you in an event down the road. So always have them on you.
All right, we are back. Are we at the half point? This would be the halfway point. Right in the middle of the first Disc Jockey News Labor Day Telethon, raising money for the victims of Hurricane Harvey flooding down in Texas. So far, we have got a ton of bids going on with the auction. We've got cash donations going in. We're getting email or some receipts that people are making donations. So we're going to be sending out a lot of donation bonuses, and there's going to be prizes. Oh my gosh, it's going to be a busy week. It's going to be like Christmas. I'll feel like Santa up at the North Pole sending things out this next week. But that's good. That's what it's all about. So in this segment, we've got Dean Carlson and Barb Alley, and they're both with us. We're going to talk a little bit about kind of being involved with organizations and giving back to the community. Because I know you both have been involved with different organizations that do have outreach and reach into the community to help people. I want to just kind of share some of your experiences with those things.
Well, I think we should start with Barb because she's got a great story to start things off tonight. We were talking just a little bit earlier tonight, making sure that we weren't going to overlap some of our stories since we work so closely together. And I want to give a shout out to Barb. First of all, she's like one of the unsung heroes of Disc Jockey News. A lot of you guys don't know, but she does some editing for the Disc Jockey newspaper. She cleans up my articles at least quite a bit. So without her, I would sound like a 2-year-old. And that's what I normally sound like. So thank you, Barb. Just want to let you know. And before she goes too much, I want to say we should never let DJs do a telethon again. That last segment, oh my gosh, Candyman? Seriously? All right. Anyways, go on. Anyways, sorry, Barb.
Quite all right. Yeah, in terms of giving, I've had the pleasure of being involved with several different organizations that really impressed on me, not only what giving is all about, but what the possibilities are, what the scope of giving can be. One of my favorite was some years ago. I was going through a program, and they had a segment where 226 of us were put together in a room. We were split into 2 teams, and we were challenged to come up with a bunch of items. Everything had to be donated. Nothing could come from us. We had to get it from other people. And they had a whole string of building type supplies, trusses and joists and nails and drop cloths and aprons and you name it. And then they also had a bonus for every $5,000 that we could raise. So we earned points by coming up with all the materials and extra points by coming up with the money. And they told us later, because they turned us loose, our 2 teams, they told us later that it took us about 20 minutes to say, to heck with competing with each other, let's join forces and really make this big. And so we formed in 20 minutes kind of a mini corporation, and we separated quickly into some teams, people to man the phones, people to run and go ask for local donations. This was all happening out in San Diego. And we got busy doing our thing, and we actually, what they gave us was they gave this team 4 hours to come up with all this stuff. Now that's not a lot of time, especially when you don't have many vehicles available. You are not in your own hometown. You don't know a lot of people. And so I tell you, I was a little skeptical about what the power of us as a group even was to come up with materials and what we needed. 4 hours later, we came back together and we did an accounting. And not only had we raised all of the materials, but we'd raised some money. All of the money, I'll tell you the amount in just a second. But all of the stuff that we were doing, we found out then, was going to a group called Project Mercy. And Project Mercy is especially involved with a community down in Tijuana that was displaced after a flood some years ago. And the Mexican government's solution at that time was to load all of the people in this community onto dump trucks, literally dump trucks, took them out to an old covered over landfill, deposited the people there and said, here's your new home, go to town.
Oh, geez.
And they lived literally under tarps and pieces of wood and, you name it, pieces of tin. That was their home for a long time. Project Mercy came in and started building little homes for these people, just tiny little homes, and started developing a community. And then this program that I was part of teamed up with them to help that. So in 4 hours for that group, we raised not only all the building supplies, but we raised $147,000.
Wow.
Yeah. Really changed everything in my perspective of what's possible, what you can do, what the power of people is, and what the power of heart in giving really is all about. Possibility and abundance, which is what that part of the program was all about. The next day, they actually loaded all of that same group, the whole 226 of us again, onto buses. We all went down to Tijuana. And we spent 4 hours again at this community. In those 4 hours, we were challenged to complete a set of tasks, which we managed to do. We poured 18 slabs of cement for new homes. We painted 36 homes. We built, I want to say, the 6 or 8 outhouses and built a community room onto the existing school with the materials and the money that we'd raised. And then the rest of the money was left for Project Mercy. So that was one of my first really, really deep introductions into what giving was all about.
Wow, very cool.
Mm-hmm.
And in a community where no one was local, just wow.
Yeah, it was just reaching out to friends and family, $10 at a time, $100 at a time. You know, some people who knew people with deeper pockets were able to give a little bit more, get a little bit more, but it was really just, you know, just diving in and seeing what we could do, and that's what we created. And then to be among those people, I still have the pictures, and I still have the shirt that is splattered with the blue paint from the houses I was crawling all over painting that day. And you haven't seen what, you don't realize what you really have until you stand and watch a little tiny boy. He had to have been about 3 years old. For maybe 45 minutes, an hour, he had more fun playing with, I kid you not, a Kleenex. He would pick it up and drop it and watch it float. And he had just the best time. That was his toy. It was that piece of Kleenex. And he played with that a lot that afternoon. The hugs that we got from everybody there for just coming in and doing this little bit of help to help them build. We live in these little houses that is smaller than the sheds most of us have in our backyard. You know, it made a big impression.
Wow. What a neat story.
See, I think that we need, as the DJ community, and all of you guys listening to this out there right now, need to take this really at heart. You know, there's more than how many people were in that group? I think 80, right, Barb? How many people did you have there?
We had 226.
Oh, 226. Sorry, I missed that part. 226. Well, we have far more people than that in our DJ community, especially people that subscribe to the Disc Jockey News, or people that are on the website, or, you know, even just friends of friends. And here we have just 6 hours to raise as much money as we possibly can.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And, you know, I think that we can do better than what we've done so far. You know what I mean? So I'm encouraging everybody at this point to jump online, donate whatever you can. Donate $1, donate $5, you know, donate $25, buy something. You don't even have to buy something. You know, you can donate without doing that. And, you know, the link, I think, is, I don't know where I'm at on the screen, but it's.
Yep, the link to get to the page is below us. And then from there, the link you can go to. Go right directly to their website, and you can actually donate directly to St. Bernard's Project if you want to do that. And then if you want to get credit for that, for getting one of the little bonus items, because we have books and different things, go make a donation there and send me just a little screenshot of that donation, and we will make sure that you get the book for the $25 donation or the item for the $100 donation. And you can see what that will get you. I mean, $100, or I should now get you what it will get them for materials for rebuilding these houses. You know, $50 is a couple of cans of paint. It's going to be some building materials. Obviously, more will get, you know, the full sheetrock for a house is listed. It's just kind of a neat little graph they've got. Check that out. You can donate that way. You can donate right from PayPal to our PayPal, and then we're going to send that on to them. Or, of course, there's the auction, where a lot of people are jumping in on that auction.
Yeah, and, you know, make it personal. I mean, we know DJs that live in Houston right now, right? I mean, there's people that you know, have been online and done some stories here with John, and we know people down there. You got to make it personal. You got to realize that they're human beings down there that are in dire need of even the simplest of life's necessities right now, and we have an opportunity to be great human beings. You know what I mean? And I just think that's just the simplest thing that we can do is to help our fellow man and woman out, and some of their pets too. Let's not forget them. But I think that that's the basic necessity. You know, for us in a country that is like so divided right this second, I think we need to come together and do something great right now. And really, you know what? You want to make America great again? Let's help these people out. Let's get over tragedy together. All right.
And that's that's what makes America great. I mean, there's so many lessons in the history of this great country of times of need and people stepping up. And I mean, even stories of one of the worst incidents, the Civil War in the United States. And as soon as the Civil War was over and the the surrender happens, and what's the first thing that happens is that the soldiers then go and share their rations, and now you've got the people trying to help the starving Confederate army. I mean, there's just this is the way it works here, is that we are there for each other, and this is our way as DJs to come and be part of that giving community.
I was talking about this, what we were doing tonight with a whole bunch of people actually today, and they were like, first of all, there's a community of DJs, right? How many times do we actually hear that, even within our own industry, that there are a community of DJs that believe in each other? Then B, I started talking about, hey, we're doing this telethon here today. It's just running 6 hours, at least the live part of it is, and they were really astounded that we were doing that. So we have an opportunity here, and yeah, for sure, step up to the plate, guys and gals. It's go time for that. So yeah.
And it definitely is.
So I was going to talk a little bit about some of the things that I've seen as far as giving overall, and especially how it relates in the DJ world and where we've seen it now. A lot of you guys don't know that Barb and I, well, we work together right now, same company. And we used to work at a multi-hop company together in an office probably as big as the room that I'm in right this second. And it was.
Yes, you should feel sorry for me. It was a long 6 years.
Don't ask her to tell you about pennies ever. Because she's still pulling them out of places that she shouldn't. Anyway, it's yeah, that poor couch. We dumped it out when anyways, never mind. Anyways, one of the things we used to do as a multi-op company, and we did it, I think, every year. Tom Kennemore, the owner of the company at the time, he would just take, we did about 600 shows a year there overall. So he would take, I believe it was from November, near the end of November through February. He usually had 2 different promotions that he did, and he would take just $25 per show, and then he would put that into a couple different funds. He would do a Christmas deal where then he would do like a Toys for Tots type of thing. And I can distinctly remember at least 2 occasions, 30 DJs in Target late at night toy shopping to put Toys for Tots on. And if you want to have a really good time, let 30 DJs loose in Target all at once. It was amazing. I'm going to tell you, we had a pretty incredible time. But he also used to do one for Food Drive too here in town, and Barbie used to actually take those checks up to Second
Harvest Food Bank.
Second Harvest Food Bank here in Minnesota. So he did that quite a bit every single year. So I mean, it doesn't have to be. It doesn't have to be a lot. It just take a part of yourself, become a giver. Create that habit of giving. Another great way that we used to give back, another DJ of ours, Sam Kaspazak, who works for me right now. Sam, every quarter he would donate a DJ show, and not for the company, but for some event. And he would just do it for free,
nice.
Whether it was, Relay for Life or, any of those places that had need, he would donate that back. And I'm going to be a little negative here for a second. I didn't necessarily like everything that Todd said earlier today, because I've been listening tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that you should donate with the expectance of getting anything in return. I think that you need to just be a giver, and just let it fall wherever it's at. Good things will happen to you, but it should never be about, I'm going to get increased later. And I'm sure he didn't quite mean it that way, but that's the way I see it. If you're going to do something like that, just do it. And don't let it, be for reasons of getting business back,
Mm-hmm.
because that really spoils the whole purpose of it, I think. So, anyways, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
To that end, that's one other place I get to give, and I really enjoy it. Every year I do a show for a group. They do an AIDS retreat up in northern Minnesota every year, and it's for folks suffering from AIDS. It's for their support crew, whether it's family or other people. They all get to come and spend an entire week at this amazing, beautiful resort in northern Minnesota and go horseback riding and fishing and kayaking and trips to the Dairy Queen. And they intersperse it with some really neat educational pieces to help them and their support people and their families, the kids too, learn how to live with this as a group, how to function better with all of this. And the last night of the retreat every year, they do a big dance. And for the last, it's been 4 years now, I think, I have been blessed to be the one who comes in and does that dance for them. And I don't care if I never get a show out of it or if I never got a dime out of it. It just, the feeling that I get for getting to celebrate with those people, to celebrate life and to take away all their worries and their pain for a night is more than I could ever ask for. It really is.
And if you have ever done a dance for special needs kids, I'm going to tell you right now, probably the most amazing thing you can ever do in your whole life. I donate to the houses. We have a lot of in Duluth, Minnesota. Besides Santa Claus living here, we have a lot of helpful homes here, secondary living or assisted living houses. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And I've donated a lot of time to several of those houses, and man, the joy.
Yes.
Their face is so contagious, man, and they're just so happy to be, alive and doing things, so it's pretty awesome.
Just the genuine appreciation and excitement that you get when you're doing those events from the folks is just, those are some of my favorite events to do because they were incredibly draining because they're always, it's not like some events where you could step back and not be on. They were always wanting to engage and be there with you and have fun. And they wanted you to have fun with them and be part of it. And it was a fabulous experience. If you've never done it, you need to do that. But yeah, I do miss those because they were some of the most fulfilling events.
So I think you wanted some tips from us tonight too, maybe?
We've just really we've let Mike Walter handle the tips between our segments and such. And we were just kind of hanging and talking about our experiences and different aspects of that, because there's some of the stories like Barb's story. That's just such a great story on, the raising of the fundraising and developing that giving side that a person doesn't even sometimes realize is there. Mm-hmm. Until you start doing that. And it's like, I really, it kind of filled a spot in my heart to be able to help these people and to be able to see what a genuine change in their lives my efforts have made. And we don't see that and experience that enough, I think, in this world. And that's why giving the opportunity to do things like this is such a great thing, I think. So that's why we are here.
I know you had another one, Barb. You were talking to me about it earlier. What was the other one you were going to share tonight?
Oh, let me see which one. Were you talking about the one where I received probably the Christmas one?
Yeah.
It was. I've gotten to be in a lot of different ways in times in my life. I've gotten to be on the receiving end of giving too, and just to experience what that feels like. As a single mom for a lot of years, I couldn't have done it without the community and the help and the resources people were so generous with. But the biggest one was I was actually married at the time, but our house caught on fire 4 days before Christmas. Our chimney caught on fire. It lit the headers up inside the roof on fire and destroyed our entire living. And we lost everything, all of our Christmas stuff, all of the presents and the tree and all that stuff. Some funny stories behind that, but I won't go into that. It gets longer. But the bottom line is we didn't have the resources at the time to replace the Christmas stuff. And so we were having a tough time explaining to two young boys, that, Christmas went away this year and, it's going to be okay. We've got us. Everybody's okay. That's what's important. And then it was Christmas Eve day. And our boys were gracious about it. They were so awesome. But Christmas Eve day, and I really hadn't told a lot of people about this fire. So this just blew me away. I get the doorbell rings and I go down and there stands a lady in my courtyard, somebody I've never seen before. And she's got a great big leaf bag, one of the giant lawn bags that you see, a great big black bag with her standing beside her. And it is overflowing with presents for the boys and full of gift cards for things like groceries and stuff for us. just out of the blue. And it was many, many years before I found out that it was the sister of a dear friend of mine, that I'd actually never heard of her mentioned, much less met her. But just to have somebody show up at my door and to take care of me and my family like that is another moment that I will never, ever forget. And it's a feeling that I want to give to other people, to be able to do something just unexpected and out of the blue that people aren't even asking for, and just to make that difference in their life, because it blew me away.
Oh, I imagine. Wow, what a powerful moment. And what did the kids think of that when they all of a sudden?
Oh, they cried.
Yeah.
they just sat down and cried, because they like I said, they had been real great troopers about it. They were probably 10 and 7, maybe 9 and 11. Yeah, they just sat down and cried. And most of all, I mean, gosh, how close did somebody have to listen to what I'd said over the years? She had nailed everything that they could have wanted. I mean, there was just some amazing gifts in there. It wasn't even just, a couple of dollar store things she'd thrown together. There was, just about everything the kids had asked for Christmas that year was there.
Wow.
It really was. It was something special. But yeah, the lady just says, "I know you don't know me, but this is for you." And she ran away and got in her car and left. I didn't know what to think.
The person's kind of, oh no. Oh, wow. What a great story. What a great story. A few things here in the chat room. For cash donations, you can go out to discjockeynews.com/telethon. You can use the PayPal link. If you would like to do, just connect to the PayPal account and not do the PayPal fee, if you would want to do that, you can just do a friend or family transfer to john@discjockeynews.com. Everything that comes in tonight is going to be going straight to them. So you can do either way. That's certainly fine. Otherwise, the auction items are going on. We just added the second Master School Dances program, because Arnaldo wanted the second one. So there's a second one there. So there's another one there. And, oh, wow. So there's Arnaldo. Somebody bought one straight off Arnaldo's website. Wonderful. Thank you very much, everyone who's bidding and buying it. So awesome.
Thanks, Ian.
Yeah, just absolutely great. And we are... just want to give before we wrap up here, I want to give an updated total right now. And due to some generous donations here, and I've got a few people who are going to be getting some bigger things from their cash donations, we are now over $1,000 in cash donations so far.
Wow.
So that is there. And bids. You guys are still working. And Dean, if you were bidding on some things, you're probably outbid. I'm just going to say that right now. Is there over 8?
It was definitely outbid because I've been here for the last 20 minutes. So.
Over 800 bids on items there. There are some of the items that have got a list of bid back and forth. So, thank you guys for being active and generous with your time tonight to be with us. Your sharing of these links and such to get the word out, and of course for your financial donations with the auction and the cash donation. So just absolutely fabulous. Thank you.
And those bids are going on until tomorrow about 8 p.m., right?
Yes, at 8 p.m. is when we're going to close down all the auctions. It's extended from the initial. When we first came up with this, I didn't think it was going to be this big. I really didn't. So yay, thank you for all those who helped make it this big. But we're going to extend it to 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. We're going to close all the auctions down. Then I'm going to compile the information. Then Brian Red and I will go on at 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern, with our typical Tuesday night showtime. But we're going to talk about, go through and thank the winners of the auctions and kind of let everyone know who won the different auctions. Because once they close, I don't know if a person can still see those. And we're going to find out together, because this is all a new process for us here, doing a telethon and a live auction. So
I do have a question about those, though.
Yeah.
So there's a thing that says like requirement not met or something. What does that mean?
That means that there's a couple of the things that there is a reserve.
Reserve, okay.
Specifically, one is Ben Stowe, his training, where he's going to come in there. And Ben, out of the generosity of his heart, he's like, you know what, you don't need to put a reserve on it. And it's like, Ben, your time away from your family has value, and I want it to be that any group that's going to invest in I want them to value you as much as I value you. And I would have loved to basically put the reserve at 2,500, but we didn't want to go there. So there's a reserve there, so that the group that has Ben come in is going to have some investment into it, but it's not going to be, it wouldn't cover his airfare and his hotel that he's going to be covering, and his food and his it's going to be a nice donation to the St. Bernard's project. and it's going to get them an evening with Ben coming in and teaching them any number of topics that Ben is very, very fluent in or on. So, but that's the reserve. The few items that are on reserve.
Yeah, Ben's an amazing guy. Because he's from Minnesota. Yay.
Well, yeah.
We love it here. And even if we don't have the sun, thank you, Arnaldo.
The sun. It says that on each auction right now, September 6th at 6 a.m. The reason it says that is for some reason I don't have the website isn't communicating with the plugin properly, and this is something we didn't know until today. Actually, probably didn't know it over the weekend, but I didn't realize it until today. I cannot set it to PM times. It's supposed to be a 24-hour military type clock. It's on 24-hour clock. So I go and I type in 2000 hours, which would be 8 o'clock, and it resorts back to 8 a.m. the same day. So we just they all say that they're going to end Wednesday morning, but they're not going to end Wednesday morning. Tomorrow night, Tuesday night at 8 o'clock, they will be ending just as quickly as I can say end auction. I'm going to write down the list and end all 57 of them, or 58 now, whatever is there. So you'll see that and it'll be like, well, he said, no, it's Tuesday night, 8 o'clock. So just make sure you spread the word. So I'm going to make you wait until tomorrow night at 8 o'clock, Todd. But hopefully that will allow some people who are on vacation the chance to come in and be involved a little bit. And some are going to watch this video later tonight or tomorrow, and I want to make sure that they get a chance. So, okay.
Just one last thing, man. I want to encourage everybody out there. Seriously, now is the time. Get on it. Jump up there. Let's show the world what we as a community of DJs, let's be taken seriously with this. Let's jump in there and donate, some funds to this, whether you're buying something or not. So please donate.
Good stuff. Thank you, Dean. Thank you, Barb. We'll be back here in just a few minutes with our next. Goodness, we're moving along really well tonight. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip as you enjoy this telethon. Think about the music that you love the most. It's probably music that you enjoyed in your preteen and teen years. And that is true for just about everybody in the world. So at your events, and especially with your clients, if you can bring your clients back to the age when they were 13, 14, 15, 16 years old, you're winning and you're probably making them as happy as you can. That's why nowadays 90s music is so popular, because if you think about your typical 32 to 35-year-old bride, you take her back 20 years now and you're in the mid to late 90s. That's why, I don't know about you, but I'm playing more Backstreet Boys and Spice Girls than I ever played in the last decade or so, because today's bride and groom, that's their teen music that they listen to. So always think about the age of your clients and the age of your guests on the dance floor. And if you can back them up to their teen years, you're winning and you're making them happy.
Click that button here in just a sec as you get it. We are, goodness gracious, working our way through. We are over the halfway mark in our first Disc Jockey News Labor Day telethon. It's been a great night. I don't know, Jared, if you heard that we just surpassed $1,000 in cash donations. And Matt,
that's awesome.
Yeah, it's incredible. Thank you guys for being so generous out there. Matt, did you see that in the left corner? It should be lower left corner. Just should say start video. On the screen there, and then we'll have him in just a second. Matt Peterson's also on us, and you guys are going to share some stories there. I think there we go. There we go. There, yay! Welcome. Thank you.
Of
guys.
course, Matt has to make the big entrance. He's got to be that.
I'm here.
Here he comes. Here he is.
Exactly.
He's got to show everybody up. As
Yeah.
we're doing the late night version here.
Coming in.
The old technology, you never know what it's going to do.
So, guys, what we've been talking about is instances where we have been involved with either helping out in a cause or something, or you've been, received. Like Barb just had a wonderful story about of somebody who helped her when her family was in need of a house fire around Christmas time. So, if you guys have got a story, we'd love to take this time to kind of share a little bit of your experiences like that. Go ahead,
Matt.
Jerry.
You want to go
Okay.
first?
Sure. Well, growing up right here in Western Mass and in New England, people don't typically think about tragedies happening right here in New England or in Western Mass. Well, it's recently with my experience that we've had many different weather environments that have struck or wreaked havoc right here in the local area. A few years ago, I was lucky enough to be out doing an event. It was a wonderful community event. It was actually, John, you'll get a kick out of this. It was actually a cow drop contest we were talking about before. And if you're unfamiliar with that, what that is people bid on where the cow is going to do its business and leave its mark on the territory on the ground. Well, this was set to be happening in October, and it was actually October 28th, 29th. It was a full weekend event. It was actually for a local community event from the Northampton Lions Club, which I'm also a member of. And we set out there. We were out there first thing in the morning, and then we got hit a blizzard. We had a snow blizzard, and it dumped 28 inches of snow on us in less than 12 hours. Totally unexpected, right on the weekend of Halloween. I was out performing at the event, and people didn't know what happened. When that snowstorm hit here in Western Mass, when it hit our local area, people lost power in their actual homes in their area. And some people lost power for up to 3 to 5 days, and we didn't know what to do. And one of the funny things I saw about that was how the community came together and worked together for everything. As an environment, people came together for the local community, and it was like, hey, we don't have power. Do you have a generator? That's one of the things definitely recommend for everyone. John, I'm sure you can attest to this. You need a generator in your house. You need a generator for your business to go, or anything to operate and do. Definitely have a generator, have a backup plan, know where you're going to go, what to do, and always have an emergency plan on hand with your family as well as your local events or community events on what to do in case something does happen. Now, when that storm hit us, we were without power here. I lost power in my house for 2 to 3 days.
Ooh.
People lost powers for up to a week, for 5 to 7 days. And the thing was, Home Depot, all the main stores were out of generators. They didn't have generators. I was talking to a couple that I was doing their wedding coming up in a few weeks. I said, what did you guys do during that blizzard, during a snowstorm? They said, well, my son came back from the other part of the state, and he actually bought a generator at Home Depot, brought it down to our house. We can actually run our power for our refrigerator, generator, freezers, fridge, all that stuff. Not only that, but we a few years ago, we also had an ice blizzard that came through and it wiped out power for another local area for a week to 10 days. Stuff you don't know about, you don't plan about. I look now and I see a lot of people, what's happening in Houston and stuff, and in Texas. And now they're talking about possible storm going into Florida. All these people batten down the hatches, do the best you can, but think ahead of what can possibly happen. Now, going back 3 years ago, or actually 5 years ago, Northampton was not necessarily hit from it, but we had a dust storm or sandstorm come through. And then 2 weeks later in Springfield, Mass, a tornado came through and it walloped downtown Springfield, Mass. And people had to rebuild. And it's one of those things that, what do you do? When an emergency strikes, what do you do? I can honestly sit here and attest to the fact that people will come together as a community. And that's what I love about being involved with Disc Jockey News Television. John, thank you so much for going ahead and having people get involved with this event, help other people in Houston and out in Texas as well. It's needed. People just get together, do the best you can. Anything you can donate, anything you can give, anything you can help definitely goes a long, long way.
Yeah.
And when it comes to community events or it comes to donating your time or donating your services as a DJ, entertainer, whatever, emergency medical services, whatever you can do, just get out there, get involved, and please help out, do the best you can. That's what we're here for, to do a thing. One of the things I learned early in my career was it's not necessarily what you can do, but it's any amount helps. We have to look at the situation and do anything we can to help out people in this situation. And that's one of the things I was going to talk about tonight. If we can, once Jared talks about his ideas, one of the things I've done.
You know what, Matt? I've been listening to you, and I kind of want you to keep going, because I mean, you've got something lined up, and I don't. So I am totally okay with me sitting back and drinking my iced water and listening to what you've got going on. And if there's time for me to say something at the end, I'm cool with that. It's not about me. It's not about what I've got going on. It's what you can share. So if John's cool with that, I'm very okay with taking a back seat and just letting you keep going.
Well, and before Matt, you continue. I mean, that's actually, Jared. Some of us, like Matt, has a wealth of, he's been involved with many more things than you and I have. I haven't been involved with all that many things either, and much of it is just because the opportunities aren't there. One thing a lot of people don't know, and we don't talk about this too much, is that within a Disc Jockey News, we have a fund that we set aside that is basically a DJ's in need, and every year it's somewhere between $2,000 and $3,000 has been distributed to when a DJ. I mean, we've bought hotel rooms for DJs at a gentleman was going in for some medical treatment, and he had to go in, and he didn't have money for the hotel for the night. We've done that. So far this year, we've already helped with about $3,000 worth. We've done little things, but I haven't done as many things on a larger scale. This is the largest thing I've ever done myself. So it's really listening to Barb talk and Matt talk. It's a learning experience for me, because we just haven't had the opportunities, and seeing sometimes those opportunities are there and we just didn't know they existed is fabulous.
Absolutely.
And that's one of the things when you talk about an emergency, or you talk about a backup plan, or what to do in case something does happen. An emergency is when you don't have a plan, you don't have something going on, and when you get struck, what happens, it's how people react in that moment when an emergency happens. And when I was talking about community before, once those storms and the blizzards or an ice storm hit the local area, it wasn't about what I need. It was about what can I do to help out my local community or my environment. And, whether you own a house, or whether you rent a house or an apartment or any of those things, it was, what can I do for the local people in my area? As you're watching the videos, and as you're watching all the newscasts and stuff coming from Texas and Houston, you're watching people jump in and help out anywhere they can. And that's the whole idea with developing an emergency fund or doing anything, is what can you do and how can you help out? I think as DJs and entertainers, a lot of times, and guys, you can back me up, I'm sure, people go, well, what's in it for me? And one of the things I learned early in my career was avoid that at all costs. Don't worry about what's in it for you. It's what can you do to help out? What can you do? My experience, I actually worked my way through college and stuff as a teacher, as an educator of young children. And one of the best things I ever took from that was, you might be having the worst day, or thinking of a bad day at work, or you're having a bad day at work, or your event. Think about how the other person is coming into that situation for you. One of the experiences I had as educated young children, this child came in, and the mother was like, "Oh my God, just take this child, get him away from me. Please do something. Just they're yours. Deal with them now."
Mm-hmm.
Well, what I didn't know was the parent came in and told me this child was running around the house. It was a 4-year-old child. The child was running around the house with an apple, and they bit into the apple, and the child fell forward, and they ripped the 2 front teeth out of their mouth. The parent only was concerned about, oh my God, I need to get to work. You deal with the child. Well, that was a little extreme. Obviously, the child wasn't feeling very good. They weren't going to have a good day at school. They weren't going to have a good day. It's like, you need to take into consideration and look at who the person's come from, what situation they're in, and how to help out. In my experience as an educator of young children or a teacher, it was, how can I make that child smile? And that was one of the things, is like, if you could get someone to smile, or you could just even a smile, being friendly, asking someone how the day's going, asking if you can help out. I'll be honest, guys, I have a hard time asking for help.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure a lot of the DJs and a lot of entertainers do. We think that we've got to do it all, and we've got to ask out. You've got to be willing to ask for help and know when to offer help and when it's needed. And that's very, very important. When is help needed, and how can you help assist somebody in a time of need? And it's great to see that all the community is coming together for these people in Texas. And how can we help them out? What can we do? Obviously, this telethon is a great idea. John, kudos to you, man. This is a huge undertaking. Thank you so much for going ahead and helping out and giving us the tool and giving us the resources to go ahead and do this.
Yeah.
If you're going to donate money to any fund or any cause, do yourself a favor and research it first. A lot of people are asking, how can I donate? What can I do? How can I help these people out? Where do I put my money? I heard recently that the online texting and donations and messages, they shut down all the systems online. It was taking 16 hours to process a $10 donation to the American Red Cross 2 days ago.
Ew.
Okay. It's amazing. That's great. I'm so glad and so happy that people are taking the time to do this. But take a look and do yourself a favor. Look where the money and the donations are actually going. Are they going to benefit somebody? And this is one of the things I was going to talk about, was whether you're working for the American Red Cross, whether you're working for Relay for Life, or you're working for multiple sclerosis or MDA or any of those things, do yourself a favor. Ask, where is this money going? And one, is it going locally? Is it going internationally? Or is it going to stuff somebody else's pockets that's up in the board? Or is it going to go to the administrative costs? Do yourself a favor. Donate any bit you can help helps out, but know where that donation is actually going to.
And that was a big thing that we wanted to make sure as we were doing some research, because initially we just were going to pick a very well-known cause or a very well-known group. And they do a nice job, and don't get me wrong, that they a lot of the money, but we were trying to find one that was getting a higher percent. Yeah, that was getting a higher percent of the money right to the and I wanted to, also because of my kind of construction background, I've got a soft spot in my heart for the rebuilding process. That there's a lot of people who are bringing the water and are there right now, but as soon as the lights go away and the reporters leave, that's when a rebuilding starts, and that's when people like the St. Bernard's Project come in, and that's when they take over and help turn these lives back around again and give people a new level of normal, hopefully. So that was a big decision, and yeah, because we were doing some research on that to really make sure we're getting the greatest bang for our donated buck in this particular case.
Absolutely, yeah. Very, and it's one of the things I was going to talk about today was when you first asked, well, how do you give back? How do you get involved with the community? How do you do different things? Again, do your research, find out the cause, find out where the money's going, find out those things. Help out any way you can, do anything you can. But one of the things I was going to talk about tonight was the idea of one of the events I've been doing for many, many years, it's actually going on 24 years, I think it is, was donate to local survival centers. Now, this is a situation where I was always raised and I was taught, you might not be the best looking person, you might not be the ugliest person, you might not be the richest person, you might not be the poorest person around, but can you help out in your local community at all, or can you help out somebody and make someone's day better? And when it comes to survival centers, one of the things I was asked very early in my career was to donate my time to a local survival center around the holidays or around the holiday time, or at any time in need, if they need something, help out. One of the causes I was going to talk about tonight was one of the local survival centers that I work with actually does a diaper drive. Now, this is something you might not think about, but 1 out of 3 local families have a hard time and struggle to put diapers on their toddlers and on the babies. Now, just think about that for a second. 1 out of every 3. That's a lot of families, and diapers are expensive. John, you've got several kids.
Yes, they definitely were. I mean, Jared,
you know that.
Jared's also, he's changed a few diapers himself.
Yeah. But when it comes to family, you do whatever you can to take care of your kids. You do whatever you can, whatever it has to happen. And think about these people that don't have either the knowledge or the education to find out the resources that are locally and available to them. So one of the things I've done was the local survival center called me up and said, hey, can you donate your services for a holiday party, a New Year's Eve party, a New Year's party, celebration, stuff like that. And that actually, I went in there and the people were so generous. They were so kind. They told me that they look forward to that. If there's one event they look forward to every single year, it's that holiday party that we do for them. And all it is going, playing music for 2 hours. It's nothing for me to take the equipment. They don't request anything. They don't look for anything, but it's going down there, performing and doing your best for a local group of people that may not have a present underneath the tree. They may not have a holiday present. They may not have a birthday present. They may not have any reason for celebration other than getting together with a local community of people that are just like them.
Matt, now you mentioned what that was survival. I'm sorry, what group was that? I've not heard that phraseology used before. Survival Center?
Oh, Survival Center?
Yeah.
Oh,
what is that?
It's many local communities actually right here in Western Mass. And one of the things we do is it's low-income people, it's people who have physical disabilities, maybe mental disabilities, or people who are just down and out in their luck. It might be some people who have an addiction. Mm-hmm. Some people might be alcoholics. Some people might have a mental disability. Some people have a physical disability. One gentleman I actually worked at a local college for 30 years, got hurt at work, got laid off, had nowhere to turn, had no money, had no IRA, had no retirement fund, had nothing set, got hurt at work, was laid off from work for an injury. He had nowhere to go. The Survival Center is a local place that you can go. Some places have food. Some people have a kitchen. They have a holiday kitchen. They have a clothing kitchen. This particular Survival Center does a diaper drive. They also work with local food banks or food organizations to get and provide food to local families who cannot provide food for the family.
Okay, very interesting. Yeah, they are not utilized or using that term, but yeah.
Yep.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Yep. Survival centers. Again, it's people who are down and out of their luck. Maybe people might be out of work, might be on disability. They've been laid off. It's a place where you can go and check in. In a lot of places, volunteers, but the local organizations around here, they're survival centers. It's volunteers, and they're always looking for help. One of the things they do is they do a Meals on Wheels event, where they actually go out to local communities, go out to local events, and they have food drives where people can just go in and grab food that they need for their family for that week. They do it maybe once a month. Sometimes they do it a week. They have open food pantries where people can go in and grab food. Same thing, diaper drives, local diaper drive. They were just at one of the, you guys have heard of like Whole Foods Market?
Yeah, yep. We've got Whole Foods,
Pure Foods Markets, things like that. People will actually donate, and sometimes they do a food drive or a diaper drive or even a financial drive. Local schools will go and donate them. Some of the local colleges go and volunteer, donate their time, 2 to 4 hours a week, go and just organize food, or even a clothing drive. Around here in Western Massachusetts, around when winter comes, it gets cold. Not as cold as Minnesota maybe, but it does get cold here in Massachusetts. One of the things they do is a coat drive. They have a local coat drive for the schools. People can actually donate used or slightly used jackets or coats, and those will be washed from a local cleaning agency. They get washed and they get distributed to the local schools as well. So that children who can't afford hat, jackets, mittens, or even coats can go to the school or the survival center and grab a coat. One of the schools, JCPenney, one of the big stores around our local area here, they're thriving. They're doing quite well. They just did a backpack drive for the kids in the local school systems. People could go in there, and I think it was like $7 and $9, pay for it, and they actually packed the backpacks for the kids who were low income, who couldn't afford a backpack to go to school with, and it was right there. They donated $7 or $9 per thing, and they filled up all the backpacks with the notebooks, pens, pencils, papers, and things.
Everything they need. Yeah. A lot of opportunities out there, and that's really the world that we live in. Is we have to be doing more of that. I remember if Dean or whoever, somebody said earlier tonight, the idea of making America great, and these are the types of things that make America great again. It's not politics. It's not. It's people helping people being there and supporting people loving other people. I mean, really is what it boils down to, and taking care of them as the extended family that we really are.
Well, of course, we were all in Atlantic City a few weeks ago, John, and of course, gotta give love to Big Daddy Sean McGee.
Yeah,
it's fantastic, and that was what he's spreading. It's like spread love, share love, just enjoy each other's company. It doesn't matter what color, what race. We're all the people. We all live the same life. Here we are. It's Labor Day, and I think Mike Walter put up a great post earlier today on Facebook or online, and it was the quote from was it Motley Crue? If living such a good life is such a crime, then Lord, take me and put me away. Here's to you. I think it was a quote he used, and it was just a simple thing of, you know what, enjoy life, have a good time, do everything. But if you can make someone's day better or help out somebody in need, please do. Take the Bill Withers song "Lean on Me." As people, as perfectionists we like to be sometimes as DJs, entertainers, it's really hard for us to ask for help.
Yeah.
Most of the time, 9 out of 10 times, people are willing to donate their time or help out and do something if people ask. And it's in times of need or time of trouble like this, as in this hurricane situation, or when you have an emergency or a backup something, is who can you rely on? Who can you trust on? And it's lovely to see strangers coming together to help out other local communities. Not to get political or this and that, but can't we all just get along? It's a simple thing. If you need help, can't we all help each other out and do something? If you can go and work for a survival center or help out or donate your time, please do. There's places called food banks out there. They're always looking for money food donations, or simple things. Something to think about is the toiletries, simple toiletries. Now, you wouldn't think that toilet paper would maybe be a necessary need, but obviously it is. Female hygiene products going to be needed. Hand sanitizer, soap, bleach, simple toothpaste. Just imagine the horror and the shock of knowing that you've got to leave your house and desert your whole entire house, and you're going to come home and you're under 52 inches of water.
Yeah.
You know, the long-term ramifications, and like you mentioned before, John, it's great that people are going to be there to help out when the cameras are rolling or for the next week or two. But you're talking this devastation in these houses is going to take years, 6 months to a year or 2 years to rebuild all the stuff that is lost and was damaged. I'm not just talking sentimental stuff. I'm talking your whole house. If you have a house and it's under 52, 4 feet of water, that whole house has to be rebuilt. You can't just cut out part of the wood or part of the foundation and rebuild from the top up. The amount of mold, not to be gross, but the feces, the sewage treatment, all the water, all that stuff.
It's all coming.
The idea of simple water. Think about going to your hottest day, or you're outside and you're performing. I just need some water. These people are surrounded by water right now in Texas. They're swimming in it. They're walking it. They're doing everything. Where's that drinking water coming from? I think it was Anheuser-Busch was stopped brewing the beer and they made actual water or sent water, cans or jugs of water down there.
Yep, cans of
Great.
water.
Yep. Great, fantastic. But what's going to happen 2 weeks from now?
Yeah.
I saw a thing that their school, they're delaying school in Texas till September 11th or middle of September. What are you doing with all the kids?
Yeah.
Where are they going for daycare? Where are they going for school? And if you think about being a professional entertainer or a DJ, it's not just I lost a gig today. It's how much money you're going to lose in the next week or two. Okay, so what are you going to do? Where's all the money coming from? It's hopefully funds like this or causes like this, telethon, and where people are helping out and doing something.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you can help out anyway, please do, and it's that simple. If we can be of any help to you, don't be afraid to ask. Look out. But in terms of, again, tips for DJs or professional entertainers or anything, what are we doing to help out that cause? And this is a great thing. If we can give something up or we can donate something or do a great cause, fantastic. But think, I think one of the funniest quotes I've ever heard was, that wonderful tingly feeling you get in your stomach or your belly or your heart around Christmas time or right around the holidays?
Yep.
That feeling of joy you get? Why can't we share that every day of the year, not just at one time of the year or part of the season? Why can't you share that joy and that love every single day of the year?
Yeah.
And if we could do that, that would be fantastic. Make someone smile, make someone happy, help out any way you can. And that's, if you can make someone smile and it touches your heart and touches their heart, please do. Please go ahead and do that. Very simple, very easy. If you can donate your time or your services, please help out and do the best you can. But look for your local community because there's sources out there. As you said, John, what is the survival center? What is the food bank?
Yeah. Just
local charities.
Different names. They're all across the country, and different houses and things are there. So just look in your communities because there's a need in our community. There's needs. We have been involved with some of the smaller local things through our church and such. So. There are need, and it's just those needs are for those neighbors to take care of neighbors, and that's what we're here for.
Absolutely.
Good stuff, Matt. I appreciate your passion.
Well, it comes from being at human services, human resources, and it was one of the funny things I learned way back early in my DJ career. It was taking from teaching or an education point of view, talk to people doing different things. It was like if you can do one thing, and people said, "Well, I mean, human resources." You're in the business of improving people's lives.
Mm-hmm.
Whether we do it through playing music, making a smile, making a bride happy, any of those things. And one of the tips I did want to mention, John.
Sure. Yeah, got a couple minutes. Yeah.
You're looking for DJ tips or entertainer tips.
Sure.
And I know Mike Walter's doing a fantastic job with his tips and suggestions. When you're at an event, and this was big in Atlantic City a couple weeks ago, it's not necessarily, create moments, seize moments, be in the moment, but capture the moments while you're there. And I think that's speaks volumes for when you're talking about entertaining, or even a situation where you're trying to help out a local community. Be in the moment, seize the moment, do what you can in that moment, and think about how you would react if that situation happened to you. If you're looking at, charging your fee or your rate, would you be willing to pay that fee if you were sitting across the table from yourself with that quote? And that's a big, big question.
It is. It really
if someone says, well, why are DJs, why are you so expensive? Why is it so much money? Are you comfortable charging that person and quoting that price to that person if you were sitting across the table from yourself?
Mm-hmm.
So go ahead, create your worth, create your value, show value and stuff. But you know what? How about showing some compassion? How about helping out and doing whatever you can to make that event sparkle and shine for that client? That's huge.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Good words. Good words. We could have just let Matt. You had a great.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to monopolize.
No.
I didn't mean.
No, that's you had as Jared said. You had a lot of good stuff there, and a lot of deep thoughts. Deep thoughts with.
But again, it's only
with Matt Peterson.
Yeah.
It's only being in one moment with it's being in those situations, and like I said, looking at situations that I've personally been involved with or different things, and learning from that, and just going with it and running with it. It's not just being the only person involved. It's looking at situations and being prepared. If something comes up, what are you going to do? Or, the idea of where's your next meal coming from? Or, where's the next diaper coming for that child? Or where's your next meal coming from? All very important things.
Yeah.
And if you lose everything, what are you going to do?
Yeah. Guys, we got to wrap up here. We'll be back here in just a couple of minutes. We are continuing on. We are now at the 2/3 mark of our show for tonight. We'll be right back.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, Mike Walter with another tip as you enjoy this telethon. When you have your pre-consultation meetings with your clients, and hopefully you're doing that, meeting them face-to-face to go over details, especially brides and grooms for their wedding, it's not just an opportunity for you to get information from them, but most clients want suggestions from their wedding professionals. They've hired you, you're the experienced person, and you know more about weddings than they do. So they might have their timeline and their music requests and things like that, but don't be afraid to offer suggestions, to offer advice, to offer things that you've learned through the years. Most clients are going to want that. I know that some clients are very set and they've already got everything worked out and they don't want to hear from you. But I find the vast majority of my clients are looking to me and my expertise for advice, and be confident in offering those things. And a lot of times they're not only going to thank you for it, but when I go back and look at my Wedding Wire reviews after my weddings, a lot of my clients say Mike was not only a great DJ and an MC, but he gave us some great suggestions that we used at our wedding, and he helped make the event better. So you're the experienced one. You've done a lot more weddings. You've been at a lot more weddings than your couples. Always feel confident about offering suggestions and advice.
There it is. Hey, gang, we are back right there. That's right. Rob Peters is out camping in the middle of the woods, and what does he bring with him? Joe Bunn training materials.
Joe Bunn's training video.
Love it, love it, love it.
Oh, right there. And by the way, the whole pack of the Joe Bunn materials are available in our auction tonight. And I don't even know why I didn't tell you guys, because you guys have been bidding that stuff up and going crazy with that back and forth. But they are there, and you guys can bid. And the donated, the money that comes in is donated to our cause tonight, which is, you guys are doing well with it. You're involved with the auctions, cash donations coming in. Oh, that was just so, you guys are making this so cool. Okay. Joe Bunn.
You've got me addicted to the auctions, John, because I bid on something today, and I just keep looking to see if I'm being outbid or not. I haven't had this much fever since eBay came out. So
that's right.
But this is just DJ specific. DJs against DJs. It's not having, yes. Well, guys, I wanted to share, take a few minutes to share a little bit about some experiences being involved with either organizations that have helped out and reaching out and helping others, or some situations. We've had some stories about people who have had others helping them at different points in their lives during different aspects. And I want to just kind of share those types of stories tonight. So if you've got something that would fit, I'd love to hear it.
Well, there's a couple. Oh, go ahead, Joe.
Rob. I'm listening.
The first real big, I guess, help is a lot of people know, the programs that I run regarding bubbles, and that wouldn't have happened if I didn't drop in and help out a friend. And that's, John Allo helped. He started that whole program and brought it over to me when he couldn't do it anymore. And at first I was kind of intimidated by the whole process of getting involved, but now we're doing so much good with it. We actually use that to raise money. We give away probably about 5 shows a year to different charitable organizations to help them raise money. But we also do toy drives. We do back to school drives. We've been doing a lot of things to give back to the community. So I've taken a platform that was given to me, developed it a lot more for DJs, but now I'm actually doing a lot of stuff locally in my market, and we're not done yet. We're just getting warmed up. We're actually talking about doing in the next 5 years some national stuff.
Awesome.
Very, very cool. Very cool. Yeah, John was a very genuine, giving person. I got to meet him on a couple of occasions, and he was just a prince of a man. And the industry was definitely less with his passing, but yeah, it was. He created something good, and it's just really cool that you were able to take that and continue to grow that and make that something as what you made it today that can help people on both sides. So neat stuff. Joe, I'm sure you've been involved with a lot of different things over the years.
I have. And recently I've spoken I saw you out at in Wisconsin at Midwest DJs Live, and then I spoke again to the think tank group in Philadelphia, and both times I really pushed forth this whole movement of, especially if you're a multi-op owner, to try and get your guys to do at least one free thing a year. Mm-hmm. So that doesn't necessarily mean, for the 15 guys that I have here at the Raleigh office, that I'm making them go out and do, Cancer Society or the Heart Run or PETA. It doesn't matter. I mean, sometimes it's, the grand opening of the new blah, blah, blah hotel or a tasting at a blah, blah, blah. But for the most part, 10 of those 15 shows would be some sort of charitable thing. And that's not even counting, the other 10 or 12 I personally go out and do as the owner of the company. So, and honestly, it's one of those things where, we might make a post or something while we're there, but it's not we don't make a big to-do of it. It just makes you feel good, Sometimes we might carry a banner. Sometimes we might be on the back of the T-shirt, but really it's just kind of about giving back to Raleigh and the people that have supported us. And that's usually who calls us. The bride that we did her wedding 5 years ago is running this or is in charge of some marathon and wants us to do the 13-mile mark. Of course we're going to do that, Sure. And again, it's sometimes it gets to be this time of the year, your 9th month of the year, and you're just like, guys, I'm all out of free. I mean, I've done all I can do. My guys have, I've pushed them to the brink of quitting from doing, these events for no money. It's like, can you just call us next year earlier? You know what I mean? It just gets to a point sometimes where it's overwhelming, but it's really a great feeling to have this sort of talent or skill set. As a DJ, it's not even that you're the best mixer or whatever, but you've got music and you've got a PA system. So you've already knocked out like 2 things that every organization needs.
Yep.
So we just have a unique job, and we're in a position to be able to help people. And like Rob says, I mean, it's that whole pay it forward mentality. I love it.
You know, back my pre-DJ career, I actually used to work for one of the major oil corporations as one of their gas station managers. And my marketing rep said something to me that has stuck with me since that day. And back then, I mean, it's been about 30 years. You cannot put a price on future goodwill. And paying it forward and doing that stuff. And, you know, Joe, you've made that statement before about having your guys give one show up, you know, a year, and that's something that I'm actually taking into my company. We have a huge meeting this week. Unless they're watching right now, they have no idea what's about to happen. But you know, I think paying it forward is really, really important in this business, because you got to show you can go and spend $1 million on marketing. But it's all about the face-to-face and shaking hands and meeting people. That really does make what we do so much more worthwhile, because we see how it impacts in the end. And it's like you said, you know, you get the bride who you did their wedding and they're calling you up because they're planning an event. I do an event every year that's a scholarship fundraiser on Columbus Day morning. It's kind of like what I'm doing actually tomorrow. I have to leave the campground at like 5 o'clock in the morning, go set up, and we're doing a walkathon on Columbus Day morning to raise money in memory of a 2-year-old that drowned in a pool and died. And, you know, the family took this organization, took this tragedy, and they turned it into something that they can give back to the community. And they've raised thousands of dollars from this one walk every year, skateboard parks and redoing baseball fields and just that stuff. And to be a cog in the wheel of that, I'm going on my 20th year working with these people.
Wow.
And it's the one thing at 11 o'clock on Columbus Day morning when we are done, I look at the organizer, he looks at me and he says, yep, put it down for next year. And and you know what? There's no money, but it's a community. It's a community I grew up with. So I get to see people that I haven't seen. So, so much. I think we are blessed, and I agree with you. We're blessed to be able to do this. John, can I throw something in here real quick?
Yeah, sure.
And you and I talked about it real quick. Anybody who is doing cash bidding right now, I will give away to the next 3 people that bid $25 or more. And John, I'm going to leave it up to you to regulate it, because I'm lucky I have internet service and data right now where I am. The next 3 people, I will give them one of our roll-up limbo poles.
Which, for those of you who aren't familiar, these are collapsible limbo poles that become a little smaller than a bottle, and they'll extend out to about 5 feet. Is that about
8 feet?
Oh, 8 feet! Goodness gracious!
8 feet.
8 feet, and it becomes a limbo pole you can use at your events. And I've used these at high schools. I've used these at actually it was one of Lori's favorite activities at weddings for the longest time. So they are quick, easy to pack, work wonderfully well. And for the next 3 people who donate $25 or more, going to discjockeysnews.com/telethon, and then there's a link right there at the top. You can do a donation right there, and we'll the next 3 people who do that at $25 or more will also get the limo poles. So cool.
Sweet. Just a couple other things that kind of stood out just as we're moving forward here, getting later in the night. So I was riding down our street today, and I thought that I'm a sucker for a lemonade stand. You know, I feel like that's I did it when I was a kid. It's the budding entrepreneur's like first foray into business.
I think we all got started that way in one way or another, right?
We really did. And so I see it coming up on the left, and I'm like, man, and my wife was driving. I was like, stop. And so they run over to the car, and they're like, everything's $1 and all money is going to Houston. And I was like, oh my God. I was like, I want all the cookies. I mean, I must have stopped at that. They stayed out there all day. I mean, honestly, they were probably 8, 9 years old. They had cookies, brownie. I have a cabinet full of stuff. I call it my fat kid cabinet. I literally have a cabinet full of stuff, sugar cookies, brownies, lemonade, everything was $1. And so I'm just shelling out money, but I couldn't believe that, one, these little girls were going to, I mean, when I used to do it, I might give it a couple hours, I was trying to make money for the latest shoes or something back then, still probably trying to make money for the latest shoes. But they literally stayed out there because I rode by several times and they were out there from probably 10 to 4 or 5 o'clock. Their parents kind of were coming in and out of the house, but their parents had obviously given them the money to make this stuff, which that's a donation in itself. And then they're out there, hustling cookies and baked goods for Houston. I just thought that was really, I don't know, it was touching, because I thought they were out there, like I said, trying to get money to get the newest whatever girls buy. But
kind of like what we did growing up, Joe. You set it up so you had your eye on the prize.
Yeah.
I wasn't really so smart when it came to my first lemonade stand because my friends came and drank all the lemonade and I went inside to go make more. And of course, silly me, this was my first lesson in business. I left the cash outside. Oh yeah, it was gone. But I wound up getting it back from them one way or another with baseball cards and stuff. And
that's fun.
yeah, I mean, I love stopping at those. And it's funny because a lot of the KinderCares up here, we're talking about Bubbles. Yeah. Last week, they ran a lemonade stand because one of their senior directors, I guess, just passed away from cancer. So I actually made it a point to travel to a couple of different of the KinderCares that I do.
Yeah.
In between shows and stuff, and I'm dressed doing what I do with Bubble Man, and pulling up and buying some lemonade just to kind of give back a little bit. It was something that was thrown together last minute by them, but next year we've got some big plans with that. But
Sweet.
I love stopping by those things. Get a little leery after a while in certain neighborhoods around where I am, but it is, it's a way to give back. And it's good to see that the kids are actually learning that.
Yeah, I know. And the other thing that just kind of that I wanted to touch on, I mean, in terms of just the current situation in Houston, and I'm not nearly as up on the current state of affairs as I'd like to be, other than I know there's another hurricane brewing down off the coast of Florida. But, being in North Carolina, I mean, there are very few places other than probably Florida that have seen more hurricanes than we have. I mean, I can't even tell you how many I've ridden out between here and having a house with my parents at the beach. And, for everything terrible I've seen, it doesn't hold a candle to what those people are going through. It's not even fathomable. I mean, if we've lost power for more than 2 days, that's the end of the world for us. I mean, these people, who knows when they'll see power, who knows when they'll be able to go to their house, who knows what's left. Like, it's really just, again, as somebody that's been through a million of these things, from living here and living at the beach after college for several years, it's not even something I can fathom, honestly. It's just sad. So whatever you guys can do out there, whether it's bid on stuff, donate, do the Red Cross thing, do the DJ News telethon, whatever y'all can do, please do it. They need every bit of help they can get.
Yeah, for sure.
The first time I met you, Joe Bunn, I had traveled to North Carolina to do something with NAME when I was working for them. And the next night, and this was the scariest moment for me, we don't get a lot of those up here. We get dumped with snow.
Right.
That's kind of how it goes up here.
We don't get that.
But the next day I was in Charleston, South Carolina. I did the appearance. I stayed at the accommodations, but I can remember getting alerts about there's a hurricane coming, and you've really got to. And I'm racing to the airport. Like, I overslept my alarm the next morning. I'm racing to the airport to get on the last plane out. I made the last plane out, but it was. You guys have it together down there because, like you said, you maybe lose it 1 or 2 days. That was a wallop of a storm, and what I'm watching now with Irma, it's kind of the same thing. So giving back, I think it's really important as an industry we take it seriously. And I've been watching some of this footage tonight. I think if, I know you and I, Joe, and I know John knows it too. We know the reach of what Disc Jockey News can do. And I think if every DJ, $50, what's $50? Puts $50 in, we can make a dent in helping to rebuild what's happened down in Texas. And, I've talked to Mike Morales, who's actually in Houston, and he said, Rob, it's insane. He sent me some pictures. He's okay, which is good. Luckily, him and his mom rode the storm out together, but I can't fathom that either. And, they're saying up here now, they're talking about, we're going to have the biggest winter ever. So, John, I hope you'll do a telethon on Valentine's Day in the middle of February when I'm in the middle of a snowstorm up here.
He can't get out of his front door.
Oh, yeah, that's crazy. But that's winter. That's what we put up with. I think I'd rather have the snow,
That's
though,
true.
than I can shovel snow, but 50 inches of water, I can't do much with that.
Can't do that. Can't do anything about it.
So we've got 2 of the limbo poles are spoken for. So we've got
Awesome.
one
Love
left.
it.
One limbo pole left. If somebody wants to get in on that, that would be awesome. And then we can get you those things. They'll be sent out. When Rob gets back, we get the address and things over to him and such, then they'll get sent out.
I'll be in tomorrow afternoon, so we can get that all squared away. That's easy.
I may not be awake yet by tomorrow afternoon.
Well, yeah, you're doing
a good job.
He's doing a great job. He's the Jerry Lewis of the DJ industry. When you came up with this idea, I'm like, here we go.
Yeah.
And I actually think it's the first time ever I've actually been on a Labor Day telethon.
Yeah.
It's definitely the first time I've ever been on a Labor Day telethon.
Oh.
It's the first time I've ever been on this late, too.
Yeah,
I know.
Yeah, for the East Coast time zone folks, this is like, oh my gosh, it's like, how late are you going? Well, I'm sorry.
I know it.
Sorry, guys, but I appreciate you being on and such.
Absolutely.
Oh,
man.
wait, listen, my pleasure. It's funny, Joe, because I read the notice and I'm like, 11 o'clock. I can do 11 o'clock. And of course, I can do 11 o'clock Eastern.
Right.
Then I read the fine print about an hour ago. And it wasn't 11 o'clock Eastern. And I'm like, no, I got to be up early tomorrow with the sound job. So it's, it's good to be on. You talk about Labor Day telethons and you talk about everybody, knows about for years the whole MDA thing. And that's how I started giving back. I was a kid that went and knocked on doors back when you could and not worry about it.
Right.
Yeah.
Was it always Labor Day? Was Jerry's thing always
Labor Day?
Always Labor Day. Yep, and it was.
I used to watch it with my grandma every year.
It was a huge thing, as they were talking about earlier. Is in the early years, that was where one of the few places that all of the entertainers, all your favorite entertainers, would come together. In the latter years, it wasn't quite as much, but
Right.
it was a spot where they just came together and you could see everybody. And that was when variety things like Carol Burnett's show and
That's right.
those types of shows were really popular. And so. Guys, we're going to end a little bit early on this segment because I want to take a 5-minute break to go get something. But I want to, Joe, 2 minutes. The idea you went in and had some surgery done for some skin cancer to have that removed.
I did.
Kind of tell us just how were you going in for a checkup or what made you start to?
It's a great question. I'll keep it short and simple. I mean, the key is when you get any age, it doesn't matter. If you're 16 or 46, just go and get yourself checked once a year. And I went and got myself checked and I pointed to a spot on my temple that looked like an acne scar, something you would get from pimples when you were a kid. And it just started looking really thin. It almost started being sensitive and especially if I washed my face too hard. And she said, she scraped it. She sent it to a lab. She said, that's basal cell carcinoma. You need to get that taken off by somebody other than me because it's on your face. So you need a plastic surgeon. And so they do a surgery called Mohs, M-O-H-S. And they basically sit there and just snip while you're awake. Something that was the size of smaller than a quarter took 7 hours. But basically what they're doing is they cut and then they test and cut and test. And basically what they're doing is trying to make sure that they got it all. So I can say that they got it all, but I lost a good percentage of my of my right temple in the process. But I feel like I picked the right doctor. She got it stitched back together. You know, when I take the Band-Aids off, it looks pretty good. So tomorrow will be a week. So I'll go see her tomorrow and see, you know, what she thinks about the way it's healing. And, you know, it was not going to kill me. It wasn't melanoma. And I tried to postpone it. And she basically said, sure, you can postpone it, but you'll eventually lose your eye. And I was like, okay,
we won't be postponing
I
this.
will not be postponing it.
Yeah.
So anyway, get yourselves checked. And honestly, this is just bad planning from about 16 or 17 to probably age 30 of just not using sunscreen.
Mm-hmm.
And being, you know, you see my pictures. I'm always on a boat. I'm always fishing. I'm always, you know, outdoors with my kids. And it was just neglect. I haven't been burnt in years, but I guarantee this is all from the early years.
I know exactly what you mean. I was that way, and
Yep.
I've gotten to the point now where, you know, Lori and I just had our checkup last week ourselves, and I came home for the checkup, and then I saw yours, and it's like, oh,
yeah, be careful.
Yeah, you've got to get that checked
The
out.
sun is undefeated, people.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Undefeated.
It doesn't lose in this particular configuration. So, Rob, Joe, thank you guys for being on. Once again, the link's down below. Go there. The third limbo poll just went out. Thank you for the donations.
Awesome.
I think we're over 1,200. I'm going to do a total of the cash donations and get an update on that when we come back here. We're going to take a 5-minute break so I can go grab a cold beverage again. And gentlemen, please get to bed, and we'll talk to you later. Thank you guys for watching. We'll be back in 5 minutes. Bye-bye.
See you, Rob.
That's my second cup of coffee kicking in, John.
Here we go.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip for you as you enjoy this telethon, and I hope you're being generous. Everybody open up your wallets. We got a lot of people in need, and we got to raise some money here. I know the goal is 5,000, but let's blow that away. Let's double that. So here's my suggestion. Never let your personal music taste enter into your programming. As you can see, I've got my Prince necklace on. If you know me personally, I'm a huge Prince fan. If it was up to me, I'd do 4 hours of Prince at a wedding. But listen, I understand that unless a client asks for Prince, I very rarely even play Prince at my events. I'm a huge Sting fan as well. I very rarely play any Police or any Sting. So do your best to leave your personal tastes at the door. And when you program, think about the client's requests. Think about music that you know from your experience is really going to make the party better, and leave your own personal stuff out of it.
Oh, hey, we are here. We are live. We are back. It's 10:30 Central, 11:30 Eastern. MJ is with me tonight, and we're going to, how can you have a DJ telethon, he said, without DJ tools? So
Someone
here we are.
DJing.
So he's got some stuff there. And we're going to just kind of hang and wrap here a little bit. We've been talking about a lot of instances where people have been giving back and being part of different organizations and different things. But now let's in this segment, let's talk music, play, and having some fun with which controller do you have there in front of you, MJ?
I have my favorite, the 7000. I'm
Nice.
still quite fond of it, even though I literally, for those of you who haven't been following, I tried out the Newmark PT01 at the expo and literally broke the fader off of it. So I tried everything out at the expo. So this is still right now my favorite. There's so many good ones. The NS7 is great. The NS62 is great. I would tell you how I feel about the new Rain one, but they couldn't even let me take a picture of it without the glass. So
Yeah,
whatever.
They knew that, gets too close and he's not going to get
No,
away.
if they lifted it up, I'd be touching it. There's no doubt about it. They'd be big. Their biggest man would be tackling me.
Oh, they had to keep that man back a little bit.
We know him. But I know we can talk about whatever you want. We can talk about giving and helping, and we can talk about the donating of things. We can talk about whatever you want. We can talk about scratching. What do you want to talk about? What do people want? What do people want from me?
Yeah, what kind of topics are, because it's getting late in the evening, and I don't want to, if we can want to change things up a little bit. If you guys want to chat about something, if you want to talk music and mixing or something to that effect. Juan, I'm not sure exactly what you're wanting, but if you want to do something, message me, because the auctions and such will be open. We're going to send out another email tomorrow morning just as a final reminder. So there definitely could be something we could add for tomorrow morning here. Just trying to keep up on the chats and the different message rooms and such that are going on tonight, because I've got some people Facebook messaging, some people text messaging. If you're emailing, unfortunately, that one I'm not getting. That's on my computer. That's in my house office, not here. So,
Do you have anybody donating time to help you do all this, John?
yes, unfortunately, I did. I had many people who did, and I had lined a couple of people up to basically just kind of off camera do some secretarial things on this. The problem became is that we have a teenager who is driving in our house now, so we needed an extra vehicle, and we've been kind of watching for a vehicle, and now you guys are going to get to hear the boring story of the old married guy. But so Lori's been watching on Facebook the marketplace, and she's been looking, and there's been send a message here, send a message there, what have you. Well, a car came up, but one of them the kind that we were looking for, and it popped up, and she's like, "Oh, it just went up a few minutes ago." She immediately messages the gal. And they traded information and some things back and forth. And the next thing you know, we're headed an hour and a half east. We're almost headed to Wisconsin to go look at this car. And it's like, okay, if we leave right now, hour and a half there, we can look at it for 27 minutes, an hour and a half back, and I can get back and I finish the things I need to do. Well, then my other son wanted to come with, and then we had to do this, and then we had to do that. So we didn't get going quite as. So I ended up getting back here from that trip at 5:30. Well, 6 o'clock we go live. So I didn't have time to get the information to the folks who were going to help keep track of things, and I didn't get the donation link up as early as I wanted to, and all these different things just didn't come together today. But thankfully, everyone who's been involved on the promoting and sharing side have been such a fabulous team that even though I couldn't do these things, this has been an incredibly successful event tonight, and I'm just so thrilled at how the community, the DJ community, has come together and really has putting their best foot forward here to make this a great event for everyone.
Cool.
So, yeah, definitely a neat thing. So, oh, and Jeremy's going to bounce into us. So, MJ, you have done in your previous life, I'm going to call it, when you were touring and such, you were involved with
like the past 4 weeks.
Well, yeah, you've been on the road a lot, but
I've been on the road a lot.
But prior to that, when you used to do more events and such, you were involved with different groups and such that were probably doing some fundraising type activities, I'm guessing.
Full out missionary trips and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's been a lot over the years, and even I look at a lot of that, and when you're doing this professionally, and those who do DJing full time know that sometimes you are living paycheck to paycheck. And as a vocal artist touring around the country, I was living paycheck to paycheck. And there were days literally I had to drive to an event to the next time zone, knowing that I didn't have enough money to get home unless I made the right amount of sales. And there's times I didn't make the right amount of sales, and people would come up and go, here's $50. Will this get you home? So the smallest donation can literally take someone home again. Think that as a view. The smallest donation, you may think it's nothing you're doing, but the smallest donation can get someone home again. And if you've ever been far from home, stranded with a broken car or whatever reason, whether it be a storm that you're, flying somewhere and stuck in an airport or something, getting home is a special feeling. I look at the Frank Sinatra song about traveling, and he goes, it's great to go traveling, but also nice to be home. And these people, lots of them have lost their home. Mm-hmm. Literally, they can't say I'm going to go home tonight. They can't say that, and they probably won't say that for weeks.
For sure.
So you have to think about your comfort in your home and how important that is to you and how much you would fight for that. And think about this and what's going on and how much, like I said, the littlest things. If you ain't got much, don't give much. Just give what you have.
And you made a great point. And this is something that even before you had that because we've talked about this before, that the not making enough money to get the gas to get home. And that's as I attend different activities, because of the Hometown News, we get invited to a lot of the church where they're having missionaries come in, or they have different people coming in to do an activity or something at the church for the family groups. And I've always made it a point that at the end, I'm going to go buy a CD, or I'm going to go buy a T-shirt. I'm going to buy something like that. And there've been a couple of times the kids are like, Dad, why are you buying that? You're never going to wear that T-shirt. No, I'm not. But I'm going to buy that shirt because they wouldn't get, if I just handed them $20, most of the time they won't just take the $20 because they want to give you the shirt, what have you. So I'll make that $20 donation or whatever it may be to help their ministry in that particular case. But really, because of things such as that, because I've been on the other side, not to that point where I didn't know, but there's times where we had something and we were hoping that we would sell enough merchandise at the show, and when you don't, it's like, oh well, we've lost money on this event, and how can I be able to continue to feed my children if I'm losing money at these events, or I'm needing to pay for this event by selling product and such, which happens especially when you're doing teen junior high dances for some of the schools, the smaller schools. We didn't make anything off the dance itself. It was really selling product, and if you didn't sell the product, you weren't doing too well. So
yeah, it's an interesting world out there. Like I said, we're being joined by one of the key members of the International Disc Jockey News Academy.
Yep, Jeremy Breck is coming in here, and
he's going to battle me in a scratch battle.
Wait.
Jeremy, now just there you go. There you are. You are live with us now, Jeremy.
All right. On, Jer.
Hold on. Where's my iPad? Where's my iPod?
Work. Yeah, that'll work.
Get your iPad.
So what do you got? What do you got, guys? What do you got going on here, Michael?
I'm just kind of like, because I thought we're having a telethon put on by the DJ community, but no one DJ'd. So I thought, I literally just got home. I've been traveling like every weekend for the past 4 weeks, and I literally come in because I wasn't even sure if I was going to make it back tonight for the expo. My mind is still stuck 4 weeks ago. That's how much I've been traveling. Yeah, for this. And I come in the door. I've literally not unpacked a single thing. There's bags here. There's bags in the next room. There's bags upstairs. And I said, John, I'm home. If you want me to jump on, jump on. And he did that. And I'm thinking, well, I need to do something different. So I grabbed the equipment, what I had, cords everywhere, and just thought something different.
So the only thing you unpacked was his controller.
No, well, the controller, I didn't. No, I unpacked the controller. That was it. Yeah, the controller and the computer. That's it. Like nothing. Yeah, everything's still in bags, cords everywhere. Food. The food I took traveling with me is I've not even put it away. I found a banana in my travel bag going, when did I put a banana in my travel bag? But that is what traveling's like. So imagine these people who don't have homes and you give them a banana, how hard it is to keep that banana fresh to eat. I'm telling you, it's tough to keep a banana alive in a non-home situation.
In a car, in a duffel bag, not so good.
Yeah, whatever,
So John, I've been able to watch, some of the shows here and there, and I got to watch Bill and Mitch kind of go at it. I got to see a little bit of Jake and
Todd.
Oh my gosh,
Todd Mitchum.
Thank you. Yeah, Jake and Todd. I got to see a couple of the guys at the beginning of the show, how it kind of kicked off. And, I think like Ron, everybody kind of has a great point where, we've all given back to our local communities, and our communities always give back to us. And, this, for some of us, this might not be our local community, what's happening in Houston, but in the DJ community, in the DJ realm of things. And we've seen this before. We've seen this when some other DJs have had hard times, people stepped up, they stepped in, and, they made a difference. And, some people might be thinking, I don't have the money to give at this point. And it doesn't have to specifically come out of their pocket. But a great way or something to think about, and this is something that we did in our local market, is for everything that we booked over this Labor Day weekend, we basically donated some of those proceeds to this situation. And just because you don't have the money in your bank account doesn't mean you can't give. Maybe it's doing something in the next couple of days here, just a pop-up DJ shop. Go out in the street and start playing and start getting money getting dropped into a jar, whatever it is. And I think there's the schools that are just starting to come back into session now. Go do a school dance and tell everybody the proceeds are going for this situation. So it doesn't have to be a monetary give back. It can be using your time and your talent and getting monetary achievement that way to give back to the situation. So I encourage people, even if they don't feel like they have the dollars or the cents to be able to give, find a way, use your talent, use your time. And that's the same thing. You look at all these auction items that have been up, and you've probably seen how many items that I've been bidding on. There's some really great items out there. And I think it's a way that all of those people who have donated items or donated time, it's a way for them to utilize their time and talent to hopefully bring in some of that cash flow to give to the situation. So, that's kind of my 2 cents. As I've been watching this whole thing happen in the last couple hours, it's really cool to see all these people who have made their cameo or have been on to talk about how they've made an effect in their local community and how they're making an effect right now.
Yeah, for sure. That's a neat thing to see, because there's need everywhere. And as you say, there's the national, but then there's that local need. And sometimes it's just too easy to overlook some people, your neighbors, who need help, and maybe not even a huge need or a huge type of help, but just some small things can make a huge difference in their world. I mean, I've lived next to a couple of senior citizen households, and it's amazing how just little actions here and there can make their day and help them tremendously, because little things that I take completely for granted are stresses in their lives. I mean, little things like that, all the way to coming together as a community to send money to rebuild houses. I mean, there's all sorts of things in between that can be done.
Yeah.
So Jeremy,
I would even go ahead. Go ahead, John.
Well, no, go MJ, and I was going to ask a question of Jeremy here.
I was just going to challenge them that even in your own community, we here in Pittsburgh do a lot of fundraisers with DJs, and it's really I don't know whether other cities do it or not, but we will have someone who has a connection with a place, a bar, and we'll pick a night that isn't terribly busy. Tell the owner, we'll come in with 20 DJs donating 100% of their time. We all take turns DJing. We do maybe $2 at the door, and 100% of all the proceeds go to such and such a thing, and we do auctions off things, so somebody could bring a record and they auction off the record. You know, what do they call that? Blind auction.
Yes.
And the final one, we even do, one of the DJs here in the city hates Pitbull, so they will do a thing that if they set a price that if we raise $200 in cash in the Pitbull box, he has to do an entire set of Pitbull, nothing but Pitbull. So creative in your own communities for stuff like that. Find a place on a Thursday night, a Tuesday night, a Wednesday night, whatever, where you're not working. Find some of your local DJs and say, hey, we will come in with sound and lighting and play music to your crowd for between this time and this time for free. You know, let's put it together and let's raise money for you know, the cause. So challenge after this, you know, after we're done, break our numbers, try to beat us even, you know, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
And you can have a battle.
I don't want to battle you though. I mean, I'm just,
I don't want to battle either. As tired as I'm lucky I'm standing right now. I just thought it would be something different for the people to look at, you know.
Go grab a chair. Go grab a chair. I'll let you.
Leave Pitbull alone. So Jeremy, with your working out there in Sioux Falls, I'm sure you've worked with different groups that are raising funds for different events.
Yeah.
Just any insight from working with these groups, because there's times, you know, DJs are approached by these groups and they just really don't know, you know, should they go and help here? I mean, you want to help everywhere. Is there any kind of thoughts you could maybe share a little bit with the DJs out there who are wanting to help but just don't know how to get involved maybe?
You know, that's a great question, because anytime you have a business or a business name that is found on the internet, every single person is going to try and hit you up. And what we've done is we've been working with some, some of the big foundations and some of the big fundraising companies in our area. And, you know, like I said, we always get those people who call and say, hey, you know, will you get $50 to the Farmers Foundation of America? And I mean, you just get hit up by all of this all the time. So what I'd recommend doing is finding one that's really kind of near and dear to your heart, and something that really says, this is where I want to put my energy. And the one thing I would always recommend is don't be afraid to give. You know, there's always a give and take. And yes, I mean, you have these opportunities to make money, but don't be afraid to give your time, your talent, your energy, because they will come back. And when they do need to spend $1 and they need your services, they're going to do it. We started out with, one of the big ones that we work with is the American Cancer Society. And also there's a breast cancer walk a breast cancer run in my area. And that is something that's kind of near and dear to my heart. My sister at the age of 32 was diagnosed with stage 3 breast cancer.
Mm.
And, she went through all the surgeries and everything. And, we never thought about being involved. And this was from a conversation that I heard you earlier with about John, is we never really seemed to get involved. It was the really for life talk that you were having.
Yeah. Yep.
And, you never really seem to be involved until you're involved. And I think that's something that people need to be thinking about, is there's situations that haven't happened yet, but yet you could still touch lives before that situation comes near and dear to you. My sister was cancer free. And then about a year ago, she was diagnosed again with, I guess you could say they gave her a timeline at this point.
Mm-hmm.
And that really becomes a tough situation. And again, I'm glad that I've always been involved in the American Cancer Society, and I've been involved in these cancer walks, and same thing with the Heart Walk. We just did that event a couple weeks ago, and we don't have great heart health in my family history. And so again, those are things that you need to look at and say, I want to make a difference here. I want to make a difference here. And the thing I would recommend is set up a business plan and set up this is how much of services I'm going to donate in 2018. And it might not be monetary. It might be time. It might be energy. It might be sitting on a board and getting involved that way. But that way you're not saying, well, here's my time here, here's my time there, there's my time there. Put your energy into one thing or a couple things and be great at it. That's like, the people who do, we're DJs and photographers and videographers and photo booth people, and we'll do your cake, and there's just put your energy in one place and focus on that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the same thing that I usually recommend. Like I said, when you're kind of creating this business plan of where do I put my time and energy into donation and time.
Yeah, and that's
a long answer for a really short question.
No, that's a good answer though, because that question is one that you struggle with when you get into these situations, and I think it really just becomes what fits, where's your passion? Because if you don't have a passion for it, you're going to be in and out so quickly that you're not going to be able to benefit the group.
Right.
So this is something. Okay, we've got some more time. I don't know if MJ and Jeremy know this, but we're here till 11:30 now with the three of us. So we're going to do, and neither of them really know that I'm going to do this.
Fine, I'm a club DJ, so literally 99% of the time, I just got started.
Yeah. So
hey, and you're East Coast, you're done.
Yeah, no, on the East Coast. It's 11:51 East Coast. I've just started DJing at some places.
Yeah, because
you're done at 11:30, so you're overtime right now.
No. Don't see. Yeah, we're going. So what we're going to offer is the next two bids, two people who donate $100 or more, that you're going to get your choice of. And these guys don't know I'm doing this, and if they don't like it, well, they're not going to say it because then it'll make them look bad on film. So we're using the leverage of film. We're going to offer coaching. MJ has teaching classes for teaching mixing and involved with basically helping you perform using Virtual DJ, the controller. And you guys have seen some of his lessons and things he's taught. He and I have worked on some things, and he's taught me a lot. You can, at $100 or more, you can have a coaching block on mixing and such with MJ, and he will hook up with you on the video Skype and be able to walk you through and teach you tricks and tips and ideas on how to be more proficient in Virtual DJ. Or you can donate $100 or more, and Jeremy will help you with your lighting side of it. And he, of course, knows the lighting and the Show Express, and he can help you set that up and spend some time with you on that. That's also the same offer that is in the auction. But right now, we will, if you donate $100 or more, we'll give you the option left or right. And if you want to, $200, you can do both. And
I'm trying to donate, and I can't get to the page.
All I gotta say is,
so for the next two that go and donate that amount, and you can choose either one, whichever one you want. And again, if you want to do both, that's $200 donation, and we will hook you up. But this
hey, John, make that the next three, because I'm going to be the first one.
You're going to be the first one.
I want to time with MJ.
So if whoever wins this, you can choose your choice of just regular DJing classes if you want, scratching, or if you just want tutorials on software, or if you go, hey, I got a new controller and I can't make it do anything, whatever you want. It doesn't have to be one of my tailored 1 through 4 DJ classes, or you can just sit there and mock me like some people do. Walk up to the DJ booth and go, you suck. No.
I will take 1 hour with MJ. I just donated $100.
No way. Nice.
Oh yeah. So, you're gonna have to make it 3 because
okay.
I don't know if mine technically counts.
Yeah.
But.
Well, I'm sure MJ will get you, and thank you.
Oh yeah, we'll fit it if it's for a good cause. No matter what, and we should throw one in of yours of dressing cool, because if anybody saw him at the expo, the dude looked fly every day. I don't care how tired he was, dressed, tie, he looked fly.
Jeremy.
No, you, Jeremy.
You, yeah,
You,
look-
yeah.
Sarah
Every
does a nice
day.
job of picking out your clothes.
I never saw you in shorts. It was always a jacket, a tie, button up.
I just wanted to look good for you.
There I am wearing the same shirt all 3 days. No, I'm kidding.
It wasn't the
Well, I
shirt.
did too. I just put a different coat on each time.
There you go. How to extend your wardrobe when you're traveling tips.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
and also, you know, in the items that are up for auction, I am spending, or you know, I did put an hour session of lighting design time, and I mean that can be on anything. It can be on how do you set up your Show Express? How do you know, what's the best arsenal for my lighting? Because that's one of the biggest questions I get. When we were at DJ Expo, there was a couple of guys that when I was at the Chauvet DJ booth, a couple of guys came over and they said, "Here's what we're doing. Tell us what we need."
Mhm.
And you know, I got an email from those guys a couple like about a week and a half later, which was actually like last week. But they emailed and they said, "You know what? We set everything up and everything was great. It was exactly what we needed. We can't thank you enough." And that's just it. I mean, sometimes people get into a situation where, you know they need lights or they know they need to do something spectacular with their lights, but they just don't know how to go at it. And that's one thing that I always encourage people is to figure out what exactly you want to do before you purchase. So I'll help you with, designing your light show, using your light show to design. Those are two different things. Utilizing Show Express if you are doing programming. We have this amazing event going on that we actually set up for last week. It starts tomorrow, and this is John. That's why I was like, I don't know if I'll be there at 10:30, but I'm going to try.
Yeah.
I have to leave early in the morning. I got to drive 3 hours to a production that we have going on, and we have this amazing grand opening. It was a marketing company that hired us to come in and do a showcase for basically a day and a half workshop for a bunch of farmers and seed sellers. But they're like, we want to just blow them out of the water. So I'm like, okay, this is going to be fun. We created a really cool introduction. You've seen some of the stuff that we've done at Mobile Beat, some of the stuff that we've done at some of the other conferences. I love inspiring people to kind of think beyond their lights controlling them.
Right.
You need to learn to control your lights, and I would take however long it takes to make sure that you understand your lighting. So yeah, if you want a session with me where I can talk to you about lighting, but again, make sure you go bid on the package that is in the auction. It says an hour, but really I'm going to make sure that you know exactly what you're doing before we let off the webcast. So and like I said, I spend $100 to have some time with MJ, because if you've ever heard MJ or ever have watched his videos or the conversations that him and John have, he's amazing at what he does as a mixer and as an all-out DJ. And when we were at DJ Expo, I was very fortunate to walk around the expo with him and just kind of like listen and learn to what he was talking about with controllers and how to utilize the controller that I'm personally using right now. He was telling me, "Oh, you can do so much better by doing this, this, and this." And it's like, okay, yeah, I got about a quarter of that. I'm gonna need more time. So I told him, after we left, I said, I need to spend some time. Let's connect. And he's like, anytime. But you know what? Now it's guaranteed because I paid $100.
Now he's got to. Now he'll be in contact with you.
No way out of it.
So yeah, if you guys would like to do that, we'll offer that here until the end of our segment here. Going as we're continuing going forward there.
So John, what's it been like today? How's everything been? I mean,
it has been a very, very busy day. I just want to give an update here. Actually, we need to get our shot of Mike Walter here. So we're at 11. Yeah, we are almost, because Mike Walter went and shot every half hour we have a Mike Walter video, and I think I might have missed one of them, so I'm going to have to put all these little tips together and put them up. But at the top and bottom of every hour, we have had a Mike Walter video. So we're going to bounce to that, and we'll be right back here, and then we'll talk about
you have a number?
What's that?
You have a number?
Yeah, this is number 10.
Wait.
Oh no! We'll after we come back. We'll come back. Yeah, the drum roll.
I got it ready for you.
Do that. We'll be right back here.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with another tip as you enjoy this telethon. I do my best at all my events to stay as positive as possible. I think it's up to me to start the party and be the enthusiastic guy. And along those lines, I don't have any notifications that come up on my phone. I know a lot of people have, they're linked to some news agencies and they have the notifications that come up on their phone. I don't have that because the last thing I want halfway through a wedding is to get a notification about another, mass shooting or bombing somewhere or something like that. I don't want to know about it. I'll find out on the way home. I listen to CNN or whatever on the way home and I'll get the news then. I also don't like checking social media during my events because you might scroll through your timeline and hear about something tragic happening. I want to block it out. So when I'm at an event, I try to stay as positive as possible. Years ago, that was easy because you didn't have a cell phone that notified you of every single thing going on in the world. But nowadays, if you have your cell phone on, cut off your notifications, don't look at social media, and stay as positive as possible.
Excuse me. All right, so we are back again. We are getting ready for our last hour here with the Disc Jockey News Telethon, the Labor Day Telethon. Somebody asked in the chat room that this is such a cool idea, and they're like, will it happen again? Well, the short answer is yes. The big question is, it will be how many times a year we're going to do this, because the Labor Day, I think, is going to become a thing. We've got a few of the people who wanted to be involved with this year, but they couldn't. But they're like, this is so great. We want to be involved, and we want to be involved in a big way next year. And not that there might not be a hurricane that happens the week before, but the DJ community coming together for a cause, just that concept is building that sense of community within the DJ community is something that's being embraced and going to be embraced in a big way. The reason I say is it's going to happen and maybe multiple times is because I'm thinking that somewhere over getting around that first of the year, we may be doing another telethon, because I think there is a need for the DJ community to come together and have that sense of cohesion, that we're all working together for one goal in a situation. So we'll know more after this, when the dust clears from this one. That's the best way to describe it. But it's so far, you guys have been just completely fabulous with your donations, your energy, your encouragement, your passion for helping out, and shares and comments online, and your financial donations is just incredible. So, okay,
John,
yeah, go ahead.
Something to think about.
What's that?
Are you going to give us the number?
I'm giving the numbers right now where we're at. So. Well, just since, so right now we have 850 bids. We had 20 bids come in, Jeremy, since I clicked refresh before break. We had another 20. Okay, so we have 850 bids that have been placed across. We have many items now that are at their retail price, that people are basically now donating their money to this cause, and they'll get the product. And you might be paying full retail for it, but the money's going there. It's not going to it's going to help. Now, the big thing is cash donations as of this point. Let's look at where we are right now with cash donations. Our cash donations, we are over $1,500 on cash donations right now. And we got a David. Is David in our chat room there? David, you'll need to let us know, David, if you are into lighting or if you're into mixing. When you get a chance, message me on. There we go. We've got I don't know if Larry, if you're still watching the video. We've been keeping track of the the cash donations. We just had that number, and we're keeping track of the number of people who have been donating and such. And our recent donations have all been bigger donations coming in, which is just absolutely fabulous. So I know one thing for sure, Larry, we do have a person who's leading in the amount of the total, or their donation. Someone dropped a nice chunk of change for getting that pack of different things. Okay, David also wants to, Jeremy, you know what he wants to learn about lighting. David is going to also be doing a, there we are. He also wants to do a class with MJ. So, and David is one of our regular watchers and such with the DJ TV.
David, I don't blame you. That's what I spent my $100 on. I wouldn't spend $100 on myself.
The funny thing that Jeremy is teaching is in the DJ world is the thing that I know the absolute least about is lighting.
Well, it sounds like you need to donate $100 right now.
To learn about lighting. Yeah, but
I gotta get some lights first.
I was just gonna say, have you seen
with that?
MJ's light show? It's like, he's got it. Some of us started with the coffee cans, and MJ's up there. He's got like an LED par here and
I have 4 pars and 2 Chauvet Comets from 1977. No, I'm kidding.
I have that light actually.
But my goal is with lighting is to get the new sound switch from that they're out. For those of you who missed that, and then get that to where I know something about it, and then buy the lights that will benefit that purchase.
Go with
There you go. Good thinking.
So it's a process. It's a building thing. For those of you who are young DJs out there watching, it's tough to jump in a little at a time. Don't overwhelm yourself, because before you know it, 30 years have passed and you've got stuff sitting in your garage that you go, when did I buy that? And when am I ever going to use it again?
What is it?
There's a good way to raise money. Find stuff you don't use, sell it, and donate that money. If you don't have the cash, find something you don't use, sell it on either eBay or Craigslist or Facebook Marketplace, and donate that. There you go.
I just sold on eBay today. I put them up a couple days ago when I heard about this thing going on. We just sold, was it 13 of our Source 4 Juniors? I told you, I said, John, if Lori was taking notes, she heard me say, I'm getting rid of all of our Source 4 Juniors because we're going all LED. And we finally just sold all of them off today. Definitely did not get what I paid for them, but you know what? It's time for me to do my upgrade. So
we have a question for Jeremy Breck from let's see, from a W. Herman in Prior Lake, Minnesota. He's wondering why the lighting guy is not lit up.
Because I just came in here in the matter of like, give me 3 minutes. I was in my house. I ran out to the shop. I got everything. I got my curtains put down, turned on my camera.
And here we are.
The web browser, and then I had to do an update on my web browser. And I didn't get a chance to actually do any face lighting or anything like that.
Oh, funny.
You tell Mr. Bill Herman from Prior Lake.
No, it's B. Herman from Prior Lake.
Oh, Bill,
yes.
yeah.
Okay. It could be anybody. Could be
curious. Probably Bobby Herman.
Yes, it's little Bobby Herman from Prior Lake with his question.
Sure this right now.
Here you go.
John, what I was going to say is, something you should think about next time we do this is you have, like I said, you've had some amazing people on the show, and maybe doing like a 15-minute block or a half-hour block with some of these people, and people paying like $5 to watch this session, $5 to watch the next session, whatever it is. So say we get, 20 people to pay $5, that gives us $100 to put towards the donation. But it has to be like exclusive content that isn't on DJN TV or in the paper or on idea sharing or anything like that. Just completely exclusive that you can only hear this content for the next 30 minutes. If you want to be on it, you got to put your $5 in to be in the show.
Well, we could actually take it a step further, Jared. We could have it where we have 4 different rooms. We can have the main chat room here, and we could have 4 different rooms where people could come in during the show and could actually send there. We could have a a Jeremy room. We could have a MJ room. We could have a Brian Red. We could have these rooms and just it would be basically a video. They come in and which one? Boom, click, and send them off into that room for the training.
We could do even further than that. Have anybody ever been to a silent disco battle? If you've ever been to a silent disco, they give you the headphones that tune into a thing. Well, a lot of them have multiple channels. Well, places I've done it at, well, they'll have 3 DJs all spinning at the same time. So we get 3 people speaking all at the same time. And the people choose which one they want to go to. And the one who gets the most listening wins. So if Jeremy and I were doing stuff and everybody tuned into him instead of me, there you go.
Jeremy,
that is what would happen.
I no doubt it. Nobody wants to look at me.
Jeremy, somebody's asking about the sound switch. When is the availability? Do you remember them saying anything about that?
Get it now?
Well, it's available. If you're using Serato, it's already available.
Yeah, they're beta. Yeah, they're beta testing it for virtual, which that's why I'm going to get a hold of it is beta testing. But if you have Serato, you can purchase it.
Okay, and they were asking for virtual, so it's a ways out, the other way out.
Talk to, oh gosh, not Matt. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no. I don't remember.
With the act.
Matt with SoundSwitch.
Guy with the act.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Matthew. Yeah.
Yeah. When I talked to them at Expo, they basically what happened was they called virtual or they talked to virtual. And they're like, no, we're not going to release this. And so they're like, you know what? We'll just build it ourselves. And they ended up figuring out how to build it and everything like that. And yeah, the goal is to have it out in mid-September. I would say early or late September, I think, is when you'll actually see the hard launch, and that it'll be ready for virtual DJ. And folks, if you have not seen SoundSwitch, if you are not familiar with SoundSwitch, go check it out online. Go check out I guarantee there's some demos from DJ Expo, from their booth, and people are like, well, I can probably move a couple cam lights or up lights or maybe do some movers. I mean, this was legit, and it was all done a little pre-programming ahead of time, and then as the controller went and as the music went, all of the lights reacted with it. And it's not putting them in sound active mode. It's doing a little bit of here's my sound waves, lining up certain things in your sound waves, and then basically connecting the dots. What color do you want? What movement do you want? What strobe effect do you want? And when I saw this all happen, I went over to Matt over at SoundSwitch in the booth, and I said, once you have this ready for virtual, we're gonna blow this thing out of the water. And I mean, he just got this big smile on his face. He's like, it's coming. So if you're a virtual person, get ready for this. You might want to buy the box now, because I guarantee when it does launch for virtual DJ, it's going to be hard to get your hands on it.
for a period of time.
Yeah. Yeah. If you don't know what it is, go look it up. It's different than a lighting program.
Oh yeah.
It's for someone like me who puts on, well, you can put on any size show, not small or large, but I put on kind of a small show. But my show, if I'm doing a school dance, I'm focusing on DJing and interacting with the crowd. I don't have time to keep fiddling with my lights, but I have the program set ahead of time. And if I load a certain song and that song has a breakdown in it, and I've programmed that lights to vroom, every time I load that song at whatever gym I'm at, whatever school, where those lights are going to go vroom, right on time every time. And you don't have to fuss with stuff, but it does have a lot of flexibility that will let you just scan stuff. So you don't have to program every song. You can have some generic ones throughout it, but then have your bangers, the ones or even if you're doing a bride introduction or something like that, and you have your lights to every time go straight to the center of the floor at that one point of that song perfectly.
Yeah, it is. It's pretty amazing. And like MJ said, I mean, you don't have to be a lighting designer. It really is just understanding what your lights can do and how to utilize them very simplistically. And if you can mix music, and you know how to use a timeline for like video editing or anything like that, it's basically that same thing, just dropping in. This is what I wanted to do here. This is what I want to do here. It's going to drop here. But like I said, once this thing hits virtual, it's going to be hard to get your hands on because it's going to sell very fast.
Mm-hmm.
Out there, I mean, it's only about a year old, so it's very, very, very new. In the DJ world, that's pretty new. I don't see this thing going anywhere for any. I mean, it's going to be sticking around. So it's going to be a really smart investment if you're looking at, making your lighting programming a lot simpler. Since it is new, there's still some things, and I talked to Matt about this. I said, there's definitely some things that I think you can add and tweak, in some of the movers and things like that. And, he's very receptive to that. He actually sends out emails to the people who have SoundSwitch and says, hey, what is it that you're looking for? What can we do to make this better? So it's not like they're saying, you know what, we know what we're doing. Just sit back and let us do our thing. They're always listening. They're always wanting feedback from people to make the product the best for us as DJs. So it's a great product. And you know what? If I had, I have a SoundSwitch, but I'm sorry, I'm not donating this. But I mean, it really is a great product. And I wish there was one on the site, because I guarantee that thing would probably go for more than what it's worth right now. It's a great product. Even just go check out the program. You can download the program.
Have some
You
fun.
download the program for free and play with it. Yeah.
Jeremy, we had a question here. Somebody's their question. I'll just read it verbatim here. Any advice on where to get color and scene design ideas for those of us with color coordination and creativity issues? Perhaps a guide or examples of some common scenes.
Explain scenes a little bit more for me. So one of the things that I kind of took advantage of when I was in college, I went to school for computer graphics and multimedia web design, and I've always been a very creative person, a very artistic person. I hate painting, but I love drawing, and I never could really paint with brushes, but I love to paint with lighting. And the one thing I would always recommend is if you're not very good at color coordinations and contrasts and things like that, I would definitely recommend just taking a simple 3-credit course. It might be $400 to take the course, but take an art class, take a color theory class. I thought the color theory class in my studies, I thought was the dumbest thing going into it. But now I look at it and I notice how much it really makes a difference in what I do when it comes to lighting design. So I would definitely look into some college courses. I don't have a book. I don't have a DVD. We're working on a workshop, and that is definitely one thing where the education starts is in color theory, because like you're pointing out, if you don't understand colors and its themes, then it is hard to kind of design and create. So just try a color theory class and take it from there. There's books out there as well.
Yeah, I think that's great advice. The college, I think, especially in community colleges around that are all over the state and such, there's classes that they're offered there and are actually cheaper than the 4-year colleges, and you could get into some of those for $150. And the amount of things you could learn from the class, and then they can connect you up with other additional resources that probably that one class could give you a lot of experience in color and design, and send you and maybe even connect you with a college student who would gain experience, might help you and work as an intern to a point and not cost a ton of money, but be able to bring someone in who has that creative flair that you might be. They
might even be looking to do a side project with your lights and their color as something for the class to splash, like some of the lighting companies do the holiday competitions where light up a tree or light up a building. You might find a college student that might go, I'll teach you everything if you help me do this display for my class.
Yeah.
You can trade off.
I'm always a student as well. And I mean, MJ, you're really good at what you do, but you're always learning. And I'm always looking for books. I'm always watching videos. I'm always making myself better. I went to the special events show, and this was a lighting design book that I picked up. There you go. Get the glare out of there.
Yeah.
This was a lighting design book that I picked up because I just wanted more inspiration. I've always seen lighting in the DJ level, but I wanted to see it in a larger scale. Like look at some of these pictures. It's just, they're kind of inspiring in itself. I mean, some of them are above and beyond what I currently am doing, but that doesn't mean it doesn't push me to want to be this and to, you know, work harder at what I do. So that way someday a client like that calls me up and says, here, this picture, this is what we want. So yeah, like I said, there's plenty of books out there. Just go find a color theory book. And I seriously would, like John said, you know, go to a community college, go jump in a class, or even if there's a community art class in your area, you know, go hit that up, because those, you know, it's a good social life, but it also, or a good social aspect, but it also gives you the opportunity to learn and be creative with other people who want to be inspired with, you know, with painting or charcoal or whatever it is. Yeah, just go find some of those things. Sometimes they're free, sometimes they're expensive, but it's always worth it.
Very cool. We just had another $100 donation come through, and I'm not going to ask if they wanted to have the mixing class or if they wanted the lighting class. So we're going to give them the lighting class.
Yeah, boy. And I do not feel bad if people want to learn to mix like MJ. So trust me, I'm cool with it, because like I said, I spent my $100 so I could have my time with MJ as well.
See, and I think
I'm a tough teacher. I'll warn you now. No, I'm kidding.
TJ just mentioned something that I think would be a great thing for you to do, Jeremy. Would be the idea about tips and ideas for holiday lighting our houses up here in the northern climate.
Absolutely, yeah.
Oh my goodness gracious, because I'm in the midst of getting prepared for that, and I do that at this time of the year, because this is the last time some of these resources for buying the products are A in stock, B on sale. And then once they get to about mid-September, it's full retail on all of the professional LED lighting and such that I've used in the past. But
you know, that's
control.
I've had a couple. Well, there's about 3 towns that have reached out to me and said, "Hey, we want to do one of those light shows that when you're driving down the street, all of a sudden the lights go off and it just starts, you know, playing music, and the whole, you know, 3 blocks and all this is happening." I'm like, 3 blocks? You want to do this for 3 blocks? I'm gonna have to run sound that can be outside in negative 10-degree weather, blizzard weather.
Yeah.
I have to have, you know, I mean, we would do some type of video mapping. We would do, you know, all this stuff. I'm like, you guys, I know what you want to do. You can't afford what you want to do. We live in South Dakota.
Quick question about the lighting and exactly what you're talking about there. With the ones that are waterproof rated, does that change with temperature?
Yes and no. Most of the IP65. So there's the weatherproof is basically IP65 means it can get rained on, it can get, you know, drenched. It's not submersible. So when you have snow that basically kind of goes up and around and all that, that's really where you start running into problems. A lot of our IP65 stuff we have like the big Colorado lighting. It's like extremely heavy. That's a lot of the outdoor stuff that we have. That we have left out in the middle of winter to light up Falls Park. And I mean, it's pretty durable stuff. Now, some of the lower end IP65, I'd be a little bit more careful. Like I said, if you've lifted one of these Colorado lights, they're roughly 35, 40 pounds. And that's, I mean, it's a heavy beast. So yeah, I mean, there's certain levels that I would recommend, certain levels I wouldn't recommend. If you're going to do something where you're having a lot of snowfall and freezing temperatures, make sure that you invest in something a little bit more durable.
And guess what? We just had another $100 donation coming in on lighting.
Are they really for mine, or are you just saying that?
Actually, it is, because I know who the gal is who just sent it in.
See?
Your wife? You're having your wife spend your money?
I think that the Christmas light thing probably might have.
That was the tipper right there.
Might have been a tipper.
Is that why you brought that up?
No, it wasn't. But No,
You're gonna make me drive to Gray Eagle to do your light show on your house, aren't you?
Oh, there's a thing. How much would you pay to have him come to your house?
That was the best $100
in the drive or whatever it is to get him to come to your house and light your house for the holidays.
Oh man, if I'd have known it would only take $100, we'd have done this years ago. Oh,
that is funny.
Oh, well, thank you guys for being watching and donating and having some fun with us tonight. Good stuff. Good stuff. Oh.
I can sit and do this for hours, guys, right here. I just can't explain why this is fun to me, to make a sound go. No idea why I find that fun.
Oh, we are getting close to our final stretch, our final home stretch here for tonight's show. I'm just going to do a
next telethon. You have to wear a tux, John. Like,
yeah, exactly.
Did.
Well, when we do the next telethon, we're actually going to have the Hometown News Studio is going to be built and such, because we had ordered a bunch of pieces to actually, we're going to make a TV station type studio on the other side. So we'll have this one for the general chat, but we'll have a real multi-person, multi-camera switching during the live show area over there. So it's really going to be quite cool. But unfortunately, that's not up for this particular one. Otherwise, I was thinking about using it. So that will be kind of what I want to do. Is the next time we do something like this, is I want to have try to see if I can get Bill Herman, and we can actually have 2 or 3 of us out here, so that we can have more of the face-to-face banter and have some fun with that.
Hey, I'll drive.
Yeah,
I'm not that far done.
No, so we could.
Live, it's in the summer season. I've been near where you live in the winter, John.
Yeah, you're not too much into the. Okay.
I would have to buy new clothes to come up there safely without getting frostbite.
More than just your shirt to get you past 3 days.
There you go. Yes.
Jeremy, another question here before we wrap this segment up. Do moving head fixtures have to be set up above the crowd to be most effective? This person doesn't have trussing, so they're wondering if a table or if they need to be 6 or 7 feet tall to really on a stand to make them effective.
Yes and no. So a couple ways to look at that is, if you want to hit on top of your crowd, yes, you'll want to have the lights about your 6.5, 7 feet. We use the 2-meter totems, so basically they're 6.5 feet up, but then the actual moving head itself, so this is the base plate of the totem, or the top plate, then your moving head is still another 18 inches above that. One thing to keep in mind when you're using a moving head, if you're doing a beam fixture, then you have to use some type of haze. And if you're not using a beam fixture and you're using a moving head, it's not about the beam at this point. It's more about the surfaces that you're hitting besides the atmosphere, which means there's no haze. So you might be hitting the crowd. You can put it on the floor, put it behind you, and actually hit more into the ceiling and have the ceiling be more of the action when it comes to your moving head. So does it work great on top of totems? Yes. Can you do without totems? Yes. But it just really depends on, again, what surface you want to hit and what surface you want to accent the most. What's going to create the most energy? If you're hitting the crowd, you can create a lot of energy. But if you're using them right and you're hitting, say, on that back wall behind you, and then also on the ceiling above them, you can create some really good atmosphere and energy with that too.
Yeah, very nice.
If you donate that $100 and get Jeremy, you can ask him all these questions and more.
And he'll show you how to hook up your Christmas lights.
And to light your entire neighborhood, your community center, from
3 blocks up to your town.
3-block party. He'll come to your town, any town under 12,000 people.
Well, it just needs 3 blocks.
Entire town.
Your water tower, and yes.
He's going to do the anti-Grinch. Instead of coming and taking all the decorations down, he's going to go in there and just have that ching 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 gun and put the lights up.
So John, do you remember the big Suicide Squad party we did last year?
Yes, I do. I did.
I can't post anything yet. I can't share anything yet, but wait until you see what we're doing this year. All I can say is, after last year's event, he said, you know what, that was amazing. I don't know how you're going to top this, but next year I want to do the Death Star. So somehow we have to turn this castle looking house into the Death Star. And you know, we actually just had a meeting with him a couple weeks ago, and he's like, all right, so did you figure it out? And we did figure it out. We are going to video map the entire outside of his house, and we're going to have a Star Wars themed cat fight and all this kind of dog fight, whatever it's called. I don't know what it's called. But we have this huge Star Wars theme scene happening on the outside of his house. It's completely off the hook. It's crazy. I can't wait to share it with everybody. Again, the event is going to be the end of October. So November, you'll start seeing some stuff coming out on that. It's going to be amazing.
I've got one more we have one more person who just donated another $100, and I'm trying to find out if they wanted mixing or lighting. Because this could be the
tiebreaker.
The tiebreaker. They're typing. This is
Who wants to mix lighting?
Mixing.
Yes.
Oh, good. So thank you.
MJ,
Thank you.
you didn't know you're so valuable, did you?
Yeah, you guys. And then
I don't know. That's the sound I come up with there. I really don't, because I offer this a lot, and I want to expand it. I want to find out what people want to learn, because there is an endless amount of people out there teaching DJ classes, but I think a lot of it's missed. I think a lot is missing doing stuff, like that, when somebody maybe would need to learn a simple, hey, I didn't know I could echo out of a song, just by creating something.
Yeah.
Simple stuff like that you can learn.
Yeah. Guys, we need to wrap up. Thank you, MJ. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate your time. Appreciate your being part of this and donating, and the fundraisers that you guys have been involved with tonight. And thank you guys for making the donations and such. We'll be the guys will get in touch with you and such as we go along here after the show and get some time set up to do the private training. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with our last segment of tonight.
Hey, everybody, it's Mike Walter with my last tip of the telethon. And again, I know I've said this a few times. I hope everybody is being as generous as possible. Dig deep. We've got a lot of people down in Texas and Louisiana that are they're in need, and we have to help them out. And one way we can do that is by contributing and sending some money down there. Here's my final tip. Own your dance floor. You should be responsible for the results on your dance floor. I hear a lot of DJs, especially on social media, they say, I crushed this party, but then they go, oh, that crowd wasn't very good. Well, which one is it? If it's all up to the crowd, then you didn't crush the party, they did. So if you're the type of DJ, and believe me, I am, who looks at a packed dance floor and goes, look what I have created, then if people aren't dancing, you also have to take responsibility for that. One of the key words that I've always felt helps me is the word yet. When I'm struggling to get people dancing, I don't say, oh, these people aren't dancing. I say, these people aren't dancing yet. I haven't figured out what's going to get these people dancing yet. That tells me I'm still going to do it. I'm still going to keep going for it. I'm still going to try different songs and different techniques, but I take responsibility for my dance floor. When it's packed, I own it and I say I did it. But when it's not packed and when I'm struggling, I look myself in the mirror and I say, I got to do better. There's something that's going to get this crowd going. So take responsibility for your dance floor. You're going to have better parties.
And there we are. Now we're back. We are live for the final segment tonight. I'm joined in this segment by KC Kokoris here from Chicago. Good evening, KC.
Good evening, John. How are you today?
I am doing fabulously. This has been one of the biggest events we've ever done, and it has been an incredibly successful event. We've got people from around the country who are coming in and making donations. They're bidding on great products that have been donated by fabulous people in the industry, and it's just all this the time and effort and money are all going to help people who are needing, and we're actually going to be able to make a difference and help a lot of folks with this. I'm really excited.
It's fantastic. Good for you, John.
Yeah, it's
everybody who's donated and everybody who helped put it all together for you.
Yeah, it's really just been a fabulous event, and I'm just really happy we were able to do this and to be part of this. And as we wrap up, I wanted to really in this time, because I know giving back and donating to those in need is something that's a near and dear thing to your heart. And I wanted to start kind of talking about you've been doing a thing for Toys for Tots over the number of years, and I wanted to kind of start and kind of share for those who haven't done things like that, and what got you into that, and how that's been going.
I've always, I've got wonderful parents that have taught me how to be generous and how to give, and I grew up with great people. So, I guess it partially starts with my parents.
Mm-hmm.
When I went to college, I joined a fraternity, and part of being in a fraternity is there's a philanthropic part, which I enjoyed being a part of, and that's always been there. But as some of the people know, I took on the wrong business partner when I had a previous company. I lost everything and was able to really rebuild myself. And one of my business partners, or a business partner I have in my flower shop, before we owned the flower shop together, it was like beginning of November, we were just finishing bridal show season. And we looked at our bank account, or my bank account, and said, who would have thought, like 3 years ago, about this exact time, I didn't have a pot to piss in or a window to throw it out of.
Yeah.
I just felt so extremely thankful and gracious for it that we said, you know what, let's do a toy drive. And we literally threw it together in a week, and we had our first toy drive, and we collected like 2 boxes of toys. We put it together really last minute, got friends and families to come out, and that was the first one. Each year it grew more and more and more, and we'll actually start pushing it right around September 25th of this year to start getting people's heads into that spirit. And this year more than ever, I want to hit up as many companies as I know in the DJ industry, around the DJ industry, photo booth industry, as well as all of my friends in the special event industry here in Chicago, to actually sponsor a bicycle. Last year, we collected more toys for Toys for Tots for the Marines than the Chicago Bears did.
Wow.
And it was crazy. When the Marines came to our event, they didn't have a way of getting the toys back. So we had to actually bring the toys back in one of our trucks to our warehouse, which was a wonderful problem to have. And they had to come get it about 3 days later because there was just no room because we had collected so many toys. So what I learned from them, which as grateful as they were, they said, if there's any way you can project for next year, sadly, there are lots of kids there's lots of wonderful people, probably like yourself, that donate to your church, to your Cub Scout troop, to wherever, and you pick up coloring books and crayons and Matchbox cars and Barbie dolls and G.I. Joe figures and board games. And for that under the teenage time, there's tons of people that donate. But when you get to that junior high age, toys become much more expensive. And so things like bicycles become a very sought after gift.
Sure,
what we also learned from the Marine Corps was that the Marines strategically put certain toys off to the side for children, not just for families in need, but for children that sadly have been abused, neglected, molested. And their theory behind it is they want to show these kids that the world isn't a shitty place. There are people in the world that truly love them and care about them as people. And so this year, my goal is to not only collect 20 plus boxes of toys like we did last year, but this year I'd like to get 100 bicycles for kids in about that teenage demographic, like that junior high teenage demographic. So If you look at the Targets, the Walmarts, the Myers, your superstores, for about $100, you can get a nice bicycle. So I'm looking to get 100 business acquaintances of mine to donate $100 to be able to have an entire wall of bicycles lined up just like a Harley marathon, and all of these bikes backed up. So that's my goal. And I started it just because, truthfully, I felt very grateful for the good things that have happened in my life and continue to happen in my life. So that's the long and the short of it. We set up a GoFundMe page last year, and I was lucky that we had lots of DJs and industry friends from out of town that donated, and I was able to buy a ton of toys with it. Plus, we had probably 150 industry professionals and their families come out, and that was the other great thing, was people brought their families with, so their kids could experience that Christmas wasn't just about what Santa Claus was bringing for me, or Uncle Keith, or Uncle John, or Uncle whomever, Grandma and Grandpa. That it was also about giving back to families that aren't as well off as ours are.
Yeah, that's neat. I'll be excited to follow the progress of that, and put us down. We'll do one of the bicycles.
I appreciate
you
that.
Have 90,
I really
you have
sincerely
90,
do.
99 left to do.
Right.
And that's above and beyond what you and I talked about
need
the other
a
day.
bicycle, so never mind.
So yeah, I love that idea, and I want to see that row of bicycles right across
Oh
your
yeah, absolutely.
That will be fabulous.
So, and last year too, we had a ton of industry people donate. Our friends from Hype, Jasmine, who's our show MC for Marquee, donated a full interactive sports station. Mars from Charisma donated a morphing photo booth. Paul Siegel from 209 Productions brought out his Mirror Me photo booth. I'm trying to think. I think Mitch Dicker brought out wax hands. We did pop night. We had stuff for tons of families. Santa made an appearance, which was great. Matt Windsor from Aposh Productions covered the dance floor in white vinyl, so it looked like an ice skating rink, which was really kind of cool for the kids. They all thought it was really neat. And then my floral company did all kinds of Winter Wonderland decor, and Chandler's Chop House was kind enough to donate the space and the food, and everybody had a really, really nice time. And so every year it grows a little bit bigger, and people have a nice time, and we're going to continue to hopefully keep growing it larger and larger and larger.
Yeah, well, that's fabulous. We'll have to again keep up on that and keep and watch how that all comes together.
Here's the other nice thing for people, your listeners or viewers, to see. Toys for Tots specifically is run by the United States Marine Corps. 99.9% of monies donated and toys donated go directly to the end user, because the United States military supplies them the warehousing, the Marine Corps, the trucks, the gas, and everything for the actual charity. So unlike other charities that do indeed have overhead of office staff and administrative staff and things like that, this is all administered by the Marine Corps. So the taxpayers are already kind of paying the bill to help that happen. But the nice part is that, if 40 cents on the dollar has to go to the overhead, which I understand. In this situation, it's a different, it's more of a direct feeling, and that's one of the reasons that we chose it.
Yeah, we've got a couple of people in the chat room who want to be in for a bike also. So you guys can get in touch with Casey after the show and such, and we'll do another. We'll just do one on a Monday night. We'll do one. We're going to talk specifically about this as part of the show, and we'll get to do that later.
Well, I think I'm on next Monday, right? The 11th.
That one we're talking different things, but we'll probably do something in like early November or somewhere in that ballpark.
But you know what? I'll make sure that the GoFundMe page is set up or reactivated for next week, and I'll even after the show, I'll have it up tomorrow on my personal Facebook page. So for those of you who don't know me, you can find me at Keith Kokoris on Facebook, and I'll make sure that that link is there, because I would absolutely love as many people as possible to donate bikes or whatever. It could be $5.
Yep.
Give up Starbucks for one day I can buy coloring books for like literally probably a dozen kids
Yeah.
to go in their stocking.
Mm-hmm. And that's little kids love to, it's not anything in a stocking. They just, it's such an exciting time.
Yeah.
It was like that when we were little, and you just see that magic in their
Oh,
eyes.
Absolutely. And I'm what do you call it? I go out hunting, so I look for all the deals. I sign up for, like, we have a chain out here called Big Lots. I don't know if they're up in Minnesota, but I signed up for a preferred customer card or whatever, and we saved like 10%. So I was able to buy like another $40 or $50 worth of toys just by signing up for that goofy thing. So it worked out great. Oh, excuse me.
Yeah. Very nice.
Yeah.
Very, very nice. We've got about 15 minutes, Casey. I wanted to, and we're going to talk a little bit about this on Monday night. But one of the prizes that is being auctioned off is a full show pass for the Marquee Show next summer.
Yeah.
So let's kind of talk about a little bit about where the show's at and how things are coming together and such.
Well, the Marquee Show is being held here in the beautiful city of Chicago, my hometown. And if you've never been to Chicago, it is a first-class city. The World Cup was held here. The Democratic Convention was held here. We have our World Series champion Chicago Cubs are here. 6-time championship Chicago Bulls are here. It's just a great city for food, for architecture. There's amazing museums. So it's being held in July of next year, July 9th through the 11th. And the reason I bring up the city is, especially if you're within driving distance, sincerely consider it so that if dad's a DJ, mom can very easily take the kids into the city and really make it an amazing vacation. Or you can tag 2 days onto it as well and really see this amazing, unbelievable city. But we're going to be right at the airport. And I know when people go airport, they think, but the city of Rosemont is not like an airport town. It's a beautiful town. They just put a casino in up the street, which we're negotiating our final night party to be held in. They have an entertainment district called the MB Financial District, and they have bars, nightclubs, restaurants, one of the fancy Movicos. They've got an unbelievable designer outlet center there, and they're adding in even more. There'll be a Dave & Buster's open in Dave & Buster's will be open in May, I believe, is what I read in the paper. But one of our opening night parties is going to be held in a place called Joe's Live Rosemont, which is unbelievable. I mean, it's just absolutely a great space. We just walked the space last Wednesday or Thursday, and the space is absolutely amazing. Our opening night party, which will hopefully be announced on Wednesday if I get the contract back from the entertainers, are going to really blow people's minds. We're going to have a really good time. And that's a little bit about the city. The Westin itself is a 4.5-star hotel that I was able to negotiate the rates down to $155 single or double occupancy. There are no resort fees of any kind because we're not in a resort town. So all you have to do is pay your tax on that. Every hotel is every room is beautiful, features the Starwood beds, the Starwood showers. So you've got your heavenly beds. Lunch, it's not a fancy lunch, but it's a box lunch, is included with the show pass. So you don't have to worry about running out and eating anywhere. There's a full service Starbucks inside there, indoor pool. They even have a very cool New Balance gym. I don't know, I wouldn't call it a package, but program. Let's say that you forget your gym shoes, John.
Mm-hmm.
They will give you a pair of gym shoes, of New Balance gym shoes for you to go running in. We have arrangements that they have a New Balance Westin jogging guide. So in the morning, if you choose to go out jogging, there'll be a guide which will run you on a certain path directly around the Westin through safe forested areas in the area. So it's very cool. Like, we have so many unbelievable amenities, and that's just the hotel. That's just the city, a little bit of the entertainment. And now the actual seminars, I am bringing in what I think are some of the best people that have spoken in the special event industry. Andy Ebon, who's been a fixture in this industry forever, is going to be speaking specifically on blogging and the technology of blogging and the importance of blogging. Alan Berg is yet to be determined what he's specifically speaking on, but in my opinion, he's an absolute crowd favorite that he's incapable of giving a bad seminar. For the first time ever, we have Michael Cerbelli speaking, who speaks every year at special events to a completely sold out crowd of 2,000 people. He's going to be speaking on what he calls the hot list, which is the hottest things in the special event industry happening right now. We have Anya from The Knot speaking on millennial brides, how they think, how they act, how they shop, what they expect. I saw her speak at Wedding MBA last year, was blown away by her. Matt Windsor is going to be speaking on corporate activation, specifically on the photo booth track, which is really exciting. He has 22 photo booths. All he does is corporate trade shows.
Wow.
All day long, completely branding himself as the entity that is hiring him. So he's not just a guy in a company t-shirt. He morphs himself into the actual booth by having his booths totally wrapped, completely wrapped in the client's logos, booth design, everything. And then he has his social media tied in with it as well. So it's really pretty amazing. We have a first-time speaker in the DJ industry, but is actually I wouldn't say lifetime, but career DJ in the Chicago market. Her name is Catherine John. She spoke in the 70s and 80s. She was on air in the 70s and 80s. Absolutely wonderful woman. Was on with Hall of Fame greats like Larry Lujack and so many other Chicago legends. She was always a personality with them. When she left radio, she went into networking and speaking because she was so popular that when she she had so many people reach out to her after she was no longer in radio that she had networked herself so well with her fan base that she didn't realize how much networking was so powerful in that. And so that's what she does now. She speaks on the power of networking. So we have her so far as well. We have Chicago house legend Scotty Smokin' Sills, who's going to spin on one day. We have hip hop and open format DJ Bobby D, who is one of the producers of the Jock Jams Mega Mix that every one of us carried on CD if you were a DJ for more than 5 years. He's going to be spinning on another day, and then we have a third DJ that's going to spin on the third day. That hopefully, I'm hoping now that Labor Day is over and everyone gets back to work and life goes back to normal, we'll be announcing him as well. We should have two big announcements also coming this week. I'm waiting on contracts on the photo booth side of two speakers on the specific track as well. I'm waiting on a contract from an instructor from Second City. So once I get that signed, I can announce who specifically from Second City will be speaking for us. So we have a lot of really great people speaking. And I'm trying to find people that can speak to the industry as opposed to are just successful DJs within the industry. So that's where I'm going. I'm trying to elevate the shows to a higher level than what we've seen in the past before.
Yeah, and it sounds like you've got a great lineup already of content and people are going to be speaking. And I like the mix of some from our industry and some from outside the industry who are going to be able to share some usable information for what we do within the DJ world. That's really kind of an awesome lineup.
Well, and I'm working on a guy specifically who works at Facebook in the business development portion, working with businesses like ours every day. And I'm trying to confirm that he'll be able to speak specifically. So while there's lots of people who say they're social media experts, having somebody specifically from Facebook, I think, is a game changer. That's what my goal is at. Excuse me.
Yeah, I think that's
for shifting.
I think that is a great to be able to have the people who work with that and could say for surely that yes, it does change quickly.
Yeah.
This is.
And then we have room. We walk the space. We have room for about 25 non-manufacturer exhibitors at our show.
Mm-hmm.
And so this is a business conference, and I'm just putting it out there specifically. My goal is to educate DJs and photo booth company owners on the business of growing their business, running their business, building their business. So at least for this year more than ever, you won't find photo booths. You will not find Pioneer or American DJ or fog machines or microphones or a really loud showroom. So what you are going to find is the American DJ Association, Disc Jockey News, promo only, breakthrough marketing. The Knot is on board as a presenting sponsor now, which is exciting. We have 2 people in the photo booth industry that I'm waiting on their contracts, but I'm really looking at business orientated people to come into the show that can help people. And that's really, it's really about the business of the business more so than the latest controller or the latest fog machine or the latest lights. And I'm not putting down any of that. I just know that in year 1, I have to crawl before I walk, and putting in the best programming possible is going to be the way to do it. And I think there's a lot of interest because I think we had like 20 something bids already for our pass. So it wasn't just that the dollars are getting up there, but there's a lot of people that were bidding on my pass so far.
Yeah,
So,
I'm pretty excited about that. Casey, there's a question. They were asking if some of the performers that you'll have doing the evening things, if they are going to speak or are they going to have access to them. Is that something in the plans also?
no, they're not celebrities. I'll just put it out there now. Monday night is going to just be a really fun, old school hip hop. I'm going to tell everybody right now, I have to sign the contract with this group, and I'm going to tell you all to bring your kangaroo hats and your Adidas pants and gym shoes and your Adidas shirt, and be ready to take it old school for an evening of really cool old school hits. And then on Wednesday night, our goal is to show the world why Chicago is or was the house music capital. You know, freestyle originated on the East Coast, but house music really originated in Chicago. And so our goal is to have an amazing house DJ the last night and to kick it off and to end it in style. Tuesday night, we are not doing a party of any kind. I'm going to encourage people to see our beautiful city or the network, go have dinner. As I said, about a mile down the street from the hotel is the MB Financial Park, and there are 24 different restaurants. So depending on your budget, your appetite, your style, you know, there's a Fogo de Chao, because we all know that DJs love Brazilian steakhouses. So you can hit that up. There's a whole bunch of stuff, and the Village of Rosemont has really done a great job of kind of becoming, it's like a little city walk, you know, Universal. Nice. There's all kinds of stuff. Tuesday nights, they do concerts in the park, and Tuesday night, from what I'm told, next year is country night. So there'll be a country band playing live in the center of the square. So if anybody coming likes country music, well, they'll be able to see a country band.
Very nice.
What other questions do we have?
That people are just talking about the idea of coming down. There's folks from Michigan and around Wisconsin and Illinois area. So we're going to have some folks coming to see us next summer.
I hope so. Really sincere, hope so. And then we've got Disc Jockey News broadcasting live, Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday?
We'll be there. Yes, we're going to do as much as we can until they get annoyed with us and throw us out.
Yeah, I'm good with it. Yeah. Thursday, you're going to have to go home because I only have the ballroom Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday.
Well, then we take it to Casey's house. Woo!
But I'm excited.
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, I've been to some DJ shows this year that, you know, as with anything, some parts were great. Some parts I thought were a huge miss. And more now than ever, kind of like a bride that is planning her wedding, I am now looking at every single solitary little detail so that my attendees get everything possible, right on down to no poop towels. So It will be a poop towel free environment. So
We'll be
Nick Hahn and Ricky can sleep at night.
without.
I told Nick on his Facebook page, we will be poop towel free, but I can't guarantee what's going to be on the sheets. So that's still a big risk factor. So, but no, this hotel is absolutely beautiful. And after experiencing what I experienced in Atlantic City, I talked to my contact, and the rooms that we show on our block, every single solitary hotel room is beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
There isn't an old wing and a new wing. No matter where you stay, it's beautiful. And the reality is, too, guys, for those of you that choose to look around Rosemont, you're not going to find a hotel room in the area as nice with as many amenities for the price point. So there will always be someplace cheaper somewhere, but I've really been as DJ friendly and photo booth owner friendly as possible because I know that we're pretty much only sleeping.
Yeah, yep, for sure. And hanging out, being on site is so valuable because you're sleeping in the room that you're not using that much, but just the conversation in the hallway when on Tuesday night we've gone out for a meal, we come back, 10:30, we go and we sit around in a common space, and you sit there and you can learn so much and talk to so many people and revisit some old friendships, build new friendships, and that's really that becomes the part of these events that I know you and I both really treasure those times to be able to spend time with friends at these events. So,
well, even in the big hallway, there's a big open area Starbucks.
Mm-hmm.
It probably sits between outside and inside like 50 people. And then there's down this really big hallway, there's just couch clusters galore. So, even when I walked the show floor or the property with Daryl on Wednesday or Thursday, I said, can't you just picture everybody just sitting here hanging out, and when one person gets up because they got to go return a phone call, somebody else is going to grab that seat and the conversation is going to continue. And he said absolutely. And that's one of the things I've never understood why other shows don't have a lounging area. Unfortunately, the convention center in Atlantic City was just a big sterile building. But, right outside the seminar rooms, they could have put cabaret tables with some chairs, let people hang out, some lounge furniture. People could continue to talk, but it just wasn't there. And then the show floor was just too loud for conversation. So
even back where the food was, you couldn't converse back there. So we were over at the hotel and we sat around over there. They had some beautiful spots to sit and have a good conversation. Casey, it's after midnight. We need to wrap up, my friend. Thank you much for being on. I want to do a couple of final totals here for the night. As of interesting, we've had over 40,000 hits on our website today.
Great.
Yeah, just wow. That's been busy. The total number of bids is 903 right now on the different auctions. And our final cash donation is just a hair over $1,800 for the evening. So that is looking great. And the auctions, of course, there's many of those auctions are getting up there closer to the 3/4 to their full value price and such. And that's going to stay open now until 8 o'clock tomorrow evening. 8 o'clock, everything shuts down. So if you guys can tomorrow, please share the webpage one more time for us. And we'll be back again tomorrow at 9 o'clock. 9 o'clock Central, 10 o'clock Eastern. Brian Red and I will be on, and we're going to just kind of go through and congratulate the winners of our auctions and have a good time. So, Casey, get yourself some sleep, and we will chat with you next Monday night.
Sounds good. Thanks. Happy Labor Day.
All right. Thank you guys for being with us, and we'll see you tomorrow night. Good night, everyone.